All right, I believe we are live. This is Voice of Cards. This is the second game in the trilogy by Yoko Taro. We're going to be going ahead and setting up some options here. We want to have some of the shadows turned off. We want the game speed to set to high speed because it'll save a ungodly amount of time in the actual speedrun. Go ahead and I'm going to set the default play piece. I could be using Nier Automata stuff, but I set all this stuff correctly. We'll use the default card skins. I probably will use the Yorha back cards though. I'll leave that on, and the copied city battle board because I like those with the machine lifeform table. And we could use the automata dice, because why not? And we're on the default OST, which is also very good, not just as good as the other OSTs in the game. And then other than that, I need to just quickly check the volume levels for things in the game. Make sure that stuff is...
Allow me to welcome you to the world of Voice of Cards.
Set up correctly. Alright, cool. Alright, we should be good to go. Alright, so, we're ready to start a new game here. So time's going to start in a little bit, but we're going to get introduced to Mark Atherley, sorry. So we're not going to be carrying over data just like the previous game. And once we get out of this short introduction to the game master and Voice of Cards here before the actual story begins, then we'll be starting time. This is being done on the Switch too, which has proven with at least the first game that it's going to save some time as well as the high speed. So it's been a while since I've run this game for RRLOL.
I bid you welcome. I shall be your game master for this tale. It is a pleasure to have you. Now then, just like this, I will be using cards to draw you into the world of this story.
All right, and so we're going to get a lot of narration by Mark Atherley, just like that. And as we go through the 7 chapters of the game, including the prologue, so technically it's 8, I guess. But yeah.
From time to time, you may be presented with choices like this. That's correct. It doesn't mean anything, but still, good job. You're following along with all this, I trust? Moving on. I believe your experience of the story will be shaped in no small part by my narration. As such, I hope you'll have rather more fun keeping the sound on while you play. That said, rest assured that the game remains enjoyable without sound. My words will be subtitled just as they are now.
And then we're going to display subtitles for those that want to read along as well.
With the formalities sorted, we're all ready to begin the game.
All right.
My.
And now time can start.
You can hear the sound of the waves. Oh, how very evocative. Now then, let's begin our tale.
Appreciate the good
Allow me
luck.
to welcome you to the world of Voice of Cards. You're about to step into the shoes of the hero of this tale as he sets forth on a grand adventure. Said adventure takes place in a remote part of the sea, in which ancient traditions are alive and well. You will touch the hearts of many who dwell in this place as you journey to change fate's promise of untold ruin. I believe in you. I believe your journey will be a success.
I'm glad the game master
And on that note,
believes in us.
it is time for that journey to begin. May the waves see you safely across the tides.
All right, so we have quite a bit of a run ahead of us with the narration by our lovely Mark Atherley.
Our story begins in a secluded grotto. The sound of the waves echoes softly across the rock walls. A solitary young man stands in front of a ship floating in the water. Brush in hand, he busies himself painting the vessel. Once he finishes his work, he decides to carve his name into the side of the hull. A finishing touch.
All right, so we're going to name our character. We're just going to go default with this Baron. And then
You
go,
carve
yep.
your name in small lettering into the ship. This young lad is the hero of our tale, and your window into the world. You're a navigator without a ship, and your soul yearns to set out upon the ocean blue, for your own reasons. You have spent a great deal of time repairing the wrecked ship before you, in the hopes of crafting a partner, aboard which you might sail the high seas. The sound of a wooden box tumbling to the ground rips through the grotto. You heave a deep sigh and decide to head over to the source of the racket.
All right. So we're going to get introduced to another companion pretty quickly here. And then we're going to be using things like the jump mechanic from the first game to kind of move around quickly.
The source of the noise turns out to be a young girl. It looks as though she has knocked over a wooden box, packed with shipbuilding supplies, and is in quite a panic about it. The girl's name is Laddie. You came across her some time ago, collapsed on a beach. You attempted to bring her to a nearby village, but she was quite opposed to the idea for some reason. As such, she has been helping you repair the ship here. You're not quite sure how to respond to her knocking the box over. It's okay, you say in a gentle, reassuring tone. Laddie's worried expression melts away, replaced by one of relief. You move to leave the grotto, saying, "I'm going to the village to get some food." Laddie waves goodbye, her forlorn smile seeing you off.
And Laddie's going to be best girl
The
throughout
young
the
woman
rest of the
has
run.
lost her ability to speak. Neither of you have any knowledge of how she ended up in her situation, and you spend many quiet hours together in the grotto.
But yeah,
The scent of the sea and a sense of isolation hang heavy in the air. The island is bound for ruin and has had its name since before any can really recall. This is Omega Isle. You take a deep breath and then set out for the nearby Omega Village, which shares the island's name.
so currently we're in the prologue. So we're just going to be introduced to a lot of the basics of the gameplay, and we're going to make our way to the village. There's going to be a guaranteed fight once we get there.
You have arrived near the entrance of the village. You spy a shadow skulking about in the midst of a thicket. The shadows fall away to reveal a small monster. It's unusual to see one this close to the village. It might be cute, but it's still a monster.
It's not a
And
Pikachu.
threat. You must slay the beast before it can cause trouble or worse in the village.
Alright, so here's our first guaranteed encounter.
Don't hold back.
Kind of teaches us the basics here. So unlike the previous game, instead of just passing turns, we can generate extra gems by passing turns, which makes for very valuable turn ordering in some cases, which we'll get more into a bit later. But for now, we have to go get food from the village. Bring it
Gorgeous
back to
flower beds
Laddie.
burst with blossoms that will one day wilt and wither away, much like Omega Village itself. This is a village that has accepted its fate to be but a moment in time, destined to fade.
Alright, so we're gonna go talk to the mayor. But yeah, we're set up in a situation where
You stop in at
things
the
are
mayor's
very
house
desperate.
and discover that he already has a guest. The two are engaged in discussion. You listen in and learn that they are troubled by monsters that have appeared near the village and have been devouring precious stores of food. The villager sighs deeply. "I suppose it's about the end for the village," they say flatly before departing the mayor's home. The man left standing in the room has a certain sagacity about him. He notices you waiting and inclines his head in greeting. His name is Grief. As the village's mayor, he spends his days dealing with all manner of happenings around town. He looks to be at a loss over the damage being caused by the monsters. It would likely be a simple matter for you to deal with the beasts. You offer to deal with the monsters, and Greeth replies with his thanks. You're always a big help. This is part of your daily routine. You work to sort out the village's troubles in order to procure food to eat.
So we're essentially mercenary for hire. We're going to be going to deal with some monsters.
A monster has appeared before you. It holds what's left of a piece of fruit in its teeth, and its mouth moves restlessly. With a sigh, you mutter, "Let's get this over with then," and ready your weapon. Don't hold back.
Yeah, so we want to keep our HP from reaching 0 so that we don't have anybody get knocked out in combat. Right now we only have one party member, so it'd be really bad if that was the case, but we'll be okay for now. A lot of the fights later as we start progressing will get increasingly more difficult. Unfortunately, bad roll. A lot of the times I won't try to do a lot of rolls like that unless there's some sort of advantage to boosting the damage, because if I roll low like that, it makes it a waste.
With practiced skill, you swing your weapon. The blade flashes through the monster's throat. Merciless. Perfect aim. It would appear that you are quite accustomed to killing. You wipe the blood off your weapon. As you do, you notice a shadow in the distance. Another monster, perhaps?
Alright, we're gonna throw our weapon at it.
You take the weapon on your back and aim it carefully before hurling it at the shadow with great force. It flies toward your target, tracing a perfect parabola. However, the tip of the spear strikes just slightly to the side of the shadow, which runs off. Whatever the shadow was, it was taken aback by your unexpected assault. It looks like it ran off in the direction of the spire near the village.
Alright, we're gonna say no to that because we don't need to view our card collection. Anyways, we're gonna head on in.
You stand before the Spirit Spire, said to have been erected to protect the island. Yet with the villagers having accepted ruination, it now stands forlorn, an edifice without a purpose. This place, so named for the spirits themselves, is one that the villagers do not enter. Despite this, you say to yourself, I have to get rid of the monster, and decide to profane the place with your presence.
Alright, so we're just going to move on up over here.
There are some words etched into the door, but they are weathered and difficult to read. Worried though you are about whatever the words might say, you nonetheless try pushing the handle. With some protest, the door groans open. You spy the shadow of the monster you encountered earlier. Your insight that it had taken refuge in the spire has proven a good one. The shadow notices your presence and flies off at blinding speed. You can't help but admire the rapid escape, though it looks like you're back to chasing after a shadow.
Alright, so we're gonna cut the corner there, move here, cut the corner here, and then go to the steps.
You survey your surroundings, relying on the shafts of sunlight filtering in through the windows. However, you're unable to see the monster from where you are.
So then we're gonna cut corner here and here. We're trying to make our way to an altar.
In the back of the large hall, there is an altar, which evinces a sense of deep mystery. The altar is wrought of a strange kind of stone, its surface polished smooth. It looks as though it's meant for use in some important ritual. You approach the altar to check that there are no places for monsters to hide themselves away inside it. In reply to the mysterious and unidentifiable voice that suddenly rent the silence, you ask in a sharp tone, "Who's there?"
I, the spirit.
You strain your ears, trying to make out the broken snippets of words echoing off the chamber walls.
Laddie.
After speaking a word that rings familiar to your ears, Laddie, the voice becomes impossible to hear. It cannot be. Could you truly have heard the voice of the spirit from the Maiden's myth passed down on the island? All signs of the monster you were in pursuit of seem to have vanished. For the time being, you decide to return to the village and report your success.
All right, now we can just jump all the way back. We've done everything up here that we need to do. And since we're not in a dungeon, we don't have restricted movement. But we'll get that later when we get to other areas that are dangerous. But yeah, so we're just setting up the story at this point.
When you arrive at the mayor's house, there is a young visitor already there. She looks to be making an impassioned request of Greeth. In a wearied voice, Greeth replies, "There is no longer any maiden in our village." Admonished, the girl leaves the house with disappointment written across her expression. You inform the mayor that you've taken care of the monsters around town. As thanks for completing the job, the mayor hands you a basket of fruit. Oh, good, you think to yourself. Another day, another basket of fruit.
And we're gonna say no again to viewing collection. We're going to leave. Then we're gonna head back to the grotto and see Laddie. So we're going to jump.
You re-enter the grotto and announce your return. On a normal day, Laddie would already have zipped over to greet you. But today, nothing. You walk over to Laddie and discover that she is sound asleep. Life in the grotto is not one of creature comforts. Rather, a fair few inconveniences. You've tried several times to bring Laddie to the village, but she was adamantly opposed on every occasion. You sometimes catch glimpses of her face while she sleeps. Always it is contorted in anguish, as though she is in the throes of a terrible nightmare. You notice a bulky book lying open next to Laddie, filled with carefully drawn words and images. It seems to be some kind of picture book that Laddie made herself. You know, I confess, you can't help but feel like you ought to refrain. But in the end, you cannot overcome your curiosity and decide to take a look at the picture book.
So no matter what you choose, it's always going to have you look at the book by accident in some way.
Beside evocative images of deep forests and towering mountain ranges, Laddie has written a story patterned after the Maiden's myth. The picture book story is set in a small village replete with nature. The village enjoys the promise of peace and tranquility, thanks to the young woman born to be the Maiden. The maiden goes before the altar to perform a ritual, which invokes the power of a great spirit to protect the village.
That'll be
You
important
look
very
over the
soon once we
artwork.
get into chapter 1.
A spitting recreation of the altar you saw in the spire, and think back on the mysterious voice. The voice claimed it was a spirit, and you're certain it spoke Laddie's name.
If the music's too
You are
quiet,
so
also
caught
just
up
let
in
me
the
know and I'll
thoughts
turn it up.
racing through your head that you failed to notice Laddie had awakened. Laddie seems embarrassed that you've seen her book. Tears prick the corners of her eyes. If Laddie were indeed the maiden, it would be no exaggeration to call her the very light of hope, a protective force that could save the island from its encroaching ruin. With faint expectation tightening your chest, you consider taking her to the altar in the spire.
Right. Talk to Laddie once more.
You've given Laddie some of the fruit you brought back. She dreamily stuffs some of it into her mouth. Maybe she likes it. You hope so. Your stomach rumbles as you watch her, and together, the two of you enjoy a light meal.
Alright, so now we officially have Laddie in our party. And we're going to head back to the Spirit Spire. And we're going to be getting out of the prologue very soon.
You take Laddie with you and return to the spire. As you approach the entrance of the spire, the staff that Laddie clutches close begins to emit a faint light. Seeing the mysterious light, you are convinced Laddie has a deep connection to the spire. Her expression uneasy. Laddie takes hold of your sleeve with a tentative touch.
We gotta bring our mute companion Laddie up to the top of the spire.
You stand before the altar once more, bathed in an air of mysticism. The light emitting from Laddie's staff intensifies, as if indicating its destination. In response to the enigmatic voice, Laddie's staff exudes a dazzling light. A spirit appears right before your eyes. Well, maybe it's a spirit? It's some kind of strange stuffed animal.
I am the spirit! Cuck off!
The stuffed toy seems to be affecting a voice of considerable gravitas and choking itself in the process. This creature is called Lack. Though you cannot be certain it speaks the truth, it claims to be a spirit.
Yeah, so Lack isn't really voiced by the narrator, but I'll do my best occasionally to act like Lack, I guess.
You approach, hoping to ask about the maiden. But with blinding speed, Lack zooms behind Laddie, putting her between you as a shield.
Also, Lack is now on Laddie's shoulder, if you haven't noticed.
You're the one from before, Lack says, quaking. It would appear that you're mistaking the creature for a monster, and doggedly chasing after it has made it rather afraid of you.
Alright, so we're gonna give him some fruit to make him happy.
You hold out an offer of reconciliation, and Lack takes it and immediately starts munching away. Between bites, it says, "You've got some good taste there." You're not really sure if the make good worked out, but in any event, Lack looks willing to listen to you now. You ask about the maiden once more, and Lack begins to talk a lot. It seems to enjoy doing so. Just as the Maiden's myth handed down amongst the denizens of the island suggests, it explains, Laddie was indeed born to be the Maiden here. However, she was unable to take up her role. This has caused no small amount of distress over the island's inevitable destiny to sink beneath the raging waves. Lack concludes with a proposal. How's about you go and meet with the other maidens and fetch the Maiden's relics? As you had hoped, Laddie appears to be the key to the island's salvation. This island is not the only one home to a spirit. There are islands throughout this archipelago, and upon each dwells one of the 4 maidens who govern their own spirit. The self-proclaimed spirit explains that if you bring the Maiden's relics that each of these maidens possess back to this spire, Laddie will be able to become a maiden herself. Laddie shows the staff in her hand, wearing an expression that seems to say, "This is a Maiden's relic." You ask, should we kill the maidens and steal the relics? Laddie shakes her head rapidly, as if to insist that you definitely should not do that. As Lack explains, each maiden has an attendant, an escort, and protector. This would make it difficult to take the relics by brute force. If Laddie becomes a maiden and performs the Maiden's ritual at the altar, the island can be saved. The world-changing immensity of what you have just learned echoes in your mind. It takes you a little while to fully digest it. But it does just so happen you've been readying a seaworthy vessel for your own purposes. You accept Lack's proposal to help Laddie become a maiden.
Alright, so now we got Lack on our party, which...
So, you want me to poof you back to the entrance?
Yes, Mark, please poof me back.
You decide to make for the spire's exit.
Yeah, Lack is not very useful in the speedrun, unfortunately. He's extremely weak, especially early on, so we're gonna not really be using Lack at all.
Accompanied by your new allies, you make to enter the village. But Laddie seems to find something about this idea disagreeable and clings to a tree nearby, refusing to budge. "Oh, I got this one," says Lack, evidently with some kind of plan in mind. The fluffy creature begins to chant a sort of mysterious spell.
Wana waka.
Suddenly, Laddie's face is transformed into that of an odd old man's. Laddie touches her transformed visage and then gives a thumbs up, perhaps as if to say, "Good job. You are a god." But Laddie looks sideways at you as she walks into the village, her identity now safely hidden.
Alright, so now that Laddie feels safer to enter the village, head on back here. I forget what we're... Yeah, we gotta go over here to our house.
This is your home. A desk pushed up near the wall is adorned with an unfurled map and a scattering of books. The navigation map is of your own design and depicts the various islands in this region of the sea. It contains information on the maidens of those nearby islands, culled meticulously from books and the tales of passing travelers. Before all of this, you had found yourself unable to merely sit and watch the village's decline, and so planned a voyage to seek aid from the maidens of the other islands. After popping into the back room, you emerge with a carefully polished ship's wheel and present it to your companions. It is the final piece of the ship you restored at the grotto. With it, you will finally be able to set sail on the voyage you have dreamed of for so long. You have made ready for the voyage, but before you set sail, you decide to stop in at the mayor's to say your farewells.
Alright, so we're gonna go talk to Greeth, but we're gonna pick option 1.
Greeth's eyes fall over the unfamiliar face behind you. And who do we have here? You respond, a traveler, weary from a long journey.
I could have said Laddie's my girlfriend,
Greeth looks
which is
upon
kind of
her
funny,
with sympathy.
but that adds a tiny bit of extra unnecessary dialogue.
Changing the subject, you explain to the mayor that you'll be leaving the village for a little while on a voyage to save the island. You felt sure that the mayor, with his love of the village, would see you off with a smile.
Also, it'd be weird because Laddie's wearing the face of an old man, so Greeth would get, like, very, very weird vibes.
And yet the moment you explain that you found a maiden who can save the island, his attitude changes like the fickle sea winds, and he voices opposition to your journey. This island is destined to meet its end, he says. You can practically sense him digging his feet in. You cannot fathom why he, the mayor of the village, would believe something like that. Though each of you hold the island in your hearts, you cannot reconcile the difference of opinion. Like lovers going their separate ways after an acrimonious spat, it looks as though you will be setting out on bad terms. You believe that your desire to save the island will prove to be the right perspective.
And on that note, there's always two sides to the story. Anyways, we're gonna head back to the grotto now. And we're going to put the ship's wheel on so we can get ready to set sail and leave the prologue.
Your ship, your trusted companion, once a mere wrecked husk that you labored to bring back to life with months of sweat and toil. You climb up to the stern, and with every bit of care you can muster, you attach the wheel. The final stroke upon the canvas. At last, your ship is finished. The vessel's design is patterned after a great whale. There are a number of mismatched parts, but that particular quirk only makes you love it all the more. As you look over your handiwork, you realize that your companion on this upcoming journey will need a name. What would a fitting name be, you ponder?
Alright, so we're gonna ask for Laddie's opinion.
Laddie tears a page from her book and then scribbles a name down on it. In her small handwriting is written, the Bon Vent. According to Lag, the words are a kind of prayer in the language of the spirits for safe passage when bidding one farewell on a long journey.
Ideally, it's just bon voyage.
A farewell said before long journeys. The words could make a fitting appellation for your ship. You're unsure of just how much you ought to trust Lack, or his skill with words, but nonetheless, decide to go with Laddie's suggestion. Together, you load up the Bon Vent.
I guess
with the
Lack is
necessary
somewhat
provisions.
French.
Preparations for your departure are now finished.
Right.
You throw your hands upon the ship's wheel and shout, "Weigh anchor!" with gusto. Your voyage has begun.
Alright, and we're officially done with prologue. Now things get interesting with the story, because things are gonna go very up and down like a roller coaster of emotions from this point on. Yeah, the narrator is like the GMs that they chose for each of the games are very good. I do enjoy the fact that the first two games, because the main character you play as, being both Ash and Baron, they're done by a male GM. And then the third game, which we'll get to on Wednesday, our main lead, our OC, main character is a young girl, so we get a very different GM. So we get to listen to an English VA that to kind of set the mood and tone for it. So I do appreciate that they put a bit of thought into who they picked for the GMs, and they do a very good job as well. So, and they all have their own unique style and flavor that they add to the dialogue.
Though your ship had long since forgotten the taste of seawater, it nonetheless cuts through the waves like a fillet knife through fresh fish. It is your first sea voyage. Laddie's eyes glitter as she looks out at the horizon, stretching ever onward over the endless blue expanse. She opens up your homemade navigation map, checking the locations of the islands where the other maidens live. On the island to the south of here lives a beauteous maiden garbed in azure robes, as though the sky itself is wrapped around her. After closing up the map, you grasp the wheel like a familiar old friend and tell the ship where you'd like to go. You now have free rein to sail across the sea as you see fit. New tales await you when you put into port on an island where a maiden dwells.
Alright, so this game is a little bit more open-ended compared to the first game, and the third game is also in similar fashion, but for right now we're just gonna be going pretty linear up until the midpoint of the run, and then we're gonna be deviating a little bit from the traditional path, which will make things a little bit more difficult than it would normally be for a casual experience. Also, we want to hit level 3 at this point before we head to the island, if possible, for every character. Just because it'll make it a little bit easier with the difficulty spike that's going to happen. And so we got sealed, which is very unfortunate, which means we can't use any skills that cost gems, unfortunately. But that is totally fine. And usually those expire after 3 turns for most of the status effects. A nice crit there.
Excellent.
Fortunately, not enough damage to kill there, so Body's gonna have to get the job finished for us. We hit 3. Good. Got some new skills. We're going to be heading south here. We're going to be using the Thunder skill here because it does extra damage to enemies as their water. And the game's going to remind us about weaknesses and resistances, which if you're around for the first game, you'll understand how important that kind of stuff will be as we go further into the run as well.
Oh, excuse me. You cross the sea and arrive at the South Isle. On the South Isle, you will hear the tale of a maiden in blue.
We're gonna say yes.
Very well then. Prepare to go ashore.
Alright, so this officially starts chapter 1 at this point. each of the Maiden's stories that we encounter are divided up into 4 major chapters.
South Aisle. Something about the place reminds you of the refreshing cool of the ocean. After weighing anchor and docking your ship at the pier, you go ashore. Utterly exhausted from hours at the helm, you stretch your legs for a moment, then open up your map. Once you have your heading, you and the others make for the village of Coveton in the south. Okay, now let's go.
So we're going to go near the village.
A well-to-do looking old man calls out to you. Care to try? You decline the old man's offer.
And much like the first
and hurry
game, we're
on your
going
way.
to avoid the random events
hot,
whenever possible.
You grumble as you use your shirt to fan yourself. Wondering how Laddie is holding up, you turn and see her squeezing a blue ball of fluff tightly. She begins to rub her cheek against it. From the elated look in her eyes, you can only guess how cooling it must feel. But the sight sends shivers down your spine. Laddie, that's a monster, you shout, readying your weapon.
Alright, and now we finally get happenstance active to run. There are sort of like random effects that can happen during battle. Thankfully, they're a little bit more forgiving in this game compared to the first game, but they can still pose a bit of a problem sometimes. We're going to add damage to our attack here. Since we don't have a lot of HP, a lot of these enemies do deal a fair bit of damage to us at this point. Exact seat. We hit 4. Good. Next thing I want to do here is I want to go East Mountains. And I want to get into a fight with an enemy in particular that has an item for a small side quest that'll net me a bunch of money a little bit later, with an unfortunate side effect for the story. Dealing with skeletons last because they heal after their turn ends usually. Although that's not true for every single one of the Wizard Cards games. So there is slight differences between them with certain monsters. But their weaknesses remain the same, thankfully. Anyways, we want to hit 5 with all of our characters, which is good, so that we're on pace. Don't want to view our abilities right now. We just want to head over here to Mountain to get a random... Well, not a random
event. You spy a parcel.
Specific event.
Parcel. You read its intended destination was Coveton. You know not its contents. But will you complete its delivery?
We're going to take this parcel back to town.
You decide to deliver it on your way and tuck the parcel into your bag.
Then we're going to head back to Coveton here.
The village floats in the center of a cove. The gentle lapping of waves fills the air. Coveton seems like a peaceful place, far removed from conflict. As you enter the village, you're greeted by an unusual sight. A paper doll flitters about like a bird above a man's hand. The man sees your curious gazes and explains that he animates it with a magic charm. He claims that all the villagers use such spells to enrich their lives. At your straightforward question, the man appears to be at a loss for words. Now, though the maiden isn't here now, you know for certain that one lives in the village. You thank the man, then resume your search for the maiden.
Alright, so we're going to go talk to the boy west of the docks.
Face contorted in concentration, the young boy deftly folds a piece of paper into the shape of a bird. You ask him about the maiden. I saw her at the Maiden Shrine, he says, as he tosses the paper bird into the air. Wonder of wonders, the paper bird flaps its wings and flies about, showing you where the Maiden Shrine is.
Alright, and then we're gonna head up to... and go talk to these.
At the heart of the shrine, you see a young woman and man discussing something in earnest. The woman's name is Fila. She is, without a doubt, the maiden shouldering the Isle's fate. The man's name is Hyde. He is the maiden's wise attendant. Excuse me. I need to speak with the maiden, you say, interjecting yourself into their conversation. Fila whirls to you and asks, which do you think is cuter? Though you're baffled by the sudden and unrelated question, she doesn't miss a beat and shows you a seashell in each of her hands. Caught in the moment, you mumble an unexpected answer beneath your breath. You quickly realize your mistake and look around when... Oh my, Fila remarks bashfully. Hyde simply gives a huh in response. Laddie looks off into the distance, her lips pursed as if whistling, though no sound comes out. Lack, annoyed for some reason, seems on the verge of rebuking you.
Has nothing to do with any of the other Square Enix titles, nor does it have anything to do with Drakengard or Nier.
Apparently, the maiden and her attendant had wagered on which shell
It's a very much standalone series.
You had heard about the Azure Maiden from the villagers, but now you see for yourself that she's quite the free-spirited woman. You explain to them why you've come, and ask if Fila will lend you her maiden's relic. Despite knowing the circumstances, Hyde tells you that things just aren't that simple. You roll up your sleeves and prepare to take it by force when... I'll let you borrow it if you help me find the pirate's treasure, Fila says. She explains that there are rumors of pirate treasure hidden within the crystal cave southeast of the village. Pirates, you murmur. You think about it for a moment, but with little other choice, you agree to help. You never change, sighs Hyde. But Fila pays him no mind as she prepares to embark on the adventure.
Alright, I need to do a money check. Because if I don't have the money, I'm gonna have to go and grab a little bit of money. Say no to the tutorial for the establishment. I don't really care too much about those. I do not have enough money currently to buy any one of the things, so I'm gonna quickly step out of the village.
All right, things have taken a very lively turn, haven't they?
And right now, while we have
Hope you win.
the parcel still from the side quest that we picked up from, we're gonna quickly go behind this mountain here so we can grab a chest with some money in it, and then return in the parcel as well so that we have the money to I do a little bit of shopping before the next part of the story. But there's money right behind here that we're going to quickly grab. And thankfully we didn't get another encounter. We can head back into town. And then go hand in the parcel to this woman.
Having arrived in Coveton, a woman asks you, "Are you the postman?" You shake your head no. She says she's been waiting forever at the village entrance for a delivery. Her eyes light up when you show her the parcel you picked up. "That's what I've been waiting for." It seems the parcel contained an exotic perfume she ordered. While dancing a jig in celebration of her long-awaited perfume, she hands you a gratuity for carrying it all this way.
Alright, so we give her the parcel, and we'll have some consequences to do with that later. And we're
"How
going to
may
duck
I
into
help
the
you?"
shop,
the proprietor
buy
inquires.
some stuff. So we're going to grab the glaive here, and we're going to go ahead and equip that. And then we're going to go ahead and get a steel breastplate as well, and then that's going to go on to Laddie. We want to kind of keep her alive, and that's it for now.
"Will that be all?" the proprietor asks.
And then now we can head on out. And then we're going to be heading to the Pirate's Cave. It's just down over here. We're going to leave the skeleton for last, deal with the other more opposing threats first. And unlike the first game where we only had 3 party members, in this game we now have 4 you can use. And then every maiden with their companion has access to partner skills, which is a new mechanic in this particular game.
"You did
And we'll get new partner skills and stuff as we go through and the characters level up and their bonds grow. We need to be at least level 3, but thankfully we're level 5.
The Crystal Cave teems with the stones that give it its name. They say the intermittent echo of water droplets is the sound of more crystals forming. Your party and Fila have become fast friends on the road to the cave. Though Laddie seems somewhat nervous to finally have a female friend her age, she looks happy nonetheless. The loose-lipped Fila tells you all sorts of details about her life, including the fact that she and Hyde are lovers. Hyde seems on edge about her blasé divulgences. You give him a pat on the shoulder, quietly sympathizing with him.
Alright, gonna do a skill check. Don't have all the skills that I want yet, but we do have access to sharpen, which is good. Alright, so we're going west from the entrance. We're gonna go pick up some items. And we're going to be doing encounters. Just like the first game, we're going to try to take all of the early encounters where possible so that we're not under-leveled by any. Because the game is going to increase in difficulty quite a bit through spikes as we get into the different islands and things.
You did great.
The immunity to curse on Lottie is huge, which means that she won't get punished for healing. The Omnicells are a new item that allow us to heal everybody in the party. And then next we're going to head north and push a boulder into the water so we can clear a way to the next section and get to.
You come across a large boulder. You aren't sure where it fell from, but some of it is submerged in the waterway and is obstructing the water's flow. The 5 of you rally together, then push, and... the boulder sinks into the water, stopping its flow completely. It looks like you have a new path to tread now. Fila hugs Hyde in her excitement. He blushes in embarrassment and reminds her that others are watching. At their public display of affection, Laddie covers her face with her hands, but peeks at them through her fingers.
Alright, so, Fila and Hyde have a pretty interesting relationship. They are also lovers, but also at the same time, the Maiden.
And fight.
Yeah, the Maiden and attendant. They have a very special bond compared to a lot of the other companions that we'll meet. In fact, there's only one other pair of companions that also have the same similar relationship out of the 4 sets that we'll be visiting. A good crit. Alright, so we're heading east here. We're going to be picking up another chest with some money in it, and then we'll be heading north from here.
Fight him off.
Okay, that was an unnecessary crit there, laddie.
Magnificent.
Money that we need. We're gonna head on up this way here. Another chest. And we need these elixirs in case we need to revive anybody in combat. Why we're going for those. So I'm making pretty good work of most of the enemies for now until we hit a difficulty spike coming up after this section. Like I said, most of the time there's going to be a larger difficulty spikes once we get up to the other islands with the other maidens. 2 times experience is nice to see. They help us a whole lot right now, but can later on. Only 5 minutes there. So I guess I should explain damage and how it's calculated in this game, since we're on a different game. Well, the second game in the series. Damage is calculated by their attack strength versus the armor strength. Armor strength immediately deducts damage from the attack value. You will always hit a 1 even if your attack is almost basically blocked by their defense, so you'll always hit at least 1 damage. However, if you're going to deal any more damage, you want to make sure that whatever the value is higher than their defense roll, or the defense. And sometimes you have to roll your dice to increase damage or to activate certain effects that the skill might have. And then beyond that, you can go around the armor as well, which is possible. So you can kind of avoid the armor value with flat damage, which we don't have access to just yet.
I didn't tell you, but they say the treasure is protected by the pirate's ghost, she admits with a tremble in her voice. Laddie's face goes pale, and she squeezes Lack in her arms. The poor thing looks like it's in pain. I'm just kidding, Fila says cheerfully. But then, who goes there? A voice echoes through the cavern. My treasure. You sense a dangerous aura in the shadow of the chest, and immediately prepare for battle.
So our first boss. Not a fairly difficult boss, but slightly annoying.
And fight!
Increased water damage, good to see. We have the Azure Maiden and the Attendant who specialize in water skills. However, we're going to hit with the... hopefully get a poison, but that didn't work out, so it's going to be dealing 10 damage instead. Negates the armor. So if we can, we'll go for a freeze as well. Very bad dice rolls, unfortunately. So poison is 1 to 6, and deadly poison is 2 to 12. We're gonna have to heal Hyde there in a sec. And thankfully we have the boost on healing of happenstance, which is very nice in this situation.
Fortune favor.
I'm gonna keep the enemy at a disadvantage when possible. So debuffing is good in this situation because he has quite a bit more attack than our armor is. So we take a little bit less damage. Very nice. So in this case, we're just going to generate a gem here. And I'm going to go for another Fatal Sign, hopefully. And we just need to roll at least a 4, but not getting very lucky on that, unfortunately. He boosted his attack, which is not that great to see. We're going to go above his armor by rolling 3 thought value damage dice. And the debuff is going to wear off in a moment. So what we're going to do, we'll hide just in case, because we don't want him to die. And we'll go for another Fatal Sign. Go. A little bit late to get it, but well, we got a crit too, so that's very helpful.
Magnificent.
And we can go for the kill here.
After the battle, you finally reach what looks to be pirate treasure. Your hearts race in anticipation as you open the chest to find hundreds of colorful seashells filling it to the brim. The room falls quiet as everyone stares at the chest with abject dejection, realizing the stories were no more than rumor. After a long moment of sulking, you feel Laddie tug on your sleeve. She points to the rocky wall behind the chest. Upon closer inspection, you realize that there's a crevice just wide enough for a person to squeeze through.
We're gonna go deeper into the cave here.
A droplet of water falls. Once the ripples upon the surface still, it feels as though time stops. All falls quiet. A beautiful underground lake, its waters glimmering like crystal, stretches out before you in the cave's depths. Your collective breaths are taken away as you gaze upon the dazzling sight. The lake's light reflects in Fila's eyes, and she gently takes Hyde's hand in hers. "I'm so happy we can see this together," she whispers. Though you had come to the cave in search of treasure, you found something far more precious. You returned to Coveton, basking in the afterglow of such a marvelous discovery.
Alright, so ideally we're at least level 6 with Laddie at this point, so we get access to the Maiden of Purity, which I believe we already have.
You arrive back at Coveton safe and sound. Ta-da, Fila says suddenly, pulling a crystal out of her pocket. Apparently, she took it from the cave so that Hyde could make them matching couples charms. With a sigh, her attendant agrees and says he will need to borrow the proper tools from the accessory shop. An air of gloom hangs over one corner of the village. It would seem someone has died.
I remember the consequence I said earlier about that parcel? Yeah, well, here it is.
Asking a nearby fellow what happened, he explains a woman was attacked and killed by monsters outside the village. Talk is, the woman was wearing perfume from a foreign land that drew the monsters to her. They only discovered it after the fact, but that perfume was actually some sort of juju expressly for attracting monsters. You recall the woman to whom you delivered the parcel you picked up. "Even if I didn't know, I'm the one who gave her the perfume," you think regrettably. Laddie gently places a hand to your back. You say a prayer for the woman's repose and quietly take your leave.
So we got money out of it, but unfortunately we just got someone killed in the process.
Hyde asks you to wait outside while he enters the shop. Fila strikes up a conversation with Laddie while awaiting the other's return. The endless stream of words makes you wonder when the maiden has time to breathe.
Love the face he makes when crafting amulets. He always complains, but still goes along with whatever I say.
All Fila seems to talk about is Hyde. Nevertheless, she seems to have found an eager listener in Laddie, who nods with an elated smile. Hyde returns, completed couples charms in hand. The crystal charms look as impressive as any you would find in a shop. But Hyde's expression is grim. Apparently, he isn't as impressed by his handiwork as the rest of you. Fila takes one of the charms with a forlorn smile. "I'll wear it to the maiden's ritual," she says quietly. Hearing the carefree woman speak of the goal of your journey, you can't help but ask for more information. Fila explains that she'll be conducting the maiden's ritual soon. You wonder if it's all right for them to be gallivanting around like this, considering how important the ritual is to protecting the island. "As promised, I'll let you borrow the relic," Fila says, changing the subject. "But it's far too important for me to just hand it over to you. So, we're coming with," she smiles. Though it's obvious she's just looking to have some fun, you have no choice but to accept the new term. With the Maiden's relic finally secured, you and your unexpected new allies make for the spire.
Alright, so time for us to go ahead and head back. I go back to the altar, back on the island.
Fila exclaims in excitement as she lays her eyes upon your vessel. How adorable! You grin, knowing full well that it is, and prepare for departure.
Set sail again.
Don't hold back.
Deal with this frog. Cover treasure. Okay. Getting the Omni heal is actually very good. Head all the way back up here to the fire.
You arrive back on Omega Isle. It's just as you left it, quiet and still, as if awaiting its inevitable destruction. How gloomy, Fila remarks. But her softly spoken words are swept away by the sea breeze. You stand before the Maiden's altar again and ask Lack what you need to do here. Lack explains that Laddie couldn't become a maiden because of a problem in her heart. How would you even begin to solve a problem in someone's heart, you wonder, scratching your head in thought? Just as Lack begins to cast a mysterious spell.
Kokoro kokoriko ran taratan.
As if responding to the spell, the altar begins to glow. Now, go into the light, Lack commands. You do as you're told, having no choice but to obey the self-proclaimed spirit. When you come to, you realize that you must have fainted after being swallowed by the light. You gradually get your bearings, and your field of vision clears. You're in the Spirit Spire, or at least you're supposed to be. Something about it strikes you as strange. What happened, you ask Lack? Go outside and you'll see, it replies.
So now we can leave the Spirit Spire after this sudden color change. The color's all faded. But we'll get more details on that in a brief moment here as we exit.
Once outside, you find yourselves in the heart's domain, the birthplace of human emotions. But is it light or darkness at its core? You stand in awe of the world before you. It's entirely black, as if someone took a brush and filled it from corner to corner with dark paint. This is Laddie's heart's domain, Lack says. Lack explains that it's a dream world created by her feelings. You can't believe that this is what's inside Laddie. Sweet, kind Laddie, who wears her heart on her sleeve. Laddie's gaze falls to the floor, perhaps in shock at seeing what's inside of her. Lack points south of the spire. Whatever is eating away at her heart is in that village, it says. Since Lack seems to know the lay of the land, you decide that following its advice is for the best.
Yeah, so Adi is definitely dealing with some
This place is
personal
seriously
drama.
weird, huh? A stela carved in the spirit's image. What's it doing here? A shadow suddenly appears. It gazes at you with eerie yellow eyes and is cloaked in a hostile aura. You have no choice but to fight.
We'll get more information on the steals a bit later. Not nearly as important as trying to deal with the emotional distress that's in Laddie right now. So, right now we're going to boost damage on our characters if we can. And we're gonna try to nice damage roll here. Go. And then try to get through these enemies as quickly as you can. This is kind of one of the first, like, difficulty spikes in a run. Enemies are quite a bit dangerous. Hopefully our rolls are good and we can get through relatively unscathed, I would hope.
Fortune.
Fortunate crit there. Would have preferred
Excellent.
not a crit. Have Laddie heal herself. Go for freeze and hopefully hit the roll, but we do not. Very fine.
Congrats.
Hit level 8, which is good. Kindness, happiness.
The shadow vanishes. But you can't shake the feeling that those final words were spoken in a girl's voice.
We're gonna enter Anxiety Town.
Anxiety Town is shaped entirely by Laddie's woes. As such, even the most beautiful blossoms in the village have their thorns.
Alright, so we need to find a bunch of villagers. There's 3 that we need to talk to.
Hope you win.
Going to 4 damage. Plus 4 damage to all enemies here, and again, try to get our roll. That was a good hit.
Don't hold back.
Trying to make use of our deal damage to everything rolls, but unfortunately, if Hila misses hers, then she doesn't hit anything. First
The
villager.
woman sighs deeply. When you ask her what's wrong, she laments that she can't find the right words for a love letter to win a certain man's favor.
Alright, so this part's pretty dark for those that
How can I explain my feelings for him?
don't
She
like
ponders aloud.
stuff like this. It's going to be very dark for the next 5 to 10 minutes, roughly. Hopefully. Not any more than that.
Pure like flower, the woman begins, then suddenly looks nauseated. She contorts in pain as she spits something out. It's a flower bulb, one as big as your fist. Okay, what in the world happened here?
So yeah, this world that we're in right now inside Laddie's heart is all glitchy looking, and that's normal. We need to go find a boy and a man as well. And our responses to every single one of them is going to be related to flowers. Yeah, we're a little bit ahead of level curve, which is nice here, because normally it would be like getting out of here at level 8.
You see a boy searching for something in the bushes. He tells you that he is looking for his runaway cat. He thinks the feline is hiding somewhere in the village, but seems distraught that he hasn't found it yet. Near a flower bed, he repeats, then suddenly bursts into tears. As the boy cries, you realize that what pours down his cheeks aren't tears, but what appear to be flower seeds.
Old man up over in this corner. Gonna take the moment here to heal Hyde instead of using Felia. And gonna attack with Hyde instead. Because I want to make sure everybody's near full health before we get to the boss fight coming up. Appreciate the good luck. Appreciated. Yeah, the Voice of Cards games are notoriously RNG heavy, but we have the nice Game Master narration by Mark Atherley, at least in this game. Where's the old man? I think I went past the old man, so we're gonna go back this way. I always forget where the
Don't hold back.
where they are in this area sometimes. It has been a hot bit, but once we get going, things will speed up. Alright, so we'll go for a roll. Fortunately, a very bad roll, so that's gonna miss. Like I said, we're a little bit ahead on levels. Good. Not by much, but enough that it'll help. For now.
The man sighs deeply. When you ask him what's wrong, he laments that he doesn't know what gift will help him win a certain woman's favor.
We're gonna suggest flowers.
For some reason, the man's expression immediately contorts into one of fear. Suddenly, the man lets out a pained scream and collapses. You see blood-red petals stuffed into his mouth. Something seems amiss with the village. You had best prepare yourself, for anything could happen in this mysterious realm. After speaking with the villagers, you realize they all live in fear of flowers. Perhaps there's something about the flower beds you're missing.
Alright, so we're gonna do a safety save here, just in case. The game does a pretty good job of auto-saving, but we're going to safety save. I know how notorious this game could be with RNG. We're gonna go jump to this flower bed.
Beautiful flowers are in full bloom, though they seem no different than ordinary blossoms to you. The villagers obviously fear them. Laddie cautiously approaches, trembling with every step when...
Get away!
A disquieting voice rings out just as a shockwave hits you. That's a heart scar, Lack shouts. No doubt referring to the ominous light suddenly surrounding the flower beds. It appears to be what's eating away at this world. We have to close it, Fila says. You couldn't agree more, and reach out to touch the scar.
I'm gonna take one brief moment here to up the... Oh, I can't do that from the menu. That's unfortunate. Oh wait, hold on. Yes, I can. The music is really good, so I'm just gonna up the music just slightly there.
A giant shadow appears. Its yellow eyes glare at you, and you draw your weapon as if to deflect that narrowed gaze.
Alright, so this boss can be pretty scary if you come in here on level or under level. We're still under level technically compared to a casual playthrough, but compared to the speedrun, if you come in here under level by avoiding fights, we end up getting into some problem situations. We're gonna up Hyde's damage. We're gonna go for a roll here on Philia. He has quite a bit of HP that we have to whittle through. He also has damage all skills. We're gonna try to get a poison off, but that failed. That's just rather unfortunate. I'm just gonna go for a regular damage here. We want to preserve our gems so that we have them for healing. So this is the skill that we're kind of scared of because it puts everybody at risk of death pretty quickly. So we're going to be buffing and then healing our party with the Omniselves that we picked up. So I'm going to... my items, we're going to use an Omnicell here to heal everybody. And then we're going to damage here. I gotta waste my time trying to get a poison off right now. Okay, so that's good. We didn't get sealed. That would have been very bad for us. I'm gonna use Laddie here to heal people with the buff that we have. Kind of keep everybody healthy as possible. We're gonna go for our partner skill.
Two fighting.
They're gonna take extra damage from water skills now. I only have one debuff and one debuff and one actual buff one at a time, so you have to keep that in mind when going through these fights. You can go for the finishing blow here.
Within the shadow's final words, you sense something. Laddie was born to be a maiden and was prepared to devote herself entirely to the Isle. But her lack of aptitude for the role disappointed everyone in the village. Ever since, bitterness over her shortcomings has festered within the confines of her heart. The shadow vanishes, and you decide to try and heal the heart scar.
Maiden's relic.
This is the reason you brought the Azure Maiden with you to this world. The relic must be the key. Lack nods, and Fila holds the Maiden's relic up to the heart scar. You heal the heart scar, restoring the village to its proper self. Your mission fulfilled, you decide to return to the world you came from.
A relic getting slightly stronger is going to be good for us going into the next part of the chapter here as well. Yeah, there's nothing here to pick up now, and we're going to leave.
You see other areas painted black in the distance, and wonder if there may yet be other heart scars. Lack says that you'll need permission from Laddie to explore those places. Laddie looks puzzled. Apparently, not even she knows what's going on inside her heart.
So back to the spire. And yeah, the first 4 chapters, as we're getting introduced to the maidens of the story, are pretty lengthy compared to the quicker chapters that we had in the first Voice of Cards game. But the later chapters go significantly faster.
Lack's strange chant once again opens a door of light. It seems this altar is the bridge connecting the real world and the heart's domain. You make it safely back to the real world, but can barely wrap your heads around your surreal experience in the heart's domain. Laddie is fast asleep. You can only imagine how spiritually exhausting it must have been for her to be forced to have a change of heart like that.
Our bond between us and Laddie is deepened, and heart was in turmoil. You helped me banish the shadow. Those will be relevant later on towards the end of the run, but we're to be collecting so-called memory that'll help us on our way.
What an adventure, Fila exclaims, apparently thrilled to have had such a strange experience before the ritual. You thank the Azure Maiden for letting you borrow her precious relic. While doing so, you realize that Laddie will also have to do the ritual someday if she becomes a maiden. You ask Fila if it would be possible for you to attend the maiden's ritual. She seems unsure at first, but eventually agrees to let you come.
So now we can leave and head back. We're roughly halfway through this chapter at this point. Alright, so before we head right back to the island, we're going to head all the way back down here. Back to sea. We're going to go this way to the island.
Except, it turns out she's never fished before. There is no time.
Again, avoiding the
Without
random
another
events
word,
because they usually
you
don't
sail
benefit
on.
us in any way. We're gonna make dock on this part of the island on the other side of the village. And the reason for that is we're gonna try to get a ring that's over here and avoid a fight in the process. It's basically unwinnable this early in the run.
And fight.
Because it's sort of like a detour side quest thing. But we kind of want the equipment wherever we can get it, because we're going to be very underleveled and underpowered in general.
Oh, hey.
Ophelia going down is fine, considering we're still weak from the previous encounter since we didn't level up. The nature of things for now. But she'll have 1 HP back after the party, and if we level up, then we'll get a thing. I'm gonna make a safety save here just because it could go bad with this. We're gonna step onto the ship.
You discover a shipwreck. You climb aboard and begin searching for anything useful.
We get the lightning stay ring, and then we're gonna leave.
Lack trembles and whispers. This place feels haunted.
And then we're going to stop exploring
tingle
because we
runs
don't
down
want
your
to see the
spine,
fight that will happen.
And your little hairs stand on end. You decide to hightail it out of there.
Just wanted the ring to make our lives a little easier, and then we can head back into the village over here. Saves us a bit of a trip. So, making use of the jump mechanic.
Back, Fila exclaims cheerfully to the unsurprised gazes of her fellow villagers. They seem well accustomed to her gallivanting off on some adventure or another. Hyde suggests that you get some rest before the ritual, so you head to the inn.
Alright, so, next thing we're gonna do is we're gonna set up some equipment here. So Baron, we're gonna give him the Lightstay ring. Or, sorry. I am missing a... Oh, I'm doing this a little too early. My bad. I'm going to give Laddie the Lightning Stay ring, unfortunately. Mess that up so she has a little bit more health, and then we'll be equipping Baron with another ring that we'll be getting shortly. But anyways, gotta heal everybody up.
That night at the inn, you get to thinking about the ritual. It's a right to protect the island, one passed down through generations of maidens. If Laddie becomes one, she'll have to do the same. Laddie, paying you no mind, gobbles down her food, occasionally choking on bread. Well, sweet dreams.
Alright, I'm gonna pause for a moment so I can quickly run to the bathroom, and then we'll finish up and continue with the here. So just give me a brief moment here. Good time to pause since Mark Athley stopped talking for once.
Fila and Hyde await you outside the inn. They tell you that in order to conduct the ritual,
Okay, I'm back.
they have to visit the altar where the spirit is enshrined. To do so, you must go off the southern shore of the island.
Because there's a lot of story narration with the game, which inflates the time at least 4+ hours for each of the games. And there's also RNG to consider as well.
A crowd of villagers gathers as your party is about to leave Coveton. A villager hands Fila a talisman shaped like a fish. He says that it contains a spell to help you along the way to the altar and a wish for the ritual success. The villagers shower Fila with warm words of encouragement. It appears the free-spirited Maiden's smile has uplifted the villagers' hearts. "Thank you for always watching over me," she says, with the same bright smile as always.
With the formalities and villagers cheering her on, and so we can head on over.
Okay,
We're just gonna be heading south. We're not gonna go gambling. Fortunately, don't trust you.
When you arrive at the shore, Hyde speaks. Now we go underwater. Hyde explains that the talisman the townspeople gave them contains magic that allows you to breathe underwater. Hyde explains that the temple where the ritual is carried out is underwater. That's why. Hyde sees that you still have your doubts. "Let me show you instead," he says, then activates the magic talisman. "Come on, follow me," Fila exclaims cheerfully. She and Hyde both dive underwater without a moment's hesitation. Laddie looks at the water apprehensively, and you can see her pondering her ability to swim. Before she can drown in self-doubt, though, you take her hand and follow Fila and Hyde's lead.
Yeah, these games are very enjoyable, especially when you're not
"Stop,
like
we'll drown,"
mashing
Lack
through the
shouts.
story,
But you
which
pay
is why
it
I
no
like
mind.
doing these for lots of lore. Because then you get the context that
Life
we'd be
seems
skipping.
to be one odd experience after the next lately. Though you're underwater, you can breathe. You inhale deeply, but only air fills your lungs. Laddie stares in wide-eyed wonder at the colorful coral reef and myriad fish swimming about.
But yeah, the runtime for these runs when we're doing the
Find
narrated
seabed
story
temple
percent
resting quietly at
is
the bottom of
long
the ocean.
compared to the
It's
casual
now a
speedrun.
peaceful haven for sea creatures.
All right, so we're going to be getting another ring here. We got to go across the south edge here to get a ring.
From the window, you can see the few rays of sunlight that reach the sea floor, undulating in the current. Despite being submerged, the temple is filled with air. You can't help but wonder if this is the power of the spirit at work. In her ever-cheerful way, Fila explains that this is where Azure Maidens undertake the ocean trials. "Let's get going," she exclaims. Hyde watches as she leads the way, concern apparent in his eyes.
We're still missing quite a bit of information with the story, but we'll get more of it as we go through here. But I need to go get a ring from the bottom here as we uncover the rest of the villas. So water isn't going to do us any good against these enemies, so we're going to have to use Laddie's lightning skill. And other forms of damage. We put the numbstay ring, or sorry, we're gonna be putting the numbstay ring on Baron soon so that he can't get paralyzed in the future. But for now, if that happens, it happens. A lot of these enemies here are, well, we'll be getting into stronger versions of enemies, but again, trying to take out the more opposing threats, especially ones that can cause status effects. Got a decent roll there. Unfortunately, this crab is pretty beat. I'm gonna go ahead and heal up here.
Magnificent.
He has resistance.
Good work.
A full heal there. Treasure. Definitely just hoping for healing items, preferably Omnisolves would be nice. So we're not gonna bother with skills just yet. Want the chest that's down. There's a chest down here on the edge. You still need to uncover the rest of the steelers. You'll need to activate them in a particular order to get through here. Not getting lucky with the Omnisolves, unfortunately. Fine. Got the Numbstay ring. We're gonna go immediately throw that on Baron here. For now. Alright. We need to uncover the rest of the Steelas. Alright, cool. So now we got the Steelas. We need to activate the Steelas. Need the
a crystal
ones
is
first.
Carved into the Steela.
But not letting me activate.
The door is sealed tight. The image of a crystal is carved into it. On further inspection, you see words inscribed as well, but they're faint. You can make out the words, "Touch the Steela." This must be the trial, Fila murmurs. You decide to look for clues to help her open the door.
We need the crystal Steelas here.
Maybe I have to do it because it's my trial, Fila says, reaching out toward the Steela. Fila gently touches the Steela, and it releases a faint light. But the area remains silent. There is no indication that the door has opened. Let me try again, Fila says. Touching, she then panics and replaces her hand on the Steela. causing the light to return. It appears the stela can be illuminated and darkened by the Azure Maiden's hand. A fish is carved into the stela.
Don't want to
You
activate this
decide
one.
that this isn't the stela you're looking for, and try to find another. You hear a noise in the distance. It's the sound of the crystal door being unlocked.
Now we can go through.
Past
to
the
deal
crystal
with.
door is yet another door. On this one is a carving of a temple.
Alright, these ones are just the middles here.
A temple is carved into the stela. You hear a noise in the distance. It's the sound of the temple door being unlocked.
So now we're going to head to the lower seabed. I'm ready to examine the east door in a second here.
Fight him off.
Right here. Oh, I forgot these harpies lighting. That was a... of Grand Slice, which is very nice to have. Examine a door over here.
There's a map carved into the door. Realizing that there is no keyhole, you figure it must be sealed by a mysterious power. You recognize the pattern from your own map. This is the South Aisle, you say. From behind you, you hear a door open. Sounds like we're being invited in, Fila remarks. You all exchange looks before heading toward the noise.
Jump over here, and we're going to be heading down to get another chest here. Gonna have 700 gold in it that we'll need for later when we do some more shopping. Okay, encounters like
Fight 'em
this
off.
are pretty scary because these enemies are not fun to deal with.
Magnificent.
Thankfully, everybody got a boost on defense, but I don't like that they can paralyze us, which is not great. Case of RNG, a problem here. Thankfully, Baron now has that skill, so it makes quicker work of all these enemies. So from here we have to examine some stelas.
Fila gently touches the stela. and it releases a faint light. But you don't hear a door open. There must be some other stela you need to illuminate.
Or over here.
When you do, you hear a distant sound. There's no doubt the door with the map carving has opened.
So we're gonna head over here now. We can jump. Thankfully, we're not restricted in movement here. We cover these.
Fight him off.
We do have a difficult encounter coming up right after we activate these stelas, so we want to be on the healthier side before we go into that fight. Likely make a safety save as well, just in case, because that fight can go horribly wrong very quickly. So we need to activate the Sun Stela over here.
A star is carved in the center of the aisle.
Not the one. I believe my notes are incorrect for this section, which is the funny part.
A boat is carved in the center of the aisle.
I need the Sun Stela. I have them all backwards. Notes.
A lighthouse is carved in the center of the aisle.
Yeah, so I have them in a weird order apparently.
A sun is carved on the east side of the aisle. You wait a moment, but nothing seems to change. There must be other stela you need to illuminate.
Alright, I need to activate the moon next and then lighthouse.
Don't hold back.
Okay, so for this, I'm gonna hit go with lightning. We're gonna have Fila heal.
Fortune fa-
And we're gonna have Baron air thrust here. Okay, crit is nice to see. Cute. More healing items is good. Preferably Omnisalves would be nice. Boat is not correct. One.
A moon is carved on the west side of the aisle. You illuminate 2 stela, but the path remains closed. There must be other stela you need to illuminate. Fila gently touches the stela, and it releases a faint light. You can hear something crumbling. Then suddenly, seawater begins rushing into the room. As if the water isn't bad enough, a gigantic and terrifying snake-like figure comes with it. The water threatens to knock you off balance, but you steady yourselves and prepare for battle.
Okay. We're nice and healthy for this fight, which is good. I want to take out as many of them as quickly as possible. First things first, we're going to start picking them off. fast as we can so that they
Magnificent.
don't get a bunch of turns where they're dealing damage to literally everybody. Fortunately, feeling missed, which is not ideal in this situation here. Because turns that these guys can get, they can deal a lot of damage very quickly to us. We're gonna nerf this guy. Hit with a grand slice. Okay, crit's good to see. Just greatly here. Very much gonna have to use the heal here on the whole party. Okay. Glad that they went for Spur on that because you can resist the paralyze. But I don't want them to kill her. So, prevent that from happening. We're up. We're gonna go for another roll and hopefully land. Thank you. Alright, and then we'll go for a buff here. He didn't hit. And Grand Slice. Now it's just one, and we're relatively safe at this. Because the skill that the enemy has here can deal damage to everybody, it negates armor as well because it's flat damage. Right. About as smooth of a fight as we could get from that.
Once the battle ends, the rushing waters calm. The trial in this room seems to be over. You might be able to find the path onward now.
Coming up to the end of chapter 1. Now we have to head back this way. Head down.
The wall itself opens up like a door, revealing a room behind it. You wonder if this is where the water and monster from earlier were hiding.
We'll just be picking up a ring before we exit here, called the Ring of Protection, which gives us extra defense.
This door has been passed through for the ocean trials many a time. There are no words carved into it.
The way to me shall open.
You hear a mysterious voice echoing in your head. And then the door opens, as if inviting the maiden in.
Alright, so now that we're at the altar, we're going to be grabbing the chest before we activate the altar here. The ring, and then we can examine the altar so that we don't miss out on that.
You stand before the altar, where the ritual will take place. Grateful for helping her pass the ocean trials, Fila speaks to you and your allies one by one.
And I love Fila, but this is gonna hurt me again.
We always had the best conversations, she tells Laddie with a smile. Laddie returns the gesture. Thank you for showing me a strange new world, she says to Lack, who blushes ever so slightly. Finally, the Azure Maiden turns toward you with an earnest look in her eyes. Protect Laddie, she tells you. Fila sees through your evasive reply and smiles, knowing that she can trust you. Before the ritual, the two hold each other without a word, sharing in their mutual warmth. The scene before you almost breaks your heart. It's as if the two are saying their final farewells. Fila climbs atop the altar, and the maiden's relic begins to shine, as if responding to the altar amidst the dazzling light. the Azure Maiden turns to you and speaks.
Thank you so much for everything. I'm fucking crying already. What the fuck?
With those words, Fila transforms into light and journeys to where the spirit dwells. Her ceaseless smile remains on her face until the very last moment. The tears on her cheeks, however, tell a different story. The Azure Maiden's relic clatters to the altar. The ritual is over. Silence fills the room. Fila, the Azure Maiden, is gone. The sacrificial maiden's ritual, conducted to protect the island, has claimed her. You shift your gaze toward Laddie and wonder if she embarked on this journey knowing this harsh truth. A voice breaks the silence.
Aha, finally that fertile woman's gone.
The Azure attendant's spiteful laughter reverberates throughout the room. Neither you nor Laddie can hide how shaken the man's sudden transformation has you. You had expected sadness, not this. Your voice quivers as you ask. Hyde doesn't hesitate to answer your fearful question. Hyde tells you that the village forced him to be the maiden's attendant, regardless of his wishes. Attendants must follow the village customs and continue to serve the spirit summoned by the maiden during the ritual for their entire lives. Becoming an attendant forced him to give up on his childhood dream of becoming an accessory craftsman. Because of that, he abhorred the Azure Maiden from the bottom of his heart. Even so, he continued to play the role of the smiling lover that Fila desired. Hyde raises his fist overhead to smash his couple's charm, indelibly stained with his deep-seated feelings of hatred. But he cannot bring himself to throw it down. The words of the sprightly young Azure Maiden echo in his mind. Though he should have hated her, he had been bewitched by her magical smile.
Oh, damn, this game is already getting to me.
Attendant, filled with both hatred and sorrow, reverberate through the halls of the Seabed Temple, forever and ever.
Right, that's the end of chapter 1. I'm already very emotional because this is Yokotaro in a nutshell, playing with your emotions. Yeah, I was like trying not to have tears run down my face as I was trying to say Fila's line, but it always gets me, no matter how many times I've played this game. We got 3 more chapters with Maidens coming up, so I hope you're ready for the emotional roller coaster. Because it's only gonna get bumpier as we keep going. The others will surely be fine. Let's hope so. But this is a Yokotaro game, so don't hold your hopes too high.
Hyde says, "Leave me be." Your group leaves him and re-emerges from the depths of the sea. Laddie grips Phila's Maiden's relic in hand. The Azure attendant entrusted it to you to help you on your journey. When you parted ways, Hyde informed you that there was rumored to be... When you parted ways, Hyde informed you that there was rumored to be a hot-blooded maiden in Hero's dominion on an isle in the Western Ocean. You call out to Laddie, who is gazing forlornly at the Maiden's relic, and your group returns to your journey.
You didn't know that this was another Yokotaro Saturide? I'm sorry, you're here with me. We're going to go through this emotional roller coaster of a game together. We are doing the story in the story percent run, voiced by Mark Atherley.
It appears the
Fuck,
sea
why did I
has
always
undergone
mispronounce
a
his name?
change while you were adventuring with the Azure Maiden. The route to the Western Seas has opened. Now you can look for a way onto the isle where the Maiden lives.
But yeah, we got more to do. I promise the other ones aren't nearly as sad. Well, I mean, the next one isn't, but the other ones I can't promise anything. So anyways, we jump back to Omega Isle. We're going to be heading west now to the next chapter. And we're going to try to find a shipwreck with some money on it along the way. Because we're going to need the money to buy new equipment soon as well. But yeah, we've already had a character die in the story, unfortunately. Because Yokotaro does not know how to write truly happily ever after endings. He writes bittersweet ones instead. Alright, so there's the shipwreck that we need.
You discover a shipwreck. You climb aboard and begin searching for anything useful. When you return to your vessel, the shipwreck sinks silently into the sea.
Then we're gonna go up and around, and then continue heading west here.
Fight him off.
And as I said, things are gonna start scaling quite a bit. Good hit, laddie. Black will finish him off. Nope. One damage short. That's unfortunate. That's fine, we have Brain Slice. And I missed one of them. That's unfortunate. Ouchies. For treasure, it's extra money, but again, preferring healing over anything, because that'll save me more money in the long run.
Ahoy! Hope you win.
So as long as Baron doesn't die here, we can use Laddie to heal him. We're just going to do a charge here instead of dealing damage, so that we can do a Grand Slice. Got a full heal on Baron, which is good. Funny. Gotta go up, too low. Yeah, I don't want to be in this fight. I need to run. Thank you. This is not a good fight for me to try to take. Went too low. Go.
Your journey across the sea has taken you to the West Isle. On the West Isle, you will hear the tale of a maiden in red. Very well then, prepare to go ashore. The West Isle's parched, russet-colored expanse greets you. The bones of weaker travelers strewn about it, as both welcome and warning. You dock your ship at the pier and set foot ashore. Laddie takes a deep bow in the direction of the Bon Bon, as if thanking it for safely delivering everyone to land. You consult your navigation map once more to confirm your location, and resolve to head through the gorge toward Hero's Dominion.
Alright, so we're going to be picking up some money on the southwest ledge here. We also want to pick up a simple necklace from an event as well. Alright, they start frozen, which is really good for us. We're going to go ahead and pass turns here with charge, so that we get the double damage from them being frozen with Grand Slice instead. Because enemies, when a character is frozen, the next hit deals double the usual damage.
Laddie appears to have found something on the roadside. You look where she is pointing and spot a small drawstring pouch lying on the ground. Inside the pouch is a simple but beautiful necklace. Laddie's eyes light up at the sight of it.
We're gonna have
You
Laddie
gently
wear
place
it.
the necklace around Laddie's neck. Though she initially looks confused, when you say it looks nice on you, her cheeks flush slightly and she smiles.
Alright, so that's key item to sword progression right here for us to get inside the place we're going to. But we need to go get this chest down here first, and then continue on upwards the path. We're just gonna throw a charge here instead. Go for a Grand Slice. I'm not going to be wasting my time healing Lack because, as I mentioned, not very useful early in the game at all, or throughout pretty much the entirety of a run, since we're going to be getting and using the Maidens more often than him. We got 600 here, and then we can head back up this way. We're going to be taking care of this guy first. Yeah, a lot of these enemies deal a lot of damage right now, so we want to be very careful. Again, we hit another difficulty spike. Restore HP. At least that's one useful thing Lack can do. We're just gonna deal damage and pass turn. For a thrust here. Minotaur is a little scary just because he can buff the damage. Well, we're getting okay with healings, but I prefer Omnisolves, please. The game is having a hard time deciding to give those to me. We'll be encountering a thief very soon here. Part of the story here. Didn't get the defense down, which is good. For another grand slice. Black kind of help out here. More money. Oops. Up through here.
You make your way through the gorge, its walls of russet stone towering above you. It too is littered with the bones of fallen warriors and their sand-blasted blades. Unnerved, you steal only brief glances at them as you charge ahead. But you notice Laddie regards them with a certain sadness. No one says a word for quite some time. Isn't that the Dominion? Lack chirps from its resting place in Laddie's hood, breaking the silence. Indeed, the gorge gives way to a large basin, at the center of which presumably lies Hero's Dominion. Laddie wipes the sweat from her brow and shuffles toward a nearby rock to sit down. Stop! That's a monster, you shout. Too late to prevent it from attacking poor Laddie. In one swift blow, a wild-eyed boy strikes the monster down. You all right? He barks, turning to Laddie. Unfortunately, it seems the enemy was not alone. More of them appear behind you, closing in fast. A man's voice emerges from the helmet and suit of armor before you. Those worthy of being Maiden must never let their guard down, Lavia, it chides. I know, Gladio. I know, the boy grimaces. What luck! It appears you've bumped into the Crimson Maiden completely by chance, which would make this Gladio fellow, in all the armor, the Crimson Attendant. This is all terribly convenient. You thank the duo for saving Laddie, and explain that you will have need of the Maiden's relic, if they'd be so kind as to lend it to you. The Crimson Maiden appears startled by your sudden request. Apologies, but we're in a hurry, he says curtly. Apparently, a foul beast the Dominion uses for blood sport has escaped, and it has fallen to the Crimson Maiden to recapture it. Unwilling to let these two out of your sight after such a fortuitous meeting, you agree to help them track the beast down.
Now we have them in our party for now, and we're going to go and track down the that we need to play. One of them is over here.
You find a beast lurking in the shadows of the valley, but it does not appear to be the one that the Crimson Maiden is searching for. It glares at you. Seems you're not getting out of this without a fight.
And there's going to be 3 of these that we have to hunt down. On the 3rd one, we'll have sort of like a mini-boss.
And fight.
So instead, what we're going to do is charge. And they have very good skills that we want to take advantage of, with a little bit of RNG, of course. Partner skills are pretty good, but we're not going to be making too much advantage of them. Self-heal here. The nice crit on it. Well, all weakened up here. We're gonna go ahead and heal.
Magnificent.
Stay relatively healthy if we. Unnecessary crit, but at least they're dead.
Your stance keeps slipping. Gladio hisses at Lavia as soon as the final blow's been struck. Sorry, Lavia shoots back and resumes scanning the area for monsters.
That one's gone. Now we have to go deal with this one.
You find a beast huddled in a small burrow in the rock wall, but it does not appear to be the one that the Crimson Maiden is searching for. Nevertheless, it is not happy to have an intruder in its home and attacks. The party readies for battle.
We have the advantage right now with the extra damage, which is very useful. Doesn't really help us a lot right now, unfortunately.
Fortune favors the bold.
Got the roll on the debuff, which is nice.
Magnificent.
Which allows us to deal more damage to the enemy because of the lowered armor now with Gladio's ability. We are going to take a second here to heal up Thea, so that we're not in too rough of a shape when dealing with the next counter here.
A thief appears. The brigand points at Laddie's simple necklace and yells, "Give that back." He continues, insisting in a rather courteous tone. That necklace was something I stole from an accessory shop in Hero's Dominion. As the thief would have you believe, he pilfered the bauble from the shop and then dropped it in the midst of his escape. He's been looking for it ever since. He grabs for it and tries to wrench it off Laddie's throat. You've no choice but to fight to defend your ally.
Alright, so this is the thief encounter I was talking about. And after this encounter, we need to give him back the necklace.
Magnificent. You look down at the thief, splayed flat on the ground, and say a few words of admonishment. If you take anything away from this, let it be that you should stop plying the pilfering trade. The brigand seems to regret what he's done and cries back, "Please listen. I want to return the stolen necklace to the shop I took it from."
Alright, so we hand over the necklace.
You believe the thief's tears of regret are genuine, so you take the simple necklace from Laddie and hand it over.
This is a very valuable thing for us to be doing in the run.
The thief
it's going to
bows
net
his
us
head
a
deeply,
ring
and
that's
then heads
very
off
powerful.
in the direction of Hero's Dominion. You happen to
Especially
look
this
down
early.
and spot a dingy charm on the ground. It seems the thief dropped it as he left. On the back of the charm is a child's writing. "Daddy, do your best at work." Kind of prone to dropping things, isn't he, you utter, somewhat flabbergasted, as you slip the charm into your pack.
But yeah, so this is going to be able to net us in a bit a ring that'll give us extra gemstones in combat. Now I'm just looking for the other encounter, which is here around here. There he is.
You find a beast and immediately raise your sword to it, but it does not so much as flinch. Upon further inspection, it looks like a falling rock or something has crushed the poor creature's life right out of it. "It's dead," Lavia says flatly. Lack and Laddie suddenly exhale, hands pressed to their chests in relief. Gladio, sensing an imminent threat, tells everyone to be on their guard. The clanking of heavy chains precedes the appearance of a massive beast. Blood. The party grips their own weapons ever tighter, fighting their own looming sense of fear.
Alright. So, bit stronger than previous Minotaurs that we fought.
Show them what you got.
I'm gonna go ahead and add damage to Lavia here. Hopefully. Unfortunately, it was a really low roll, so we only added 2 damage. It's not that great. Go ahead and add extra damage to Baron's attack here. And hopefully hit the bisecting blade. It's a bit difficult because it's a 50-50 roll. But it's one of the best early skills we have access to with Lavia. Very nice to have. Fortunately, we didn't get the debuff on the armor, so we're gonna have to heal now.
Excellent.
Want to stay relatively healthy wherever possible here. Via's gonna do most of the work for us, hopefully. Bisecting blade being as strong as it can be. Here we go.
The Maiden launches one last attack as his attendant strikes the beast with the pommel of his sword. At last, the feral fiend falls silent. Lack and Laddie break out into a round of applause, which Lavia greets with a smile and a playful swipe of his nose. "We're not done," Gladio reminds the party. He binds the beast in chains, hoists it up with one hand, and carries it back toward the Dominion. You never did get to ask about the Maiden's relic in the end. You follow them back to Hero's Dominion in hopes of rectifying that oversight.
Alright, I need to do a level check here. Okay, so we're good. We want to be a minimum level 12 before we get into Hero's Dominion. So as long as we're minimum level 10, we're good.
Hero's Dominion. A place so renowned, stories of it reached you across the vast sea. The cries of powerful warriors pierce the air, though it's impossible to tell if they're cries of joy or pain. Levia informs you that the Dominion attracts all manner of warriors who long to prove their strength in battle. There are even more than usual, he says, thanks to the tournament that's due to begin soon. The party makes their way to the arena, eager to return the captured monster to its cage.
Alright, so we're going to head to the arena. Oh, hold on. Yeah, before we head to the arena, we're gonna head to the accessory shop.
Upon entering the shop, Laddie looks surprised and points at something. Following her gesture, you spy the familiar sight of the simple necklace. The owner explains that this necklace had been stolen, but then, wonder of wonders, the very miscreant who made off with it later returned it himself. Suddenly, from the back of the shop, said miscreant shows himself. The one-time thief bows his head self-consciously. Evidently, the owner took a shine to the honest thief and offered him a job working in the shop. You remove the dingy charm from your pack and hand it to the man. Taking it in hand, he is so overcome with joy that he begins to weep. As it turns out, the charm was a gift from his beloved child. He had been searching for it all this time. He grips the cherished charm tightly, explaining, "I only ever stole to put food on the table for my child." The shop owner proffers something to you, calling it a thank you for helping him meet a man with such an honest heart.
See, it's not all tears of sorrow in a Yoko Taro game. There's some happy moments here and there. Anyways, we get the gemstone ring. One extra gem at the start of combat is a big deal for us. So the next thing we need to do is we need to equip some skills here. So we want Thunder Strike, we want Grand Slice, and we want Stab, Air Thrust, and Tri Attack, so that's good. And then we want to do equipment. We're going to give the gemstone ring to Levia, and the ring of protection to Claudia. And then head into the arena. Talk to the receptionist.
Gladio drops the monster in front of the reception desk with a wet, meaty thud. "I felled it," Levia says without hesitation. "I expected nothing less," the man behind the desk says with a hearty laugh. It quickly becomes clear, however, that this compliment was intended for Gladio. Levia chafes, but at least the beast has been returned. The party makes its way back out of the arena.
Okay, now we have to go to the inn.
"What's a runt like you come to the arena for?" the warriors sneer in Levia's direction. His blood clearly boiling, Levia spins around on a heel and raises his fist. "Say that one more time," he shouts. Fists raised and eyes locked. You can see they'll come to blows any second now. You reckon Levia's no match for his opponent and decide to intervene on his behalf.
Doesn't really
You
matter what
rear
we do
back,
here.
your muscles tightening as you throw your whole body into a devastating punch. Unfortunately, the warrior saw it coming and handily counters. Enough, Gladio barks by way of intervention.
Can't do anything without your handler, can ya? Weaklings like you don't belong in the Dominion.
Despite picking the fight in the first place, the warriors show no interest in going up against the attendant. They slink off, complaining bitterly as they do so. By all accounts, Livia endures rather crude treatment, despite being a maiden. You snap out of your thoughts when Gladio turns and thanks you for aiding in the monster's capture. He tells Livia to show you to the inn, as if to suggest everyone could use a rest after that fight, and takes his leave.
We're to be heading to the inn now to rest up.
You arrive at the inn, eager to rest. You mention to Livia once more what brings you to the West Isle. You speak of the current state of Omega Isle, and how the Maiden's relics are key to saving the island. Livia hears your tale in full, only to politely decline your entreaty. He pauses for a moment, lost in thought. I'm not the Maiden, he confesses rather abruptly. Lack helpfully explains that since Livia is not an official Maiden, his relic is no more than an ordinary weapon, and therefore of no help to Laddie. He explains that while it's true he was born into a long line of maidens, he has not been recognized as the Maiden on account of being a man. That his mother, the previous Maiden, fell in battle, and he has simply been named as Maiden to fill the role in the interim. Livia, his confession complete, bids you farewell and walks off. Clearly, the Maiden's circumstances are as varied as the islands on which they live.
All right. Oh, on the note of progression on Chapter 2 is we're over halfway done already. Alright, so we're going to talk to Lack and then Laddie.
Lack floats in the air, its mouth gently opening and closing. You presume it to be asleep. You lift your hands close to its ear and clap once with vigor. Explosions! Help! We're all gonna die! It shrieks, shooting even further into the air.
And talk to Laddie.
Laddie sits in the chair, head bobbing in a desperate, if futile, struggle against sleep. She's no doubt exhausted from all the fighting. Everyone is plainly spent from a day of fighting. The time has come for rest. Enter the Maiden's match with me, Livia blurts out nonsensically, barreling into your room. Livia says he simply wants to win the tournament and gaze smugly at all the people who've called him weak over the years. It's a special tournament, and it starts soon, Livia explains breathlessly. As it happens, they'll select the next Maiden from the winners. A fitting festival for the might-obsessed hero's dominion, you think. But will they actually recognize Livia as the next Maiden if he wins? You think back on how the citizens of the Dominion treat Livia. How hard he works at a dangerous occupation, yet receives no respect for it. You can hear the pain of it in his voice every time he speaks. All right, it's a deal, you say. Besides, fighting people from all sorts of different places sounds like fun. When does it, you begin? But Livia cuts you off with an excited, tomorrow.
Alright, so now we're roped into a fighting tournament.
The sun is dazzling on this, the morning of the tournament. The clanking of blades echoes all around you. Let's get to reception quick, Lavia chirps as he joins you en route to the arena.
Alright, so for this next bit, we only have 3 party members. It'll be ourselves, Baron, Laddie, and Lavia. We're going to register for the tournament.
Here to pick up a few scars? The man behind the desk asks with a smirk. He begins explaining the rules of the Maiden's match. Participants register in pairs, taking on the roles of maiden and attendant as they fight. Once you're registered, you can go wait in the vestibule, the man explains, gesturing at the far door.
Alright, so we gotta get through 3 rounds of this tournament.
What do you think you're doing? The Crimson attendant's voice stops you in your tracks. Let's go, Lavia says as he runs through the door, perhaps presuming that Gladio has no business dictating what he can and cannot enter. Immature brat, Gladio sighs, his helmet hiding his expression from view. Even so, you detect a note of worry rather than fury in his voice.
Okay, so we're gonna check in with our compatriots.
We'll show 'em all, Lavia shouts, psyching himself up for the fight. The ringleader's voice echoes off the stone walls of the lobby. Onward to battle.
Alright, and we're gonna enter the first fight. On the west side, we have some warriors from another island, eager to earn the title of Maiden. And on the east side, a band of warriors with our weak Maiden, the pride of the island, at its center. There'll be no aid for you if you get hurt, mind. Prove your worth to the Crimson Spirit. Let the first battle begin. Alright, so hopefully Happenstance cooperates. It buffed everybody. A little unfortunate there. We're going to be adding damage to Lavia. Hopefully a better roll. Extra 3 damage. Okay. We're going to go for the lady on the right side first. Take care of her. We're going to hit with the bisecting blade and hopefully land. Unfortunately we did not, so it's going to miss. And as I said, Livia's going to do most of the work, hopefully, for us, but we're playing against RNG at this point. So, try to keep everybody nice and healthy as we progress through these fights as quickly as we can. We're just going to go for damage all here. Go for another heal. First fight's not that difficult. I'm gonna be more scared of the third fight, if any of them. Although the second fight can be a little scary sometimes as well. Okay, good hit. And we got a crit, which is a little bit overkill. Unbelievable! Our weak Maiden's troop has done it. How long will the fortune smile upon them, I wonder? Alright, first fight's done. Ready up for the next fight. Talk to our compatriots.
Lavia wipes the sweat from his brow as you approach. You greet him, and he leaps back with a yelp. Don't sneak up on me like that, he snaps, with no small amount of embarrassment. Ah, youth. Awkward youth.
Alright, next fight is about to begin, so let's hop on in there. Alright, so the next enemies are weak to water, but we don't really have access to that except for through Laddie.
Okay, the only way out is through.
We're not gonna make a whole lot of use of this, but it is pretty useful to have. It damages all of them. I need to heal, unfortunately. Okay. He buffed, which is not great. So, Laddie's gonna have to heal. Unfortunately, means that we're gonna have to spend a turn. Oops. Give me a Grand Slice plate. Care of you. Unfortunately, they got healed there because Grand Slice would have killed otherwise, but... take them down as quickly as we can. Stop her from healing, ideally. Ooh, that is a nasty hit, so we're gonna have to use an Omnisalve here. I want to go for a Bisecting Blade. Just not great. Buffing again, which is nice. Body's gonna have to heal. Because our armor's so weak here, almost anything can kill us. For another Bisect. So Laddie's gonna have to heal. That was a good crit on the heal as well. Add more damage to our attack here. Okay, good. Very good roll. Laddie leveled up, got a full heal, which is nice. So we're just gonna double check our health. We're all full healed after that fight, which is good. I do want to make a save here, so I don't, in case the event I do next fight, I'll have to read everything.
If we win this next fight, that's it, Lavia says in quiet awe. Let's wipe those smug looks off everyone's faces, you say by way of encouragement. Yeah. Lavia shouts in response.
Alright, so this next fight is a bit scary, because there's two parts to this.
The ringleader announces the final battle. There's no turning back now.
Alright. Go.
Who else should be waiting for you in the final round but the Crimson Attendant? Despite this being a team event, he's battled his way to the final round all by himself. Don't need to tell me twice, Lavia barks back, gripping his sword for dear life and fixing his gaze upon his attendant. This fight
Prove your
won't be
worth.
anything
The
like
Crimson
others.
Spirit, let the final battle begin. Alright, so we got some eerie boss music. Alright, time for Happenstance to kick in. We're going to add damage to Lavia. I'm getting low rolled on the buffs, so I would like to be seeing some 6s, but Hopefully we can at least hit some bisecting blades. Because Gladius here has a lot of HP, and he can buff his armor. So we're just going to buff our characters here. Can deal a little bit extra damage here. You just gotta roll. Damn. Unfortunate. With him buffed on his armor, we really need the bisecting blades to hit. Okay, that's one. Try attack would be nice, but I kind of preserve my gems here. But I might have to opt for the try attack. This point. One of our bigger heals on Baron here. Plus Gladius has a lot of HP. We're not getting very lucky with the bisects, so we're gonna have to start using try attacks instead. You skip the armor. Just to make things a little bit more reliable, even though there's a little bit of RNG on the damage rolls. For another buff. Okay, we finally got a 6, so that's nice. Now hopefully we can hit some bisect blades with that as well. So Monde's gonna have to heal. I'm a bit behind on gems right now. It'd just be like that, so we're gonna skip and charge. So we have extra gems. So we're gonna go for a heal. Use land. Thank you. And a crit too, which is nice. Alright, cool. Alright, we're not quite done yet.
Bears down with all his might, but Lavia holds firm. As the pair struggle, a section of the arena wall suddenly blows apart.
Alright, Cooling Man bursts through, but it's actually
a familiar
the
beast emerges from the dust and the rubble. One whipped
monster
into a
that we
frenzy.
captured.
The beast whirls a hammer over its head and charges you.
Alright, so this fight is actually scary compared to the Gladius one. So the more wounded we were coming out of the previous fight, the worse off we'd be, but thankfully only Baron is a little bit wounded.
Excellent.
Alright, so we're going to do a charge gem here instead of attacking this turn. And then we're going to hit with the air thrust. And then we're going to set up on Gladius to hopefully get a debuff here. I really need him not to roll like that. That'd be ideal. Yeah, we didn't get the debuff, unfortunately. So we're going to start boosting damage. Hopefully we can land the bisecting blades. RNG is being very unkind to me right now. It is a little unfortunate. Really bring down his armor here, I think. Got the crit.
Magnificent.
Okay. Him getting armor is not ideal in this situation for us, so we're gonna have to start healing. Or him getting attack. Hit. Thank you. Really want to make sure that we get as much damage in here as possible while the defense is lower. Longer the fight drags out, the worse shape I'm going to be in because I do not have much resources at my disposal. We're gonna need full glass. That's unfortunate. Okay, Gladius might have to tank the hit here. Unfortunately. We're probably gonna get a provoke off on Gladius. Oh, never mind. We're okay. Ooh, I was scared. Because I don't know if I could have survived the next turn. Went for the AoE.
It has been a brutal struggle. The beast's knees buckle ever so briefly. There's your opening. Time for our special attack. The Crimson Maiden and his attendant bellow in unison.
Alright. Now we get to finish him off. To do Southern Cross. Is the partner skill.
The Crimson Maiden and his stalwart attendant's attack slays the beast. Gladio at last acknowledges the strength hidden within Levia and recognizes him as an equal. Use that strength to fulfill your destiny, Gladio says with the air of a proud father seeing his own son off on an adventure. Levia prepares to address the raucous crowd. He places a hand to his chest, gathers himself for a moment, and begins his speech. He tells of his history with Gladio, who trained him ever since he was a young boy and raised him in place of his departed mother. Gladio taught him the true meaning of strength, so he could one day fulfill the maiden's destiny. He molded Levia into a strong young man from an immature boy. And now that his strength has been universally recognized, Levia tells the crowd it is time to reveal a truth that he has kept well hidden.
Are we ready for the truth, chat? I don't know if we can handle it.
Levia is in fact a woman, and thus the rightful successor to the Crimson Maiden. I, Levia, swear to protect this land as its rightful maiden. She raises her relic to the sky. It begins to shine with a light to rival the sun overhead. Levia, the Crimson Maiden by name and birthright, basks in the glory her people rain down upon her. Her small frame shows no sign of buckling under the immense responsibility that is now upon her. At last, she looks ready.
Yeah, Levia is very determined, which is good.
Levia is mobbed by a heaving crowd of admirers. Seeing as they're bound to keep her busy for some time, and surmising that there will be other opportunities to borrow the relic, you decide to depart Hero's Dominion.
Alright, so I'm doing an HP check here. health, so we're good to go. Alright, now we can leave.
You bid the Dominion farewell as the sun dyes the sky a deep red in celebration of the Maiden's victory. The voice belongs to none other than the Crimson Maiden herself, guardian of the West Isle. She approaches you, serene and calm as can be. Who is this person? Was the belligerence and bravado all an act? A lie? Is there a difference? Acknowledging your friendship forged in the crucible of battle, she hands the Maiden's relic to Laddie. On the condition that should she become a Maiden, Laddie must visit the Dominion and return the relic.
I can do it, you can too. Go get him, Laddie.
Livia gives a hearty wave as you push off from shore. Why would the Crimson Maiden, whose biggest wish has just come true, be crying? No, no, no. Her face must be catching the light of the setting sun. Yes, that's why her eyes look so red.
Alright, so we got the other relic in tow. And so ends chapter 2. Alright, so this is where we're going to be taking a detour from the more traditional path in the game. So we're going to be going from chapter 2 straight into chapter 4. Which is scary this early, just because of the difficulty spike that we're going to get in comparison of going to the other chapter first. But it will make that other chapter a lot simpler to get through when we go back and do chapter 3. So we're going to be skipping a chapter for now and then coming back. Do that. We're also going to be learning a new partner skill here.
Laddie gazes out at the horizon from the deck of the ship as it rolls over the waves. The Crimson Maiden became a maiden in the end. You reckon Laddie's thinking about that journey and what it means for her. Laddie takes out her book and scribbles something inside, which she then shows to you. Apparently, Laddie's mother was the previous maiden of the village. There might be some clues as to how to become a maiden in the personal effects she left behind. Her proposal is as big as her handwriting is small. You nod firmly and cut the rudder in the direction of Omega Isle. Lack claps you on the shoulder, saying, "You could do with a rest here and there yourself." It then starts to chant some kind of spell.
Hithery, thithery, there, here, this away, and that.
Lack casts a spell on the ship, and suddenly, the sails unfurl and the wheel begins to turn without any assistance. It explains that your ship can now travel to any island you've already visited on its own. You've never seen Lack look so smug with itself, and that's saying something.
Alright, so now we can travel back to Omega Isle a lot quicker. We're going to take that option. So we're going to be heading back to the Elder's house to go look through the artifacts.
You find yourselves back in the village Laddie had hitherto refused to return to. Her grip on the Crimson Maiden's relic tightens. Her face is taut and determined. Laddie sets foot in the village, not even bothering to have Lack transform her face with its shape-shifting magic. So, you've returned, a woman says with no small amount of displeasure. What a warm welcome. The woman heads out of view towards the center of town, as if fleeing from Laddie's very presence. You know that Laddie, for her part, wants to become a maiden so she can protect these people. You just hope you can get that message through to them.
We're going to talk to a few of the villagers.
You begin introducing Laddie, only to be rudely interrupted. I'm busy, the old man snaps. You begin introducing Laddie, but the boy cuts you off. Look, I'm sorry, but you need to leave. The frankly heartless reception Laddie receives begins to weigh on her. Her head hangs low. Her resolve from earlier, now a distant memory. Whatever happened here? It's frayed her relations with the village, even more than you thought. You all decide it's best to leave the villagers alone for the time being, and instead search for her mother's personal effects. Laddie leads you to her home, which turns out to be the home of Mayor Grieth. You always considered yourself close with Grieth, and yet you had no idea he had a daughter. You open the door to a completely silent house. Grieth must be out. Laddie enters what is ostensibly her home, with the soft, suspicious movements of a thief.
Alright, so we're going to go into Grieth's room.
You step into Grieth's room. Sunbeams from the window play across an immaculately organized desk and tidy bookshelf. You all search for her mother's effects, doing your best not to disturb anything. Laddie tugs insistently at your sleeve. Has she found something? You turn to her. She holds in her hands a weathered book. It looks rather like the one she's been making a picture book out of. This is it. You both might finally learn something definitive about her mother. You gently open the cover. What are you doing here? The master of the house appears, his eyes wild with suspicion, darting between you and Laddie. You insist that you can explain, if he'd just give you a chance.
Unhand that diary immediately and get out of my house. Get out of this village!
He roars, clearly not willing to give you that chance. His face contorts with demonic fury. Tears forming in her eyes at the sudden and incomprehensible rage emanating from the man, Laddie runs out of the room. You give chase, not sparing a single moment to contemplate what could possibly cause someone as kind as Grieth to become such a monster.
I steeled myself to return home where my father's roar filled the halls. Laddie gained painful memories of her family.
Thus far, you have woven a tale of adventure that has incorporated yarns from the maidens of the South and West Isles. According to your navigation map, There ought to be islands home to maidens in the northern and eastern regions of the ocean as well. You've likely grown quite accustomed to seafaring. From this point onward, you can sail the ocean as you see fit. But be wary. One never knows what might happen out on the high seas.
So we're going to be heading off the island to the east, like I said, to go skip into chapter 4 and then come back to do chapter 3 later.
Don't hold back.
That we missed there. Also, not what I meant. That's fine.
Whirlpools are a common occurrence in this area of the sea. It doesn't seem like your ship is capable of crossing them.
So now that we hit that, we're going to go down here.
The rush of the wind filling your senses, you open up the navigation map to check your current position and heading. In the eastern region of the sea, there is supposed to be an island with a maiden living on it. However, the present look of the skies makes it clear that those waters will soon be battered by a storm. You could still turn back now if you so choose.
We're going to be heading
You
to the
decide
east.
to head for the East Isle. In the shadows of a rocky reef, there seems to be a good place to moor the ship. It would behoove you to prepare for the coming storm.
And now this locks us into doing chapter 4
The
early.
Von Von creaks, swaying atop the tempestuous seas. You and your companions huddle in the ship's cabin, the dim light of your lantern threatening to fade at any moment as you all wait for the storm to pass. Laddie is wrapped tightly in a blanket, looking much like a large caterpillar. Your joke that the ship might sink seems to have frightened her. You don't see Lack around, but it is likely trapped inside the blanket, having fallen prey to Laddie's squeezing hug. The ship lurches. A book falls from Laddie's pack and lands on the floor near you. It's the picture book she made, the one you peeked in back at the grotto.
We're going to refrain again.
You decide to hold off this time. Or at least you would have, if your hands hadn't already picked up the book and opened it up. As you turn the pages once again, you come to realize what the book actually is. At first you thought it was just a picture book, but the first half of it actually appears to be Laddie's own diary. It's full of passages which detail Laddie's life when she was little, a time when she still dreamed of becoming a maiden.
This is going to open a flashback sequence where you learn a little bit more about our beloved Laddie.
Another day, another round of maiden training. Dad is always there to encourage me when I do a good job, so no matter how tough it gets, I can handle it. I decided I'd head straight home once I finished, since Mom was waiting for me.
So we're gonna head to the shrine, see Laddie's mum. Also, little Laddie looks so cute.
If I train super hard, all the other villagers will be happy with me.
So, to go see Mom.
I have to keep these people smiling. I have to become the Maiden. Mom's the current Maiden of our village, and she's a great cook and an awesome person. She's been making tons of really delicious food lately. The food tastes so good, and when I start shoveling it into my mouth, forgetting to even chew it, Mom warns me, "Slow down so you don't choke." And then Dad calls me a piggy, even though he always eats more than me. I wish we could be happy like this forever. If I become the Maiden and protect the village, will my family be able to stay together like this forever? I get really worried and ask my parents about it. Dad gives me a gentle nod, but for some reason, Mom doesn't say anything. Mom hasn't come home in a couple of days. Dad told me she left on a journey with the spirit. I know what Mom did was really important, but for some reason, I can't stop crying about it. Ever since Mom disappeared, my training has been going bad. Really bad. If something doesn't change, I'm not going to be able to become the Maiden. I won't be able to protect the village like Mom did.
Yeah, things are a little bit depressing now, because we're getting into the darker moments when things change with Laddie.
I leave the shrine to go home, when suddenly a young man from town bumps into me. Pain in the ass. His voice is irritated, and he walks away without apologizing. Ever since my training started to go badly, the villagers have been mean to me.
So, cute adorable Laddie's getting bullied by everybody
now. I know
now.
it's my fault. I know it's because I can't become the Maiden. Not even Dad supports me anymore. He hasn't come to watch my training in a long time. I think he might hate me now. I've got to work harder so Dad will like me again.
It's been
Dad
many
took me on a
months since
boat
she
to
lost
a
her
small
mom.
island. We went ashore, and then he locked me up in a dark room.
This is cruel as fuck, too. Worthless.
Dad abandoned me. No matter how many times I tell myself it's my own fault, I just can't stop crying. I sob and scream for him to come back. But he doesn't. And eventually, I can't cry or shout any longer.
So we know why Laddie's a mute now. She basically cried herself into becoming a mute from emotional distress.
A sudden wave rocks the ship, tearing your eyes away from the diary. In the lantern-lit cabin, Laddie is fast asleep, still wrapped up in her blanket. You think back upon the first day you found her, collapsed on the shore of Omega Isle. Had she just escaped from the islet where she had been confined and wound up drifting ashore? Now aware of the painful memories spelled out in her diary, your heart wavers like the light sputtering in the lantern.
Like raging storms and bad dreams, all I want is to let past pass. Lottie gained more painful memories of her family.
You and your friends have managed to weather the storm. The sea's now calmed. You raise sails and set the Bon Vent's course for the East Isle.
Alright, so we're going to continue heading east now.
A large chest floats in the water before you. The chest continues to bob along in the waves, drifting
Again,
off
hopefully not
to who
going to
knows
get
where.
too many random events along the way, because don't want to risk RNG on them. It's going to cost us more time than it's going to be helpful. Man, I tried to give you a chance, Black. But yeah, Lottie had a very hard childhood after her mother passed, which was very unfortunate. Even her own dad started despising her after lost his wife. And the fact that he abandoned her
The
and
East
then
Isle,
threw her
covered in dismal wetlands.
away and locked her up.
Even the
which,
sea breeze blowing
brutal.
across the island seems suffused with melancholy. Upon docking, your party is greeted by sodden earth studded with decaying trees and greenery. You consult your navigation map for directions to the nearby village, then set out, taking extra care with your steps, lest unwary feet plunge into the mire.
Yeah, this game has been making me go on a roller coaster of emotions ever since we finished up the chapter with the Azure Maiden. Alright, so enemies had a bit of a spike here. So we're going to try to be very careful about how we handle this going forward, because again, we skipped chapter 3 for now. Part of the game where you can kind of go in a very different direction and shoot fish. Good heal there. Lack, finish him off. Oh, you don't even have enough. Oh, you got a crit. Thank you, Lack.
Excellent.
Okay. We need to go above that armor, but really have the damage of those saying where things are going to get a little rough. But that's why I said early on that Lottie is literally best girl. The stuff with Fila really makes me sad because of how Hyde reacted after she had died. Yeah, so far in the story we've learned that every island that raises their maidens has to eventually
Show 'em
be
what you got.
sacrificed to prevent the island's destruction in this world. It is a very sad thing to know about.
Fortune fa-
Don't have a lot of damage options right now until we get the other Maiden and that in our party here. And these damage up rolls are bad for us lately, which gonna go for a Thunder Strike here. Which combines the damage of both Laddie and Baron. Partner skills are a little expensive to use, but in certain situations, they are worth attempting to try.
Back, I say. Away from here, beast. A villager waves his weapon about as he tussles with a monster. The man is clearly in danger. You decide to help him subdue the fiend.
Alright, so forced encounter outside of Fenmoss Village, where we're heading next.
And
we're gonna hope for decent RNG during this encounter here. Okay, good.
fortune
This is very nice. We're gonna go ahead and have Lack on healing duty for now. Since his damage is not very good against 11 armor, he's only gonna deal 3 damage if he gets through. That is not good. We very much need Baron to be alive right now. Okay, so unfortunately, that means we need to use our first elixir. And that we're gonna heal. Again, having the slow armor, very bad. Right, 22 is not going to do a whole lot. We're going to jump over the armor. Try attack. And, okay, allies hit crits is good, but we need fortunate. Oh, that is not the character I meant to heal, but that is fine. Yeah, guaranteed crits, including with heals. I need at least one of them dead.
magnificent.
Things will get easier. Still. I don't care about Black going down. Like I said, it's just going to be on healing duty. He's alive. I mainly need to keep Baron and Lottie alive since they're most useful characters right now. We get the maidens, the maiden and the attendant with us soon. Have to get through this section, fortunately. Good crit.
Excellent.
Fortunately, lived with 1 HP. Not ideal. I'm getting rough housed here on the RNG. Okay. Gonna have to opt to kill that guy first. Okay, problem is, if I go... don't want to elixir, I'm just gonna opt heal. Crit is good.
Fortune favor.
Okay, what was extra damage? I really not die here. Thank you, Happenstance, for somehow keeping me alive here. Still can't go for that. Pretty not okay spot. I just need to heal until I get the opportunity to survive a hit here. Can't risk him killing me. Or wasting another elixir. I'm gonna have to bite the bullet here, because I'm not gonna be able to get out of this loop without healing up using that item, so I'm like dry for here. Okay, thank you for getting the crit. We'll heal on everybody except for Baron.
With the monster dispatched, the man approaches you and offers his thanks. He explains that recent months have seen more and more monsters attacking Fenmoss, so he has been patrolling the village daily. You inquire about Fenmoss's Maiden, and he informs you that she is friendly with the village mayor. You decide to hurry and meet with him.
Alright, we're gonna be heading into Fenmoss now.
You stand in the village of Fenmoss, a settlement forced into uneasy coexistence with the surrounding wetlands. An indescribable gloom creeps into the village from the swamp.
Alright, give me one moment. Take another restroom break so that at least we can make it through the chapter 4 here, which is going to get aggressively more difficult as we press through. Okay. Now that we're in Fenmoss, we need to go and visit the armor shop, and we need to go buy some stuff. for Laddie. We're buying the adventurer's attire. And we just have money. I'm debating whether or not I'm gonna sack some heals for equipment here. The armor... Marshal's garb is so expensive. As much as I want it, I cannot afford to do that right now. So we're going to pass on that for now. This 8,000 gold, I just really don't have the money to do that at the moment. But, however... So we're gonna need to bring... Yeah, generally I don't want to be giving up the glaive, but the -2 defense and 2 speed is kind of a bit of a hit right now, so... Man. Sacking that much damage is not worth it, personally. I really don't like how... But we're gonna swap to the steel breastplate that we have, and then give us a couple extra defense, which will be kind of helpful. And then now we need to go talk to the mayor.
A man in black glasses looks out over the swamp, murmuring, "Dim, dim indeed." At your question, the man sighs. "I have nothing but troubles." This man, who radiates as much gloom as the wetlands around him, is the mayor of Fenmoss. He is also a researcher who has spent many years dedicated to the study of monsters. He explains that the monsters in the swamp have grown more and more active, causing great harm to the village. This development has left him utterly at a loss. According to the mayor, the Onyx Maiden has traveled northeast to the wicked wetlands to hunt the beasts. Hoping to borrow her maiden's relic, you decide to head that way as well.
So now that we have information of where they went, double check my parties. We're gonna stop at the inn so that we're healed up as we continue here.
You enter the inn. "No point in making money if we're all gonna die anyhow," she continues, resigned to her supposed fate. The party leaves the inn feeling rested.
Yeah, so excuse for the inn being free is they're just accepting the fate they're all gonna die. So who cares about making money? Alright, so we need to go pick up a chest here at the eastern tip, which is past the wicked wetlands, which we'll be jumping back to. I need to go get a free stay ring. It'll be useful later. We're gonna go ahead and quickly take care of the frog. Again, any battles we can take, we're gonna want to take, even if this chapter is a bit more difficult because we skipped chapter 3 to go start chapter 4 early. It's just gonna make the rest of the run smoother going forward after we get through this more difficult mid-game section.
Magnificent.
Getting a debuff there was very good.
Good work.
Baron leveled up, we got treasure. Okay, we got quality Omni Salve was very good pickup. Yeah, we have very limited resources right now, and we won't be getting any more until a little bit in here on this chapter. So anything that we can pick up at this point is very valuable to us to save on money, especially when it comes to buying a new equipment and items to survive.
The wicked wetlands are a muddied, quaggy hive of monsters. Passing adventurers meet their fate either at the bottom of the murky marsh or upon a monster's jagged fangs. It's plain that there are a great many fiends lying in wait here. You try to focus in on your surroundings.
Eek!
But a scream rends through the pattering rain, not far from where you stand now.
We're gonna head into the wicked wetlands.
Worried that someone is being attacked by monsters, you rush to the source of the scream. You spot a man frantically trying to pull something from the marshy waters. Desperation tinges every syllable of his shouts. "Hang on, I got you." Your eyes move to the man's hand, and you see that he's holding another person's. Someone has gotten stuck in the bog and is sinking into it.
Alright, so we're gonna pull her up out of there.
Now freed, the woman splutters and spits out mud. "I'm sorry this keeps happening," she says. Perhaps she is accustomed to getting stuck in bogs. The pair thanks you for your help and then offers their names. The woman is Queenie, the Onyx Maiden, who wishes dearly to save this island. The man is called Blight. Judging from his incessant fussing The man is called Blight. Judging from his incessant fussing and worrying over the maiden's unfortunate constitution, you can only assume he is the Onyx attendant.
Do you recognize them? Do you? I mean, this whole chapter should be a flashback to the first voice of cards as we go through it, for those that were there for the Isle Dragon Roars.
They explain they seek a rare flower that blooms here. Traveling through the monster-infested wetlands is terribly dangerous for only 2 people. You've come this far already, so you offer to accompany them.
Alright, so we have Queenie. She's a bit of a sweetheart. And, yeah, very strong characters. The downside with the area that we picked them up in this chapter is that a lot of the enemies are pretty resistant to most of their damage. But we now have access to flat damage to help deal with most of the enemies, which is very nice.
Magnificent.
And they're very strong. But we're still relatively weak because we have low armor and health. You have to play very smart as best we can on top of the RNG that we're going to have to deal with. Because, as I said, we're very limited on resources, having already spent most of them coming out of Chapter 2. Yeah, ideally you would come here much later in your casual experience.
As you plod and splosh your way through the mushy ground, you come across a butterfly fluttering through the air. It exudes an alien glow. The Onyx Maiden claims that this type of butterfly likes to drink the nectar of the rare flower she seeks. As you discuss this, the butterfly flies off, scales fluttering to the ground in its wake.
Alright, so now we're going to be chasing this butterfly.
You might be able to find your way to the flower if you follow the butterfly.
Alright, so
Wow,
next thing we need to do is go ahead and do equipping here. So we need to give the gemstone ring to me, and then we need Blight to have the restay ring. So he gets the damage here. Get the flat damage on the stronger enemy here. And the nice thing about Queenie is she can self-heal, which is very nice. And Blight also doesn't have a basic attack, but he can boost his own damage for a duration. Kinda nice. He can deal quite a bit of damage if we can stack that up. Alright, so we're going to be following through here, chasing after this butterfly.
Hovers in the air, but there is no sign of the flower you seek. And now it's fluttered off again. This was, it seems, no more than a stopover on its journey.
There's going to be an opening coming up. We're going to be getting a Ring of Evasion inside this opening. Then we're going to be equipping that to Baron.
Fight him off.
We need to finish off that guy. Then we're going to for lightning. Alright. Like I said, we're going to be equipping this to Baron now. Over the Numbstay ring. Give him a bit more and have him have a chance to evade attacks. And actually have him potentially live a lot longer than normal. And we're going to keep making our way through here.
Fight him off.
So we're going to Lord's Grace here to increase the damage of our party. But like I said, like these characters are very strong. But all the enemies are just as strong. Well, fortunately there, so Lottie gonna have to self-heal here. Have finish off this enemy. Heal back a little bit there. Have Blight finish off the skeleton. Gonna be heading up around the outside, so we gotta go straight towards the center, so we have to kind of go around Bog here to get there. For now, so we're gonna heal here. We're gonna go for Increase damage. Go for the frog. Gonna pass the turn straight to Blight and hit with lightning instead. Take advantage of character weak.
The butterfly takes a little detour through some withered grass as it continues to flit through the stagnant air. The flower doesn't seem to be here either. Back on the butterfly's trail.
Maybe coming around this corner here, we're going to be heading to a item called the Panacea, which is a status effect cure-all for the party, which are very valuable in this game. Actually, charge here would be ideal, and then we're gonna go for damage to all. Okay, that's flat AoE damage. Not ideal. But enemies are a lot stronger now. Okay, so we're gonna have to use a heal for a bit of health light at 1 HP. I'm gonna go get this on the Panacea. So we can deal double damage here, so what we're gonna do is use this to heal up while they're still frozen. And then going to pirate party. Going to frog. We're going to do back over this way here, so I can go get that I was talking about. So, keeping in mind that we have access to the jump mechanic, I can always, like, jump back as long as my movement's not restricted.
Fight him off.
I'm using every opportunity here to kind of keep ourselves healthy, since we don't really have any other healing items at our disposal right now. But we will be replenishing our resources once we get out of this section. Body leveled up. We have generate 2 gems now, which is helpful.
Trudging through the soppy earth, you decide to ask the Onyx Maiden about the situation on this island. For generations ongoing, the Maiden has failed in her ritual, and now the island is dying. Now its fate hinges upon the Onyx Maiden Queenie and her attendant Blight. You think on this for a moment when Laddie loses her footing and flails about, close to tumbling over.
All right, Lack,
Pluck
go get her.
out of the air and hurl it over to catch Laddie. It makes for a nice fluffy cushion to protect Laddie as she falls on her backside. Beneath the relieved young woman, the muddied plushie grumbles, "Damn it," over and over. As all this is happening, Queenie ends up falling too, despite Blight's best efforts to help her keep her footing. Mud cakes her face.
A nice funny moment there. You going this way because I want that on the pin. Alright, got that. We can continue on the main path. But yeah, we finally made use of Lack in the run, even if it wasn't in combat. But yeah, Queenie is a bit of a klutz.
Hope you win.
Alright, okay, so what we're gonna do here... and we're gonna add a damage boost. Hit everybody. Gonna take care of these quickly. Gonna self-heal. And Queenie will finish off the other enemy for us. Self-heal off that. We're gonna keep chasing this butterfly. I go right here to this opening here because we'll be coming back later, and that's a very important spot for us to have revealed.
Don't hold back.
Right, here. Damage. Nice crit. Get lightning on the other enemy. Priority over healing for now.
At the end of the narrowed path, you spy the butterfly fluttering away. Though you are now deep into the wetlands, the flower is nowhere to be found. You wonder if the butterfly is even headed toward it at all.
We're gonna be heading into an opening, and then we'll have a bit of a mini boss fight coming
Show
up
'em what you got.
against 4 enemies at once. Gotta be a little careful about that, so we want to make sure that we're kind of as healthy as we can be before going into that.
Magnificent. Fortune fa-
Want everybody to be up in the red on their health, because the gems are brighter the more healthy they are, and dimmer the weaker they are.
Magnificent.
Okay, so we need to do stuff here. I need to okay, and then we need to do some skill setups. So I'm trying to remember here, what do I want to do here? We need to adjust Laddie's skills is mainly what we need to do. So Laddie is going to be doing charge. She's going to have heal, thunderbolt, double heal, and then we're going to want blizzard. We're not going to be using thunderstrike here, and I don't think do on Baron for now. We mainly want these skills. Just quickly double checking here. Stab, air thrust, try attack. We don't have the next skill there. Yeah, so that's just what we're going to be running for now. Double heal could be useful in case we do need it, but it's 5 costs. Might actually be a chance for me to actually use that since we're limited on heals and opt in for the slower pace for this upcoming fight. And then we're gonna do a save. Right.
Your party has pursued the butterfly all the way to a clearing. The butterfly that led you here is resting its wings, perched atop a flower, blooming in the center of the glade. There's the flower, Blight's voice rings out, and with a few radiant particles scattered in its wake, the butterfly disappears. Or was it never there at all? The flower blooming deep within the wetlands is a brilliant blue, a splash of color amidst the drab surroundings. With a gentle movement, Queenie reaches out a hand to pick it. Suddenly, the ground beneath the blossom swells upward, and a huge monster shows itself. Battle is upon you.
Alright, so you have to defeat 4 of these crabs. They're very menacing looking crabs.
And fight.
Alright, so they have dark damage reduction, which is fine. We're going to generate 2 gems with Laddie to kind of get our count up here. We're going to boost everybody's damage. We're going to hit with... I would like to hit with Elemental Darkness, but they're going to take reduced damage, so instead we're just going to hit with the wind. I know they have reduction to that, but that's fine. They have Grand Slice as well. And we're just going to try to kill them very quickly. We want to wound as many of them early as we can, and then start picking them off one by one so they can't deal as much damage on their turns, because they're just going to do stuff like this. And they can have our HP no matter what it is, so... which is why I'm very scared about this fight in general. So I need to heal Baron here. We're gonna go ahead and... the weakest, this one. We're gonna take out this guy, hopefully. Really want him to die. Cute. Not have a heat. Take out the next one. Yeah, these crabs hurt. This is going to be a refight. Like I said, we're not supposed to be doing this early. But welcome to RNG playing it the way it does in this game. Skipping right to chapter 4 is a bit rough, but it's not nearly that bad. We want to load this file, which is the file that I made. And we do it again and hope for better rolls.
There's the flower, Blight's voice rings out, and with a few radiant particles scattered in its wake, the butterfly the flower with a gentle movement. Queenie reaches out a hand. Suddenly, the ground beneath the blossom swells upward, and a huge monster shows itself. Battle
Instead of
is
the
upon
aggressive opening, we're going to go for a defensive play and just focus a target instead. Happenstance is actually cooperating with us a bit more right now, which is good. I'm still gonna go for the charge here. And we actually will be able to... I mean, we can go for a Hellfire, which is not a bad idea. And that applies Deadly Poison, so that'll help us kill that guy a lot quicker. But we're not gonna need it. There we go. That's a much better opening. They're ganging up on Laddie right off the bat, which is unfortunate. We'll have to try to pick her up with one of the elixirs that we have. Which is not ideal, but... something that we have to...
magnificent.
...deal with here. So we're gonna go for the pump up on Blight. I'm gonna use the last and only elixir and hope that I can keep Laddie alive. They're weak to lightning. Very bad. Oh, this is going sideways already. Awesome. Okay, generate. A lot I can do here. How do I want to handle this? Gonna have to go for the fly damage roll. Puts us in a slightly better position right now. They have 18 armor. It's probably safer to go with this guy. Okay, one left. Okay, well. See how the game rolls sometimes. We are getting through this. Yeah, that was much better, but that was still not ideal RNG.
The sound of Blight's lightning attack rips through the rainy bog, striking the monster dead on. Its carapace pierced, the monster sinks back into the swampy muck. Stillness returns to the wetlands, and the patter of rain is audible once more. The Onyx Maiden takes the blue flower gently in hand. She explains that this flower is actually a medicinal herb called clockweed. Apparently, it is used to heal wounds, and is even said to turn back time for the human body, though the truth of that claim is uncertain. Sensing another monster fixing its gaze upon your party, you lead everyone back to the village. All the while, you find your attention drawn to the maiden's murmuring, drowned out though it is by the sound of the rain. This flower, buy more time.
Back to Fennos we go. After that detour. But yeah, those crabs are no joke.
As you enter the village, a number of the locals rush your group, shouting, "Welcome back, dear maiden." The villagers express their gratitude for her monster hunting, as well as their delight at the maiden's safe return. Queenie responds to each of them in turn.
Yeah, I've had plenty of runs just die immediately first turn with the crabs. Like, and there's not much you can do about it.
The Onyx Maiden, bringer of hope to the village, appears to be quite beloved by its people. Once the villagers are out of earshot, you once again ask the Onyx Maiden to borrow her maiden's relic. She is at a loss for a few moments, but then informs you that she has something she'd like to show you. She guides you to the Maiden's Shrine.
Alright, so we're gonna go ahead to the shrine. We're gonna learn a little bit more about Queenie and Blight.
I shall allow you to borrow my relic, the Onyx Maiden says, rendering you speechless. She continues on, revealing that she is actually trying to abandon her maidenly duty. But as far as you can tell, she seems to be giving her all for the sake of the village. Why then does she want to quit? The ritual means the sacrifice of the maiden. Anybody would be afraid of it. But is that her reason? As if to answer your question, Queenie slowly closes her eyes. And then, when the light subsides and your eyes regain focus, you see Queenie, and there is a bulge in her abdomen.
Look at Queenie's face. Smiling.
The Onyx Maiden is pregnant. She explains that she's been using medicine made from the clockweed to keep her pregnancy hidden all this time. She has dedicated her life entirely to the protection of this island and performing the Maiden's ritual. But giving birth means her child, too, will be burdened with the same destiny of sacrifice. She wants to protect her child. That is her only wish, and she conveys it to you with all the agony of confessing a heinous crime. You can appreciate now why the Onyx Maiden wishes to abandon her duty. But will the villagers accept her decision? Queenie's anguish is plain to see as she runs a gentle hand over her stomach. Blight seems equally distraught as he holds out an arm to support her. It is not hard to imagine who the father of this soon-to-be-born child is. The anguished cries of the maiden, the last hope of a village facing oblivion, echo out in pain. The Onyx Maiden is laid upon a bed in the Maiden's shrine. Word of her condition spreads, and the villagers are unable to hide their agitation.
Our Onyx ally held a secret upon which balanced both life and fate, by to gain memories of friendship.
All this time you have spent crossing the islands, Laddie has desperately sought to become a maiden. But now, having heard that Queenie wishes to abandon her own duty, she seems conflicted. It seems that all the while Queenie used the clockweed to keep her condition secret, the child in her belly kept growing.
But we know why she
The
was
attendant
a bit of a
divulges
klutz.
a little of the Onyx Maiden's feelings toward the impending birth. Over the long years of their relationship, stretching back to their childhood, Queenie has suffered misfortune aplenty. Through all that, never has she wished for anything except a safe birth for her child, whatever it takes. Suddenly, the door bursts open, and the village mayor enters the shrine, gasping for breath. The monsters of the wetlands are amassing for an attack on the village. Fighting them off with Queenie confined to bed will be next to impossible. Your group decides to head into the wetlands and launch a preemptive strike on the Fiend's Nest where they're gathering.
Alright, so now we gotta do some prep here. So I need to check my health. We're gonna need to heal, unfortunately. I also need to go ahead and... I don't need to do anything here. However, I do need to buy items if I'm going to make it through here.
How may I help you? The proprietor inquires.
So we're gonna need a lot of healing, preferably. We're going to 5 of these, and then we're going to buy a bunch of these. And I try to save the Omnisalves for when we're in tougher situations, and we're only gonna buy a few as well. And I need some elixirs. We're low on those. And they're rather expensive, but I'm gonna need them. And the next thing I can do is sell off some of that gold that I got as item drops. Things that I don't need. ahead and sell these. Little nuggets. And we can sell off any old equipment that we don't need to. Oh. I'm going to need to free up inventory regardless. And just double check that my item stocks are okay. So we have healing and we have revives, which I hopefully will be enough. We already have our skills set up. Laddie needs double heal. Make sure that we have our skills full. There. And we have stunning blow, which we're not going to be using for now. So we're good for now. And then blight could be useful, but element of darkness won't be able to be used because we don't have access to Queenie. So we're down a party member going into this section. Do I heal? I need to go visit the inn quickly before I go, or else I'm gonna have to waste heal. Thank you for reminding me about the inn. I almost forgot.
Here to stay the night? The innkeeper asks the moment you set foot in the inn.
Be really bad to go out there with everybody wounded. Alright, so we are level 15. I would like to be level 16 before going into here, but as long as I come out at least level 16, we should be fine. But ideally, having access to Flame Rush would be nice.
In sheets. You spy the telltale signs of monsters between the drops, and in far greater numbers than before. Blight's eyes shine, and you can tell he wishes for nothing more than to protect his maiden. He advances, unbothered by the presence of the monsters. You forge onward through the wetlands to where they gather, at a place called the Fiend's Nest.
Alright, we're going to be on a clock going into this as well. So we need to safety save, just in case we need to go back and buy more supplies before attempting this again, because sometimes this takes an attempt or two. Just like the crabs. Game even warns us about saving. We already did that, so we're fine.
You come upon a thronging nest of monsters in the innermost recesses of the wetlands. Every monster in the place has its eyes fixed firmly upon the intruders. That is, you. They roar in unison and begin to march forth. Their destination is clear. Fenmoss. The village is in grave danger. You mustn't let a single one of these beasts escape. You grip your weapon tight, ready to do battle.
We're going to start on the left and then move our way up and then to the right to stop them from getting past us.
Oh boy, don't
And every
let a
5
single
turns,
one
the
escape.
boss at the top is going to do a move. And same with
A
the
monster
rest of
lurking
the
in
enemies
depths
will
of
be able
the
to
nest
move.
rears back, its massive bulk puffing up as it inhales deeply. It looks like it's getting ready to do something, and whatever it is will be headed your way. You and your comrades stand firm in the face of the monster, readying your weapons.
We're going to generate. We're going to have Blight buff. hopefully keep everybody nice and stable. We're going to go for a air thrust. Hope our rolls are on point. Everybody healthy. Keep our gems nice and stocked as well, so that we don't have to dip into our resources, so that we can save them for later on. Especially for the boss fight coming up once you get through the minions. Same tactic, we're gonna buff again. It only lasts one rotation with Blight, but it's 10 extra damage, which is a very big deal.
Magnificent.
Especially if we roll low on a lot of the attacks here.
Fortune fate.
Hit 16, which is good. We need Baron to get to 16.
The hulking beast bellows a blast of burning flame in your direction. Whoa.
You take damage every
look.
turn, so we gotta make sure to keep an eye on our each. Fine. Next fight. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and generate again. And pretty much repeat the same steps until we get to the boss. Things are gonna maybe deviate a little bit, depending on what happens. Okay, so we're going to buff again. And then Baron gonna end up doing a double heal. Let everybody's full health. Why we put this skill on in the first place. And then generate more gems. Please don't paralyze. Oh, that's not. Okay, well, fortunate, but it is what it is. So we're gonna have to burn a heat. Oh. This is not what I want to happen here. Gonna have to go for double heal. Wow. Okay, all three of them went for Laddie. Okay. Gonna have to leave Laddie down because I can't burn another elixir right now. Everybody else is at least stable enough to finish the fight. We're just gonna have to leave Laddie down for. If I'd known that was gonna crit, I would have put it on the other enemy, but there's no way to really know that.
Magnificent.
What? We have the dance. We have the skill that we were hoping to get before leaving. Okay, so this is where we gotta pick up Laddie with a heal. So everybody's popped up. I also need to adjust Baron's skills. He hit 16. So I need to have Stab, Air Thrust, Tri-Tech, Flame Rush, Thunder Strike. Before we go into the boss, so we're gonna put those on now. And I can't save it all, so if I fail this, I have to bit, which is very annoying. And we got the charge skill early, which is very nice. Well, not relatively early, but we have the charge skill, which is very handy for keeping our gems up. Don't really need to buff here, so we can just hit with the Thunder Strike. Don't seal. Okay. We need to do damage. We want to double heal. Just gotta play it safe.
Fortune fate.
Alright, Lottie leveled up. More monsters to deal
Perhaps
with.
deciding that the ones slaying its kin are a threat. The massive beast that seems to be the master of the nest charges your way. At the same moment, more monsters appear from the shadows of the wetlands and begin moving towards the village. No matter how many enemies there are, you must stop their advance to the village. You and your comrades take deep breaths and prepare yourselves to face the monsters once more.
Alright. Playing as before, we're relatively healthy fights. Have the healing item.
And fight.
Bolts. Immediately kill off these guys right off the bat.
Magnificent.
Bump up here. Not gonna be able to kill this turn anyway. Dodge. Here. Oh, and she got the crit. Nice.
Magnificent.
Here. Baron hit 17. We're ahead by 1 levels. Next monster.
Fight him off.
Alright, here, the scarier enemies, because get put from them. Pump. Possible. Double my attack name. Guys, hit. Getting up with. We're gonna have lights 39. Enough to kill that guy. Very bad at math, and no one likes doing math in a speedrun. I missed. Fortunate. Yeah, 20 or above, hopefully. And the crit, nice. Good stuff. Heal up again. Time to go for the ball.
The Nest Master's monstrous bulk trembles as it menaces your party. Steel yourselves, says Blight. As if in defiance of his determination, the massive fiend lets loose a terrible roar.
Alright, let's hope this fight goes well. Very beefy boy. Alright, happy stance. Play nice, please.
It's time.
Okay. Enemy is getting buffed. Not so great for us. Because that is a lot of damage. Yeah, 200 HP with 33 attack damage is very scary for us right now. And he heals on damage, which is fantastic and makes it so much harder to kill. This is a very bad opening. So unfortunately, we're gonna have to use one of the last 2 elixirs. Happenstance is helping. Yeah, I wish it was actually helping, but not really. He's very not of a boss to go up against, especially if I have to redo this whole section, because you can't save at any point during it. The happenstance needs to not happenstance for the enemy as much as possible here. We need to buff again. He has quite a bit of armor too, so it's a little hard to go over that, which is where Tri-Attack's gonna come in handy if I get good rolls. Okay, he didn't get the lower fire res, which is good, but we are gonna immediately heal, because that's usually a good sign he's gonna do is attack here, so we're gonna go for a double heal. I want to preserve items.
Magnificent.
That's double his attack versus us, so he basically can insta-kill a single character when he does that move, which is super annoying. Gonna have to burn this other elixir, unfortunately. Heal. So brutal. Yep. So he's gonna have a chance to kill somebody yet again. Got lucky. Crit is good. I mean, now's about as good a time as any to use this.
Teamwork.
Fortunately, bosses resist status effects, so there's not much I can do about that. Alright, Laddie's down. That's bad. Very, very bad. So we have to hopefully finish this out fight very quickly.
Magnificent.
That is super bad if he goes to use that movie yet again.
Fortune fate.
I do not have enough damage to kill, I don't think. So 23 times 2 is 46. So it's 30. Okay, so I'm gonna risk it. Gonna go for the flame rush. Okay, lived with 1. Yeah, see, I shouldn't have. No, this is a wash. I'm gonna have to redo the whole fight. That's unfortunate. Yeah, there's no way I can kill him now. He's just gonna out-heal me. Like, I can try to salvage with the flame rush, but like, the chances, yeah. Chances of that happening are like slim to none.
Yeah.
Fortunate. Alright, well. I had a feeling that was gonna happen, but that's fine. Game is not easy. Alright, so load up the save file and go again. Just to hope for better RNG, especially at the start, because we got rocked pretty hard losing an elixir early on. Yeah, happenstance is going wacko over the whole run. That's just part of the game. Like,
you come
happenstance
upon a
really wanted to make things difficult.
Place has its eyes fixed firmly upon the intruders. That is, you. They roar in you. The village is in grave danger. You mustn't let a single one of the... Oh boy, don't let a single one escape. A monster lurking in the depths of the nest rears back. Its massive bulk puffing up as you and your comrades stand firm in the face of the monster, readying your weapons.
Generate. Good crit. instances where I kind of wish we had a bit more damage. Well, yeah, at least the first time we scary when we deal with them. It's the other ones that I'm more scared about, but more importantly, the boss being this threat. But yeah, being down a party member for all of this is pretty rough. We not have access to the skill that we want.
The hulking beast bellows a blast of... Whoa, danger everywhere you look. You gonna be able to handle this?
Alright, we're just gonna have to hope that Happenstance wants to play a little bit nicer with us. Fortunate paralyze. Which is not ideal for our situation here, but is what it is. Alright, got our skill back. Go ahead and heal up our party.
And... excellent.
Very happy the seals are missing. Not too happy about everything targeting Laddie, though. Is not ideal in this situation. Can't believe it lived with 1 HP. Yeah, the run could be very RNG heavy, especially with Happenstance being part of the things that you need to deal with. And
No
we're
matter
very
how
low
many
level, and we
enemies
skipped
there
a
are,
we skipped a whole
you must
chapter.
stop their advance to the village.
We started chapter 4
You and your comrades take deep
early.
breaths and prepare yourselves to face the monsters once
wait,
more.
Bigger heal instead. Actually, I want to save those for in combat. I'd rather just smaller heals because they're not gonna do me any good in the bigger combat situation. Yeah, we went from chapter 2 to 4, so we skipped chapter 3 to make the rest of the run easier, but we have to put up with the fact that this chapter is significantly harder as a result. Insomnia? Join the club. I love having insomnia myself. I'm being silly. Of course I don't like insomnia, but something that many people, including myself, deal with. But,
Excellent.
RRLOL has been a nice thing to have for people that are up late and will always want to see something on, especially for the long events that we do. If it wasn't for insomnia, though, I wouldn't be able to necessarily do the runs that that I do, where they're 5+ hours long. So, I guess the kind of give and take with insomnia is depending on how you use your time with it. Alright, we need... So that we're healthy. I am out of the lower heals at this point. I probably should have bought a few more of those. I will reserve using those for after fight instead, because I want to kind of keep as much stuff the actual boss fight. However, we didn't lose an elixir this time before the boss fight, so that's good. So hopefully we don't lose one in this fight. It's gonna immediately heal.
Magnificent.
I only need to focus them down. Ideally, I would be buffing here, but I don't see a huge benefit of doing that at the moment. These damage rolls are hurting very bad. We're having really bad dice RNG. Like, Laddie couldn't get even a solid buff off earlier. It was always like 3 or less plus on the attack on the rolls. That is a scary amount of damage, sir. Right. Fill up. So everybody but Blight is good condition, so I'm just gonna have to burn a quality elixir even though it's not necessarily worth it there.
The Nest
All right.
Masters steal.
Please don't kill me in one
says
shot this
Blight.
time. Happenstance, play
As if
nice.
in defiance of his
Ease.
determination, the massive fiend lets loose a terror.
Alright, generate. I need to just keep pressing damage as quickly as possible. Fortunately, I kind of need damage buff right now, which is not good that we don't have it, but there's not much I can do about that, unfortunately. I really hate that that's an insta-kill. Like, I do not have enough health or armor to survive that attack. I can survive most of his other attacks, just not that one in particular. I think 3 gems is huge. Doesn't really help me much if he does that attack again, where he heals back double the damage he deals. Try to stay ahead of the curve and hope for dodges. I am currently playing the game on Switch, and this game does have a release on both the PlayStation and PC as well. But I am currently playing on Switch 2 in particular. What do we got here? Got hit. We did. We got a heal. But yeah. It's on PlayStation, Switch, and PC.
Magnificent.
I do not remember if this game ever had a Xbox release, to my knowledge. They heal here. So far, we haven't had to use the other elixir, but now that I said that, we probably will end up needing to use it soon, but hopefully we'll kill the boss before that will be a problem. We're getting a little bit better luck on the RNG here with happenstance. Oh. There goes Flight. He just went, so we need to do elixir and then heal. And Blight's gonna have to skip his turn. Thank God we got a crit. At least he wasn't damaged buff. But that's still unfortunate because Plate has to go down again. We need to generate. And alright, just gotta go for this. Hope it's enough damage. Let's just die.
2 fight it.
Dodged.
Excellent.
Alright, close this out. I need to air thrust in order to try to make the kill here, because if I... Yeah, I would. Alright, we made it through. Thankfully. I would have been really salty if we lost that fight again. That's such a rough fight.
After a fierce battle, the great fiend finally collapses to the wet earth in a spill of green ichor. At the death of their leader, the other monsters lurking about all withdraw at once. Marvelous. You have managed to save Fenmos from the danger it faced.
Alright, so now we can return. We're pretty much done with chapter 4, and then we can head into chapter 3. Oh, I'm just glad
The
that that
village's
tough part is
crisis
over.
is averted. You and your friends make your way back to Fenmos to check in on Queenie.
The benefit is that Chapter 3 is going to be pretty smooth sailing from this point.
No sooner do you pass the
Until we
threshold
get
back into
past
town than do the villagers surround you as though welcoming home great heroes. You inform the mayor that you've wiped out all the monsters, and though he seems momentarily delighted at the news, he also seems terribly flustered. This isn't the time for that now. You start to worry about Queenie.
You damn men are useless.
A village woman comes running and barks angrily at the assemblage. She explains that Queenie is going into labor, which might explain the men's panic at what they ought to be doing.
Seems about correct. Men just fucking panic hysterically in situations like this.
The woman points at Laddie. You there, come along and help. Without waiting for a reply to her demand, the woman drags Laddie off. Difficult though it may be right now, all you can do is pray for Queenie and the child's safe delivery.
Alright, so we're going to check on the villagers.
Blight is restless, his mind clearly abuzz with worry for Queenie. The mayor gazes out at the swampy surroundings, murmuring to himself. To think that the entire village would come together for the sake of a new life. Queenie's voice echoes out of the Maiden shrine. You hope she can endure the pain. He looks as though not doing anything makes him uneasy, and busies himself giving bits of food to the bird perched atop his rucksack. Guess all we can do is wait, says the man regretfully. A baby's cry cuts through the silence, breaking the village from its tense reverie. Time, which felt as though it had frozen, begins to tick away once again. Faster than you can let loose a sigh of relief, Blight takes off in the direction of the Maiden Shrine. The baby's here. You rush after the amative attendant to the Maiden Shrine.
Yay, the baby is born.
The newborn's cries echo through the Maiden Shrine. The villagers present for the birth have weary but happy expressions on their faces, and they wipe the sweat from their brows. Blight asks timidly, Is the baby? A young woman hands him a cloth-wrapped bundle. Perhaps because he has finally felt the weight of his own child in his arms. Blight's expression cracks, and he begins to weep, overcome by emotion. Such a relief, he says. He repeats himself several times as he walks over to Queenie and shows her the child's face. As though having just fought a fierce battle, Queenie's face is lined with exhaustion and covered in sweat. Though her expression is somewhat pained, she looks at her child with a smile of deepest affection. The Onyx Maiden and her attendant have named the child Melanie, a word from the language of spirits, meaning eternal happiness.
Where have we heard this name before? Let's leave this island as a family and show this little one the whole wide world.
With a tear-stained face, Queenie gently inclines her head to her exuberant attendant. But then the strength seems to seep out of her.
Live a happy life for me.
With those final words to her two most beloved. The onyx maiden's eyes close for the last time. With its only maiden lost, this island is surely destined for ruin. As you prepare to sail away, you notice that the island is submerged just a bit more than it had been when you arrived. Almost as though the ocean is trying to swallow it up, now that it's bereft of its maiden. When you part ways, Blight hands the now useless maiden's relic over to you. You're hesitant to accept, thinking he might want to keep it as a memento of his beloved. Only when he insists, saying, "Don't lose your home. Don't lose your island," are you persuaded. The Onyx attendant then heads homeward, vowing to make Melanie's life a happy one.
And so ends Chapter 4.
Monsters run rampant across the sinking lands. The people of Fenmoss remain beset by numerous hardships. From aboard your ship, you watch the East Isle shrink into the distance. Eternal happiness. You pray that is what their future holds.
All right. So, Queenie, before she died in childbirth, gave, with Blight, the name to their child Melanie, which we heard in the very first Voice of Cards game that we had in really lots of lore early on, which lends a tie to that game, and you'll see that in similar fashion with this game tying into the other Voice of Cards game as well. There's a lot of other, like, very subtle things that tie all the games together as well. But now we know who Melanie's parents were. But Melanie didn't really know her mother all that well, although she was told that her mother had been killed by the dragon from the first game. So, not quite exactly what happened, unfortunately. I'm not sure what you mean by that, kombucha. You're gonna have to re-clarify what you meant. You're better off starting with the very first game. No, a lot of stuff won't make sense with the subtleties if you don't. Alright, so we're gonna be heading back to... the north there, because we now have a new partner skill. We're gonna head north from here and head to Chapter 3 now. So yeah, we're going backwards. Yeah, I highly recommend starting with the Isle Dragon Roars, which is the first game, and playing them in release order. For the North Island. And we want to dock here because there's a Supreme Elixir that we want to grab.
Show them what you got.
Alright, so we're going to just take care of the enemies very quickly. Yeah, so we left Chapter 2, finished Chapter 4, now we're going to go back and do Chapter 3. And then we're going to continue in more of a linear fashion going forward. We kind of got a early hard chapter out of the way. So it's going to make this next chapter fly by relatively smoothly in comparison. We need to go around the mountains here. We need to go get an elixir.
You come across an open-air stall. A sign reads, as you peer into the stall, the merchant says they're having a fire sale.
Alright, so this is actually good, but it's not the shop that I want, because it has stuff in here that I can't really...
The merchant
I can afford
says
them, but it's going to stop
move
me from being able to
on,
buy
and
stuff
begins
later.
closing up his stall.
What I want to
You cannot
see
shop here
is
anymore.
regular items. Anyways, you take the Supreme Elixir, because that's a revive and a full heal, and then we're going to head out of the place here, and then go to Alabaster City. And now we can just head over this way, and then go dock on the actual island that we need to go to for chapter 3.
After a long voyage, you happen upon the North Isle. On the North Isle, you will hear the tale of a maiden in white. Very well then, prepare to go ashore. The North Isle is home to a range of majestic snow-capped peaks, the grandeur of which serves as a constant reminder to the residents of just how small they are. Having grown accustomed to life on the ocean, Laddie helps you prepare to moor the vessel. Lack, meanwhile, continues to laze about within the confines of Laddie's hood. Looks like Lack won't be needing dinner tonight, you muse to yourself as you unfurl the map. From the wharf extends a well-maintained road, which no doubt leads to civilization.
Alright, time to just fill the yellow brick road.
There's a reasonably sized stone at your feet. A precise pitch at the tree's bough could knock some fruit loose. Doing nothing, you take your leave.
I don't want to do the random event, so we get through that. To the city.
You are greeted by sublime white gates, the likes of which you've never seen. As you attempt to pass through them and enter the city, someone garbed entirely in white rushes out, as if running from something, and crashes into you. You cannot see their face for the white mask covering it, but the fact that they have a weapon in hand makes you think they're a city soldier. You extend a hand to the soldier, who tumbled to the ground after your collision. "Out of my way," the soldier shouts, their voice muffled by the mask, before charging at you. Apparently, they want to fight.
Well, that's not very kind. We're gonna heal up. Try to get a debuff. That unfortunately didn't happen. We're just back roll here. Recovery rate's good. Go ahead and just gems and have Laddie heal instead. Or Black heal, sorry. Rush. For heal. Not getting lucky. Like, my dice rolls have been so bad in this run so far. Which scares me a bit the closer we get to the end game. For very obvious reasons once we get there, and I'll explain more once we do.
You parry the soldier's sword, then watch as they flee to the west. Crystal clear water runs through canals in the white-wreathed city. This place is far more beautiful than any village you've ever visited. Welcome to Alabaster City, the soldier at the gate greets, though his eyes don't even glance your way. You suppose he's busy monitoring the streets. As you look around, you see soldiers gathered in a ravaged corner of the city. You can't help. Despite that, the other residents carry on with their daily lives as if nothing is amiss. The contrast strikes you as strange. Alabaster City seems intolerant of impurity. It makes you wonder if its history is as spotless as its appearance.
A lot of these white-robed and masked people donning armor seem very familiar, don't they?
Among the townsfolk peacefully going about their day, you see two young women making quite the racket. "It's all your fault," one woman shouts at the other, whose eyes run with tears. They appear to be fighting. "Bullying is against the law," you say in hopes of stopping the fight. "In this city, I am the law," the woman exerts confidently, not lending an ear to your argument. The self-assured woman is Lanka, the Ivory Maiden and keeper of the island's destiny. The woman being berated is Krim, the Ivory Maiden's attendant. The women explain that they were entrusted with killing the deserter who ravaged the town. Lanka claims that the deserter escaped because of her bungling attendant and noogies a fist against either side of Krim's head. Lanka gives your group a long, appraising look before whispering, "You'll do nicely." "Consider this a great honor," she continues, then orders you to help her in the search for the deserter. You had wanted to ask her about her Maiden's relic, but now it seems you have no choice but to obey her command.
So we're going to be chasing down the deserter. We want to first do a bit of equipment here. We need to give Ilanka the gemstone, then Krim that we have, and got that. Some stay would be good, but the extra health. Go with that. We don't necessarily need to rely too much on Laddie's healing going forward. Bring it, and we'll keep on for now. And then we need to set up skills before I forget. So Baron needs to have Stab, Air Thrust, Tri-Tac, Flame Rush, and Mirage Burst. Now, partner skill. And then we can go to the inn, heal, and then go set off for the deserter.
The innkeeper beckons you in with a warm smile. You inquire as to the price of a room, only to receive a soft, "Oh, that won't be necessary," in response. Befuddled, you ask why. "I could tell from the moment I laid eyes on you poor pathetic lot that it simply wouldn't be right to ask you for money," she says blithely.
Alright, now that we're full health, we can for now. And time to head and leave the city.
You wonder if the masked soldier you saw earlier could be the deserter the Ivory Maiden is after. You inform her that the soldier fled to the west. According to the Maiden and her attendant, a woodland known as the Mystic Forest lies in that direction.
Alright, so this chapter is pretty lengthy, but like I said, it's not that difficult of a chapter, aside from a couple parts, but significantly easier than chapter 4 was.
And fight.
Everybody being poisoned at the start isn't.
Fortune.
So we have flat damage on Lana, which is super nice. Yeah, we haven't really picked up on the garbs that they hold, but everybody dressed in white here is the early parts of the order from the first game. Before they were fully established. Now we're gonna head this way.
Ahead of you on the path, you spot a woman crouched on the ground. It looks as though she's twisted her ankle. She looks up at you and asks, "Don't suppose you could spare any salve?" Unfortunately, you have no salve. The woman rubs her pained leg and hangs her head, lamenting, "Oh, poor me."
Yeah, so if we had a small heal, we could have given that to her, but unfortunately we don't. So now we have to go ahead to the Mystic Forest. We're going to be picking up some items while we're in there, as we chase down the deserter. We both have Laddie and Krim who can generate gems, super handy for us. Krim's mostly going to be delegated to healing as well, so technically we only have really 2 points. Wolf first. Cool. Damage buff here kind of sucks, but is so 20 really enough to kill here. Fine. And the nice thing about Krim is that she has the 15 party heal, so that'll save on items, which is again why one of the few reasons why this chapter is a bit easier than chapter 4 was. We have a bit more utility at our disposal.
The Mystic Forest is a dense wood. Travelers who have ventured through the closely packed flora claim to have experienced mysterious happenings within. Upon entering the sprawling forest, you notice Krim trembling as her eyes dart about. When you ask her what she's worried about, she explains that there are rumors of talking trees. She suspects it's the work of specters. That's just superstition, Lanka says condescendingly.
Alright, so we're gonna venture in through here.
A somnolent tree. A somnolent tree looks in your direction.
And we have to grab a chest. It'll be up here. So this should be a panacea. This way.
As you walk through the tall grass, you hear a weak voice calling to you from behind. Serves you right, it says. Immediately afterward, you are assaulted by countless pebbles and make a swift retreat.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. That coon ham.
Fight him off.
That is very fine though. We don't care about the... Not a lot of things in here can kill us, thankfully.
Magnificent.
That's not kill.
Excellent.
$2,000 nugget is huge. Grab this chest. You can talk to the tree to kind of figure out your way through here, but we don't necessarily need to talk to them as long as they go the right way. So we're just going here. Go for a thunderstorm. Going to go for a full. Air thrust. Right. We're just gonna deal flat damage. Have Crim finish off. Well, flat damage when it ignores armor is a pretty big deal. Anything that can bypass armor in this game is huge. So don't discount the ability of flat damage, even if it seems like low damage total. It's very valuable when you're ignoring armor.
The ivory attendant complains as you make your way through the dense trees, repeatedly invoking Lanka's wrath. Each time, Laddie pats the crestfallen Crim on the head. You hope to pacify Lanka, but rather than being soothed, she simply pouts. I'm a brilliant maiden. I deserve better than this.
Damn. I tried,
She
Grim.
explains that in Alabaster City, maiden and attendant are decided by national decree and cannot be contested. It appears each island's maiden and attendant have a unique relationship.
Alright, so there is a chest over here. Want to grab. Have some more money in it. And then we want to go northwest here, past the talking trees here, so we can follow this path.
And fight.
And we're going to generate. For this. Unfortunately, lightning's not going to do a whole lot of damage here, so just heal up into that with recovery, which is super nice that Lanka has that. So we have a lot of healing at our disposal, so we don't need to worry too much about not having our items restocked right now.
Teamwork makes...
A lot of damage with Laddie right now. Last turn. With the damage buff now, we can actually hit with the thunderstorm and deal more damage. Nice.
Magnificent.
Gonna use an item to just safe on Laddie here so we don't accidentally get bungled in a fight. Alright, so we need to on the way. Get this. And we need to go talk to this tree.
You hear snoring nearby. When you look, you see what appears to be a healthy tree snoozing away. You gently shake the tree, and it opens its eyes. Despite having just awoken, the tree speaks in a lively voice. "My apologies," it exclaims, then leans out of the way. When it does, you see a path on the other side. Apparently, the tree is allowing you to pass.
What a nice, friendly tree. Alright, we'll hit with generate here. Again, we're not going to be avoiding fights for now until a bit later in any early experience and levels we can gain as I get help as we get closer and closer to grab this guy. Or rush.
Magnificent.
Probably not enough damage on that roll, but that's fine.
As you walk through the tall grass, you hear a gloomy voice calling to you from afar. "You think you're so clever," it says.
Yeah, not all the trees are as friendly as that one.
Fight him off.
So unfortunately, reduced light damage is not that great for us in this situation. We're going to we're gonna go for set up for a mirage. Back damage here.
Excellent.
We'll have enough to do a barrage with the heal.
Teamwork make.
Cut this corner, get to the end here, and then find the being deserter.
At last, you corner. "You won't get away," Lanka shouts. Pressured by the maiden, the deserter takes a step back. "Leave me alone," the masked soldier pleads. But the ivory maiden pays their words no mind and charges into battle.
Right, so we got one extra gem at the start here. With the other ones, we can go for a... Now we actually have to put down the deserter. I jump the armor. And then we're gonna... Fortunately, they dodged. Alright, so here's Curse. We haven't had that happen yet, but basically, as long as they're cursed, they can't be healed. Healing now does damage to them while you're under the effects of it. Unfortunately, we're just gonna have to not attempt to heal Baron right now. We'll be at risk of actually killing Baron if we do that. But we haven't already guessed. The attendants are quite a bit stronger than the maidens are stat-wise. See the damage difference. Grim versus Blanca. And the same thing goes with Baron being technically a laddie's attendant at this point. Yeah. Math. Just gotta go for the air thrust. That was not a great roll, but we got a crit off of it, so. Who needs math? Just crit every time you need it.
The Ivory Maiden's powerful strike cleaves through the soldier's mask. Broken, the mask crumbles to the ground in pieces. Everyone gasps. The face beneath the mask looks just like Lanka's. "I just want to live," the woman says, glaring at your party. Realizing that everyone is taken aback by her appearance, she seizes the opportunity to flee deeper into the forest. Lack, in true boneheaded fashion, asks, "Do you have a twin or something?" Lanka, absorbed in her own thoughts, hasn't an ear for Lack's words. Though originally tasked with killing a deserter, you find yourselves faced with a woman who bears a striking resemblance to the Ivory Maiden. You get a creeping feeling that something sinister lurks beneath Alabaster City's pristine facade.
Our ivory ally served the city where dark truths lurked beneath an Alabastar's facade. Lottie gains the memory of friendship.
Okay, want me to take you to the exit so you don't get lost in all these trees?
Yes, Mark. Let us leave.
You make your way toward the forest exit. By the time you make it out of the woods, Lanka has returned to her normal self. You explain that you're on a journey to help Laddie become a maiden and need the maiden's relic. Lanka tells you that the relic is proof of her maidenship and more precious than life itself, then promptly refuses to give it to you. However, in honor of you helping her on her nationally decreed mission, she agrees to accompany you to the spire. A maiden must always be benevolent, she says, her eyes shining with pride at her lofty position.
All right, so give me a moment. I'm going to take a short bathroom break, and then we're going to be heading back to the shrine. And some more stuff's gonna happen as we get further into this pretty lengthy chapter. Okay, so now we're heading back to the shrine. Go ahead and jump back
You
there.
escort Lanka and Krim to your vessel. I'm surprised it even floats, Lanka whispers. I never thought the deck would be stained in a maiden's blood, you think to yourself as the ungrateful words leave her mouth. As if sensing your murderous intent, Laddie looks at you and takes deep breaths, urging you to take your own.
Alright, so back to the Mega Isle. Head back here in a bit.
What a desolate place, Lanka murmurs. You suppose it is, especially compared to Alabaster City. You all stand before the altar, the Ivory Maiden and her attendant included. So what do we do here? Lanka asks. As if on cue, Lack begins chanting his mysterious chant.
Kokoro Kokoriko Rantaratan.
As the screams of Lanka and Krim fill your ears, you surrender yourself to the dazzling light. After passing through the altar and entering the heart's domain, neither the Ivory Maiden nor her attendant can contain their surprise. Lack, wise in the ways of this world, quickly briefs them on the situation. After digesting Lack's words, Lanka turns to Laddie and says, "Your heart is quite a dark place." Laddie hangs her head heavily, tears in her eyes. Your mission remains unchanged. Somewhere, there is a heart scar that must be healed. There's a heart scar to the west, Lack says. Trusting in his words, you head that way.
Laddie's just out here trying her best. So, time to head to our next heart scar. To head and heal and have our attendants help us out mostly here because that's stronger with dealing with most of these enemies. Well, that was nice of him to debuff himself there.
Magnificent.
Yeah, we can just go for a regular attack here since he debuffed himself to save the gem.
Good work.
Treasure. Oh, nice. The Omniself is a nice pickup.
You reach Burdenberg, a town rife with laddie's woes. The residents here cannot help but hate those who lay bare their true feelings. As soon as you enter the town, your nose is assailed by a strange odor. It appears a muddy marsh has inundated the place.
Alright, so we go through Burdenberg here to figure out what's going on. So we're gonna go ahead and heal. Head and... Oh, nice, we got a crit too. Alright, so this next boss that's going to be coming up in a bit can be a bit scary. So we should be pretty well off that it won't be a problem. We'll be picking up some items while we're here as well. Will be for us.
Magnificent. Fortune favor. Congrats. You see an old man gulping down the contents of a mud-filled cask. When he notices your party, he suddenly asks, "You young'uns up for a challenge?"
Alright, so I'll have Baron help everybody when it comes to
Don't
dealing with
overdo
the
it,
citizens.
you caution him, well aware of his age, when suddenly his fist comes flying at you. Despite his elderly appearance, he moves swiftly. He can easily hold his own against you, and your duel results in a draw. You've got a long way to go, the old man tells you, as he drinks mud from his cask.
So everybody here in Burdenberg has an obsession with mud. We're quickly going to find out. Okay, that is
Fight 'em
pretty
off.
big for us, so we're going to generate here. And then we're going to pass the turn. And 15 on Force Edge. Should kill these guys with the freeze. That one in particular, and then
Teamwork.
kill the other one with Baron. Gonna have double damage.
What should we do today? The man murmurs to himself as he uses mud to craft a human-sized doll. When you ask him what he's doing, he says that he doesn't have any friends, so he's making a mud buddy. Thinking it might get lonesome with the mud buddy as his only company, you decide to become his friend. The doll begins to wriggle and writhe before transforming into something that looks just like you. This is all possible thanks to the mud, he says cheerfully, happy to finally have a friend. To your surprise, the residents seem rather grateful to the muddy marsh at the town center. You decide that it may be worth investigating. It appears the volume of mud in the marsh has decreased, perhaps because of all the uses the villagers have found for it. From within the marsh, stairs appear.
Alright, so now that we're down the stairs, we're going to go northeast, get a chest. Have a dark stay ring that'll come in handy a bit later. And then we're gonna go northwest. And we're going to go this way so we can go pick up a bind stay ring. It'll come in handy for us in a bit. So enemies quickly. Got another crit, which is nice to see. That was unfortunate that we missed there. He's 40, minus 30. So I need to do Flame Rush here. So Lottie's gonna heal Krim. And Krim can just charge, and then we'll finish off the Baron here.
And fight.
So we're gonna go for regular damage here. I'm gonna generate. We have lots of gems here. We're gonna go for a Mirage and then put up the fight as we heal up afterwards. Got a double core, so we have 8 extra damage on everybody.
Teamwork may.
Start finishing off the. Nice crit. Kill.
Excellent.
I'm getting sealed, it's not a big deal since we're late now. Alright, so once we get this bind stay ring, then we can head back on up and... Alright, and then we can jump back over to this path, follow it around.
Don't hold back.
Charge up again, take care of the guy on the left first. Okay, we're getting pretty lucky with the crits. I just wish my whirls were a bit more consistent.
Magnificent.
It was very convenient of him to debuff himself so I could get the kill in one turn there.
Don't hold back.
For here. Same thing as before, we're gonna build up with the Mirage. And then finish out the fight as we heal. Head and keep here.
Teamwork makes.
Those seals good. Charge. And we missed. That was unfortunate. I'd like to save an extra turn on that fight. This.
You see a little girl drowning in the marsh. Without a moment's hesitation, you leap into the marsh to save the girl. You swim to the girl and grab onto her, but she smiles as if her drowning had been an act and praises you. You really are a hero, aren't you? The girl then gets sucked into the marsh and disappears.
So we need to go get an item to grab over here. And that'll be another quality Omnisalve, which will be useful for us.
Hope you win.
Event that we do get.
Fortune. Magnificent. Excellent.
We hit 19, which is good. Very soon, we're skipping a lot of the encounters going forward. Now we can hit stairs here. Northeast corner. We're gonna have just that we want to grab. That'll have a supreme salve, a 40 heal. And then we'll be heading west, southwest from there. And we'll be approaching a boss. Alright, so we're gonna go ahead and give us a store that we're healing plate alongside the poison, so that kind of cures it a bit.
Magnificent. Good work.
So everything's a crit, which is good for us.
Fortune favor.
Now we're gonna head west. And
You
down
see a
here.
familiar figure in the center of the marsh. In the depths of the strange mud-filled town, you find yourself. Or rather, a shadow of yourself. As you look closer, you realize that mud oozes forth from his feet. It appears that he is the source of the mud. With an ecstatic expression, he scoops the mud at his feet and calls it talent. The talent for fighting. The talent for making friends. You have used your various talents to lead Laddie on this journey. The shadow points at Laddie and speaks. Talent, yes. Something you lack, he tells her with a haughty laugh.
Damn, that is so rude. Laddie's doing her very
you know
best.
that Laddie has done everything in her power to acquire her own talents on the journey. The shadow just laughs and sinks to the bottom of the marsh. So this is the heart scar. Krim gulps as she stands before the horrendous light.
Alright, there's a lot of words appearing on the screen. Alright, so we're gonna set up for the boss fight here. So we need to equip Baron now with one of the new rings that we have. So he's gonna get the Dark Stay ring. He can protect against dark damage, and Laddie is going to get the Vine Stay ring. Protect against Steel. Get Heal Plus on here. And then we're going to make sure that we're topped up. Okay, so we can use one of the single heals on Barons and go in for a safety save. Haven't saved in a bit. Alright, time for boss fight. Why can't I?
Along with the voice, a giant shadow emerges from the scar. You stand ready to fight the monster.
God, I love the music in these games.
And fight.
Alright, we need a little bit of cooperation from Happenstance here. We're gonna jump over the armor here with the 12 flat damage, just because he's a bit beefy. That 19 armor right now. Yeah, the music goes incredibly hard. Very cool. Alright, again, jumping over the armor with flat damage as much as possible. And this is where the recovery ability will come in handy off Ana here. We're gonna hit with Soul Reservoir. Very, very strong ability to have. We got an extra gem. Laddie's just going to keep on reserve here. And we're going to keep jumping over the armor. Because if Lana attacked, it should only deal 1 damage. 16 minus 17.
Excellent.
And then we're going to hit with the tri-attack. And we're just hoping for good rolls, and then Happenstance doesn't punish us too bad. But as long as we stay healthy with the recovery up, that AoE that comes in won't kill us quite as fast without, thankfully. But it's just very important to keep Soul Reservoir up during this entire fight. So, unfortunately, we do take the fight a little bit slow, but it's better than playing it risky where we're very much at risk of dying. And the rings that we put on Baron and Laddie helps keep them relatively safe against the boss's status effects. So slow and steady kind of wins this race when we have access to as much healing as we do. You have to be careful though, because the boss does get stronger the longer the fight goes on. Again. Soul reservoiring when we get too low. If we're under 20, we want to pop that so we can reset the recovery. That only lasts a few turns. We go.
Teamwork makes
Easy
the
boss.
dream work.
I am empty.
Within the shadow's final words, you sense sorrow. Laddie was entrusted with the duty of becoming a maiden. Thanks to her talent, she was loved by all. But it was a false love. No one would truly love someone who was destined to disappear. When people discovered she hadn't the makings of a maiden, they stopped caring for her, and she descended into the darkness of desolation. After defeating the shadow, you use the maiden's relic to heal the heart scar. You successfully restore the town and heal the wound on Laddie's heart. Your mission fulfilled. You decide to return to the world you came from.
So the Maiden's Relic improved. Alright, so before we exit Burdenberg, we're going to be buying some equipment finally. And I'm just going to double check that we have everything we need from here, and then as we continue ascending, back up to the main floor so that we can go to the armor shop. We have some stuff that we can sell, I believe. Go ahead and sell these nuggets. Have a good amount of money, which I'm going to buy. And we're going to be buying the Martialist Garb for Laddie. Good chunk of our money just gone there. And then we're gonna go to the item shop. And then we're gonna be buying some items before we leave as well. I pick up a few more quality salves. Be a bit on the safe side. And then that's all we're gonna need for now before we head out. We don't die town. Go back to the E shrine. Kokoro Kokoriko Rantaratan.
With the door opened by the self-proclaimed spirit spell, you leave the heart's domain behind. Upon your return to your original world, Lanka and Krim look weary from their unbelievable experience. Laddie, meanwhile, is fast asleep on the floor again, recovering from her sudden change of heart. Her sleeping face, which you'd seen occasionally at the grotto, seems to have softened a bit from the anguished way it looked before. Thanks to the Ivory Maiden and her attendant, you've accomplished your mission. You prepare to take them back to the North Isle.
You kindled the hope within me, stopped me from sinking into the mire of my despair. The bond between us and Laddie has deepened. Alright, so now we gotta go back to the North Isle. And we're officially halfway through Chapter 3. Back over here.
As you make your way ashore, you see an impeccable line of soldiers in white armor awaiting you. A welcome party? Lack asks, though the atmosphere is far from welcoming. In accordance with national decree, we have come to apprehend the rebellious Maiden, the soldiers say, pointing countless blades at you. According to the soldiers, allowing the masked soldier to escape in the forest was a huge infraction of national decree. Lanka hangs her head. Apparently, national decrees are matters of utmost importance to maidens. A soldier who appears to be the squadron's captain claps Lanka in restraints. The maiden must be educated, the captain says. Dispose of the others, including the attendant. Don't hold back.
So, unfortunately, we lose Lanka at this point. She's gonna get educated. Means we're gonna have to go rescue her from these Ivory Order jerks. So we're gonna have to teach them some education instead. We're gonna have to take care of these guys first, because they're gonna heal the bigger bozos if we don't. So we need to take care of these guys as quickly as we can. That's good to see. Go ahead and heal up Rin here. And we're gonna go in for another attack here. Thankfully they don't have a huge amount of armor or HP. But being down a party member kind of sucks, but like I said, this is a lot easier than it normally would be if we had come here to do Chapter 3 before we did Chapter 4 instead. Now we just gotta get around the big boys now. Oh, that is not good to see, but we resisted, which is fine. We're going to jump over the armor here. That was a good roll on that tri-attack. I just wish all my rolls ended up with that good. Unfortunately, Lighty can't do a whole lot here, so we're just gonna go for a heal. We're only gonna deal 3 damage if we hit them with her.
Magnificent.
Unfortunately, can't do a whole lot here, so we're gonna have to go for an air thrust to boost our damage. Charge spell for a white light. And we'll just finish them off with a try. Because my rolls aren't poor. They got a huge bump in experience now.
After defeating the soldiers, you spot neither hide nor hair of Lanka. According to Krim, the maiden will likely be taken to the Foundation, a school beneath the palace, to be educated. You begin walking toward the palace in hopes of saving the maiden, dragging along the faint attendant. Lanka, she murmurs, "Oh, Lanka."
Alright, back to Alabaster City we go. Time to go free Lanka. Alright, so we're... check our HP here. Go visit the inn. Alright, and then we're gonna have to go see the guard that's outside the palace.
This area is off limits, the soldier says, stopping you in your tracks. The palace gate that leads to the Foundation is blocked by a burly soldier. It doesn't look like you'll get past easily. You place your hand on your weapon, but before you can strike, Krim beckons you over to a different route. According to her, there's a hidden passage leading from the Maiden Shrine to the Foundation.
Alright, so...
Beneath the edge of the shrine is an old door. Could this be the entrance to the hidden passage? You
Head
push
underground.
open the door and descend the stairs dug into the very earth. The dimly lit passage seems to go on for miles. "This place gives me the creeps," says Lack with a shudder. "There are no ghosts here, so don't worry," Krim replies encouragingly. "Though I can't say the same of enemy soldiers," you warn them. "Then continue quickly on your way."
Alright, so I cut this corner and continue on through here. This section is going to be a little interesting.
Beneath the Alabaster Palace lies the Foundation. Within the sunless corridors echo the sounds of writing, day in and day out.
So we're sneaking our way
Fight 'em off.
underground here and go and rescue Anka. We're gonna be dealing with some bozos as we go through here. I'm gonna deal with the wolves first.
Excellent.
Easier targets to pick off. pretty weak. Really don't like doing math, but I do some amount of math here. Take care of the wolf. Now we can focus on the on this bozo.
You see Lanka peeking out from behind the door. But something's not right about her. That's not Lanka, Krim whispers, her whole body trembling. The mysterious girl then dashes off somewhere.
Definitely some strange stuff going on under this Ivory City.
Show him what you got.
Alright, so immediately heal Baron here. As before, take out the robed guys first so that they don't keep healing. Is aggravating that I was 1 damage off. Okay, Crim dodged, which is good. So that's only 10, so I do need to try attack and get a damage boost. Apparently it was gonna crit.
Magnificent.
Definitely want to be as strong as I can be going into the end of this chapter, because we got quite the bit of a boss fight coming up in the next chapter for sure. Another possibility that we could potentially die on that fight. I'm not going to be excited for. Yeah, we go do Onyx Maiden before Chapter 3, just because it's a little easier for the later portions of the game.
What could this possibly be for?
Yeah, it's harder to do early, but it's a little bit more beneficial, because it makes this whole chapter way easier, and then we can focus and
don't hold back.
Keep our resources for everything past this point.
Magnificent.
And it allows us to be a little bit stronger as early on as possible. The only risk is the possible deaths that we would take in Chapter 4 by doing that early. But, I mean, they're not too bad of a time loss if RNG plays nicely with you. Okay, thank you, Laddie, for getting the crit. We're ignoring the Lanka lookalikes here. Down we go. And then once we're set up and we're in a comfortable position, we'll be able to start skipping the rest of the fights towards the last few chapters and only go on to do the forced encounters. But right now, everything's still pretty valuable experience right now as we're getting into the skills that we want. So in this situation, we want to just roll instead.
Fortune favor.
Much of our resources afloat.
Fortune favors the bold.
Yeah, that's a very tricky part to deal with. It is. You really have to play out the RNG. Hopefully, it's nice enough to if you try that route. Because going from chapter 2 to 4 is quite a difficulty spike compared to just going from 2 to 3.
At the end of the corridor, you find an open space that looks to be a small room. When you peer inside, not like anyone comes through here anyway, the guard grumbles as he half-heartedly surveys the area. I doubt he'd notice an intruder until they slapped him in the face, you say in astonishment.
Alright, so now we gotta do a little bit of a stealth section here and just avoid the guards. The first few are pretty easy. The one where there's multiple guards is pretty annoying.
You make it through the room without the guard noticing. Laddie's expression reads of relief. As soon as you leave the room, you hear the soldier say, "Time for lunch." He then promptly leaves the area. Two soldiers survey the area.
Game is nice enough to show us their movement patterns.
Lanka should go first. Krim begins, then gasps and covers her mouth. "I'll go first," you say in the stead of a speechless somebody. Then take the vanguard. Thinking that you should be fine after coming this far, you let your guard down. When you do, you overhear the guard speaking. "Break time," they announce before heading off somewhere.
Alright, so we're gonna pick up another quality omnisolve before we head down to the next floor. Above us here.
A single corridor extends in front of you. Either side is lined with countless baskets. While most are empty, there are a few in which you see a humanoid shadow. As you bring your face closer, the shadow does as well. Then whatever is within the basket is undoubtedly alive. Chills run down your spine, and you step away from the basket.
I reorder up to its experiments yet again, even before they were actually established. Alright, so early double damage is good to see. We're just gonna generate here. And then we're going to again. Gonna go for a Mirage. Dead. That was a pretty low damage roll, unfortunately.
Two fighters.
So having the ability to go over the Gargoyle's 22 armor is a pretty big help in this situation. We're gonna want to take advantage of that where we can. So this is why we still have Tri-Attack on, because that's a lot of armor to go over. As long as our rolls are pretty decent, we can kind of get past that. So we have an extra 5 damage here. That allows us to kill the Gargoyle because he...
Good work.
Light damage. Get a small bonus because of that. Alright, so this will be the trickier stealth section here.
As you reach the bottom of the stairs, you see a group of soldiers. You quickly conceal yourselves in the shadows to take stock of the situation. The surveillance is even tighter than before, so you'll have to proceed with the utmost caution.
Got a lot of these guards to kind of be careful of here. We got the key that we need. And we're just gonna have to get up past this guy. So we're gonna wait for him to come all the way back down before we follow him up behind here. Duck into the left spot there and then head our way out. Because there's not really a huge punishment from this section, but other than needing to restart the entire stealth section again if the big time loss for us. Thankfully, we can just stay on the single tile so that we can get by. Which a lot of people don't know casually that you can do not actually have to move.
You've successfully made it past the soldiers. Then, Lack starts to sniffle and snuffle, clearly about to sneeze.
And you don't
But
need the
Lack
foundation
swiftly
key, I should
covers its
mention.
mouth and
But we're
nose,
going to use it to pick up a couple
stifling
free
whatever
items.
sound threatens to escape. Lack, practically smothered by Laddie's hand, looks like it's having trouble breathing. Just then, you overhear a messenger informing the guards that they've found evidence of an intruder. All of them hurry upstairs. Hope you win.
Alright, I honestly don't want to do this place, so this is where I'm gonna actually escape. not a fight that's worth taking. Alright, so we need to unlock the first
door is shut
door
tight.
here.
You see what appears to be a keyhole. You might be able to use the foundation key here. You insert the key and turn it. You're rewarded with the sound of the lock coming undone.
So we open the door, we talk to the look-alike.
I wonder what my attendant will be like, the girl whispers as she spins in place.
Who in here? This one.
Please endorse me as the next maiden, she says, then offers you something.
Alright, so that's first of the free heals. We head back to the path here. Alright, and again, we don't want to be doing this fight, so we're just gonna run. We're gonna use E again in this door.
The girl sobs. I'll do my best, she wails. So please, spare me.
Wrong girl again.
If I become a maiden, will I forget this place? The girl asks, then hands you something.
Yeah, I'm a little bit stronger than you would normally be if you didn't go to the Onyx. If you didn't do the Onyx Maiden first. So I can actually afford to skip some of these fights right now. So we'll take this fight. Not that difficult to deal with. Deal with the gargoyle first. And then we're hoping to roll at least a 6. And charge here for white light. A flame rush. Oh, we got a crit too. Perfect. Yeah, we have the luxury at this point to kind of avoid some fights now.
Through this door are the school depths. You can hear someone crying on the other side. That's Lanka, Krim exclaims. You and Krim both take a deep breath before kicking down the door.
Alright, I want to check health here, because we do a bit of a fight coming up, so we need to heal Laddie here. Thankfully we have some of those cheap heals. We can actually just burn those. Make a safety save. And head on in.
You find yourselves in a dimly lit room. You feel the eyes of the shadows upon you. Lanka, surrounded by the shadows, has her gaze downcast. You saw everything, didn't you? She asks. You suppose she's referring to all the girls who look like her in this school, and the shadows that exude her aura. The Ivory Maiden tells you the truth of the city, which was locked away deep within her memory. This school is a maiden farm. It was established to churn out maiden after maiden, the linchpins of the island, to keep the city forever prosperous. Lanka despairs, saying that everything from her existence to her pride as a maiden were all manufactured by the city so that she could serve as a spare.
May not even be the person you're looking for.
Dully, she points her blade at you, almost as if she wants to be hurt.
Haven't we already encountered the Ivory Order deciding human experimentation was for the greater good? Sounds like we're just repeating history again.
Guess you can't settle this without...
Alright, so unfortunately we gotta hurt Lanka here. Alright, so she's going to resist wind and bolt attacks. We can't use those against her. And she is quite strong. So we're going to Omnisolve here. Take advantage of the happenstance, giving a boost to our damage. And we just gotta peel out the majority of our health at this point. That is use Thunderbolt here, so charge, and have Crim go in with White Light. We can go for a Flame Rush here. Nice crit. He's got a heal, so we can get the plus. If it wasn't for that extra gem, we would have burned a healing item ourselves, but we could still do White Light. And we missed. That's unfortunate. Hit with a stab here. Been pretty lucky with the crits lately, run, but our rolls have not been as good lately. And the issue with the RNG. Didn't get the steal, so that's good. Going for the Flame Rush. 3 crits in a row is super nice to see by Baron. Get a full heal. We power charge now, which is nice.
You're Lanka. I know you are, Crim whispers as she holds the fallen maiden. Crim confesses that she's grateful to Lanka for spending time with a fool like herself and treating her kindly from time to time. She continues to say that she would serve Lanka of her own will, even if it went against national decree. You see the two acting like you've never seen them before. This time, Lanka is the one crying, as Crim comforts her. Having reopened their hearts to each other, the Ivory Maiden and her attendant reflect upon their newfound happiness. I must say, this was a splendid rescue, Lanka says, looking a little more like her old self, though her eyes are still red and puffy. You have successfully saved the Ivory Maiden. Now, to escape the school.
We have saved Lanka.
If you make any noise, the soldiers will find you. You must flee as quietly as you can.
So now we have to escape. Also, I forgot we need to go visit the desk.
Atop the desk, you find an evacuation route guide. It appears you can escape through the door going straight on from this room. Someone has scrawled the numbers 5731 at the bottom of the page.
Alright, and now we can... So we need the combination code here for this.
On the door, you discover a device with numbers on it. You enter 5731 and hear the door unlock.
Alright, and we can kind of just escape the rest of these plates. Anymore? As we get to the surface, we're gonna go visit the inn before leaving town, and then we'll be closing it at the end of chapter 3 shortly.
And find yourselves back in the city, bathed in white light. You rejoice, having escaped from the heavily guarded Foundation. After everything that's transpired, though, you know that the Ivory Maiden and her attendant cannot remain in the city. Lanka expresses a desire to travel the world with Krim. I think that's a great idea, Krim praises. Of course it is, Lanka replies somewhat bashfully.
Alright, so visit the inn so we can heal. Alright, so as I mentioned, we're a bit ahead on level, which is good. Normally we'd still be trying to get to level 20 before as we start the next chapter, but we're gonna be ahead.
There they are.
Good.
You hear the shout of a soldier as you try to flee the city. Now that the Ivory Maiden and her ivory attendant are fugitives who know the city's secrets, the streets are flooded with soldiers looking to apprehend them. You're overwhelmed by the number of soldiers and are quickly surrounded. You have no recourse but to fight. Don't hold back.
These guys are quite a bit stronger.
Magnificent.
Right, so we need to deal with these guys. We have this force light and one more after it that we have to deal with. Gonna do for damage here. They got the crit. For white light. Set up that guy to die, and then we can focus on the other two. Glad he didn't decide to heal. Off this guy. Got boosted on our damp. Let's heal ourselves.
Fortune favor.
Heck.
Magnificent.
That is sketchy damage there. Got a 6 on top of that. So I'm gonna go for a charge here. We're gonna need Blanca to the reservoir for the safety. House Baron was a bit low, and so was Krim. Thankfully, with their healer down, like gets quite a bit easier here. And so I don't need to do anything here. Body.
Magnificent.
Blanca can pick the armor here with white light. Pass her turn. Yep. That fight's done, and we have another one here.
There seems to be no end to the soldiers who have been ordered to stop any further infractions of national decree. Your party is reaching its limits. You realize that you might all die here, but take this as proof that I lived, the Ivory Maiden says to Laddie, as she hands over her Maiden's relic.
Let's go, Krim. I'm with you, Lanka. We all know how this is going.
After briefly speaking to each other, the two rush into the crowd to save your lives.
Live by our own will. Alright, so unfortunately, this forced fight is unwinnable. So we're just going to die as quickly as possible. Yeah, there is a lot of death in Euro games, unfortunately, and this part's gonna hurt quite a bit emotionally.
It's a losing battle. The sharp blades of the soldiers cut through the women. The two gaze at each other as still warm blood flows from their bodies. Regardless of Lanka's origins as a spare, it's clear that she and Krim shared a bond of friendship that could never be replaced. You realize that if you don't move now, their deaths will have been in vain. You take Laddie, who screams silently at the death of her friends, and flee the city.
So, rest in peace, Krim and Lanka. Even to their death, when their cards flipped, you saw that they still had a smile with tears running down their face. But, yeah, that was the last of the maidens that we encountered. So we're going to be getting into Go mode shortly. So now that we finished Chapter 3, we can do Chapter 5. We rescued her, and then we were saved. Our friendship sealed with blood. Body gains memories of friendship. So now we have a new partner skill, Starlight Veil.
You have finally gathered the 4 relics, one from each of the maidens you have met on your journey. Laddie's maiden preparations are complete, and Lack celebrates by twirling in the air. The time has come to see your mission fulfilled. You make your way to the Spirit Spire in hopes of saving your home.
Alright, back to the spire we go.
Your adventure began when you met Lack at this very altar. The self-proclaimed spirit told you that Laddie could become a maiden if you brought all the maiden's relics back to this spire. The memories of the other maidens now reside within the relics as pure light. According to Lack, only a single heart scar remains. You need only heal it with the relic's light.
Kokoro, Koriko, run,
With the
taratan.
sound of Lack's familiar chant in your ears, you once again enter the heart's domain. You see a door within the blinding light. Not long after, you hear a voice. Beyond the door lies Laddie's unconscious mind, the voice says, though you have no idea what that means. The voice then delivers a warning. A half-hearted attempt will only end in heartbreak. The sound of a begrudging sigh fills the air as the door opens.
Pass to the door and make for the land of woe. There I will.
The mysterious voice echoes in your head as your consciousness fades. When you awake, your mind feels hazy, and you find yourself wondering what that voice from earlier was. Laddie, noticing your distant gaze, looks at you in concern. You recall the voice telling you to make for the land of woe. With no other leads, you decide to do as it says.
Alright, so I'm going to head for the... We're going to exit the spire, and we're going to jump to Burdenberg. Out of here to make our trip there a little bit quicker.
After healing multiple heart scars with the help of the Maiden's relics, Laddie's heart's domain is starting to return to normal. As you gaze around, your eyes become transfixed on an area in the east that is still shrouded in black. Suddenly, the onyx stela begins to move and goes off into the distance. I think the land of woe is that way, Lack says. You decide to put your faith in its words and chase after the stela.
Jump up here to Burdenberg and then...
Fight him off.
Fights if you can help it, but it's going to be a little hard to run since we're a bit under-leveled section. pretty much on level, kind of. Ideally, you'd want to be a bit stronger. Have that leg just try to run. 6. 50-50 chance right now to run. That's from most of the...
You manage to catch up with the Onyx Stealer. Just where do you think you're going, you ask, as you give it a tap? When the Stealer transforms into Queenie and Blight. Queenie, who appeared on her head for reasons unknown, tumbles to the ground with a yelp. A concerned Blight helps the Maiden sit up. It seems she can't shake her misfortune, even in this world. But you know that the Onyx Maiden died in childbirth. You suppose that these two are just illusions made by Laddie's heart.
Alright, so now that we have me and Blight back in our party, we're gonna do some skills here with Baron and Buddy. So for Baron, we need to equip Stab, Air Thrust, Tri-Attack, Flame Rush, Star Veil. For Laddie, we want Charge, Heal Plus, Thunderbolt, Double Heal, and Third, which we already have. I'm gonna make sure we have those. And the next thing we want to do is set up the equipment on Queenie and Blight, so we need to give her the Stone Ring back again. Blight needs to have the Ring of Evasion. Has the extra ability and chance to. Now we can enter the Land of Woe.
The Land of Woe is an abyss of anguish. It is a pit of darkness into which sink her deepest, darkest desires.
Alright, so we're going to be heading to the
My,
west.
what a curious little desire you have with you, an elderly woman remarks. Something about her strikes you as strange. Lack, suddenly on the opposite end of that woman's stare, angrily retorts, "My name's not Desire." The woman explains that the queen has ordered all her subjects to keep black shadows called desires as pets. Only with greed can you proceed, she tells you, before mysteriously vanishing. Her enigmatic words leave you with nothing but questions. To find answers, you know you must explore the area for yourself first.
We're gonna head southwest. And we're gonna try to avoid some of these fights if we can't roll out of them. As long as they're from them. You just go to the right spot, please.
You see a man holding a mirror fussing with his hair. Behind him looms a dark shadow. Once he notices Laddie at your side, he grows angry. How dare you walk beside a woman, he rages.
Alright, so we have to fight this guy's desire, and it is weak to fire. Pump up here. Fine. Pull. Okay.
Magnificent.
Right there. Dodging, good. Flame rush. Heal. Run's going okay, in typical fashion. For Element of Darkness here. Get the boosted damage.
Two fight as well.
Regular attack. Feels kind of bad, but it's a lot worse.
Fortune favor.
You don't need to. Slow. Yeah, the run's going okay so far. I mean, we've had a couple deaths when we skip to chapter 4, but
The shadow melts into your body.
RNGB,
His
RNG.
desire gone. The man glares at you with disdain. Greedy jerk. He scowls.
So now that he's done, we can head north. Let's try a roll here. Cute. I do want to check my power level. Good. As you can see, the guest party members are level 24. That's what I meant by the fact that we're a little bit late. Not by much. It's enough. We want to at least be 20 before we get towards the end here. By the time we finish chapter 5, we should be at least 20. Probably gonna stop shortly.
A woman looks inside of her wallet and sighs. Behind her looms a dark shadow. The woman turns to you and exclaims, "I am sick of being poor." The shadow behind her then leaps at you.
Alright, so this shadow is weak to wind. A hurricane. Damage to the party. Everybody want to kill Lottie. Or her alone. I guess we're just... got a full heal. Worry about healing her, which is good.
The shadow melts into your body. Her desire gone, the woman glares daggers at you. How greedy can one person be? She asks with a scoff. You hear what sounds like a lock coming undone. Perhaps a door has opened somewhere.
So the door we need to get through up here.
The door exudes a sinister aura. When you touch the handle, the aura dissipates and the door opens.
Alright, so we head down the stairs, and then we're going to be encountering a couple shadow harpies.
The shadowy desire suddenly leaps at you.
Also weak to wind. Towards grace, damage in the next couple turns. That was a very bad roll.
Magnificent.
Okay, above 25, we're okay. Go ahead and yeah, the music is very good in the Voice of Cards games. Very well with these. We'll go for a double heal just so that we get everybody maxed up again in health. Have gems to spare. Hit 21, so hopefully on the way out of here, like I said, we hit 20.
Just as the shadow dissipates, you hear a door unlocking in the east. It sounds like a new path has opened. Show them what you got.
We can this. Most of our main experience is going to be from the guaranteed fights that we're going to be coming across.
Your hand is repelled the moment you take the handle. It seems you won't be getting past without defeating another shadow.
Oh, did I forgot one? So yeah, let's go this way first.
The door exudes a sinister aura. When you touch the handle, the aura dissipates, and the door opens.
No. Well, I shouldn't say no. We do some, but we've only done one side quest, and that was giving the lady back in the Azure Island the parcel to get 1,500 gold. That's basically the only side quest we do, especially early on, because we need that money. So I would say in every route that I've got for Voice of Cards, we do at least one side quest that's beneficial to us in the run in some way, either giving us money or equipment or things that we need.
The shadow glares at your party, then suddenly lunges at you, as if to swallow you whole.
So we're done with side quests at this point. Everything else is going to be too far out of the way for us and take up too much time, so we just bother with that. Yes, we do have the gem ring, because that's kind of on the way to the objective, and you don't really lose time from doing it. So it's actually a benefit to us to actually do that. We'll go for an element of darkness here.
Teamwork.
A couple of those in this fight will go by pretty quickly. Yeah, the gem ring is honestly, out of a lot of the things that you could do, the gem ring is probably the most valuable thing early in the run to get us as soon as you go to the West Isle. Because without it, you're put at a very serious disadvantage until late game. We're gonna want to do a regular attack here.
Magnificent.
I mean, it has no stats, but having one extra gem on open is a huge deal for us. So we're just gonna charge here and go for another element break here. Yeah, we do a very similar thing with the Beast of Burden Redding as well, but you can mess that one up, which I have done, and it got punished at the very end of the game for messing it up. So Wednesday, when we do that run, we have to make sure that we get it.
You hear the faint sound of a lock coming undone. It seems a door somewhere has opened.
And then we want to go up this way to grab another item that'll be valuable to us. Omnisalves. Any free items that we can get along the way that save us money means that we can spend that money on better equipment. Probably should have just waited for the double heal and then escaped, but I don't really want them dealing any more damage to us right now. Because worst case, this salve that we pick up, we just use. Since you don't necessarily need to be holding on to anything too much.
The door exudes a sinister aura. When you touch the handle, the aura dissipates, and the door opens.
I am gonna try to get the co-op for free. It's going to charge and then immediately escape once I get the chance. We'll go for wait for Laddie's turn. Go with the double heal and then leave. That was a bare minimum roll too. Ooh. Alright, so we're gonna go around the outside here first before we do this next fight. Get this chest, which is gonna have an elixir in it, and it's always very good to have elixirs of backup, especially in marathon runs. Because you can come back from some fights, and especially towards the later portion of the game that we're getting into. It's a matter of saving yourself potentially 30 minutes to an hour.
Blocks your path.
Over the course of the
You
run.
ready your weapon, prepared to fight.
particularly in Gauntlet that we have towards the end of the game, that absolutely every person who's attempted to play this game casually or as a run has dreaded. Because it's such a rough thing to do. Okay, so we're gonna pump up here. They're weak to light damage, but unfortunately you don't really have anything with light on it. Except for Star Veil. Oh, that is one reason why we equipped that. Okay, didn't get sealed anywhere, so that's good. Gems, go for this.
Teamwork.
Go for another Star Veil here. Very easy fight.
As the shadow disappears, you hear a door unlocking in the east.
So we're gonna head up and around here and through this door.
The door exudes a sinister aura. When you touch the handle, the aura dissipates and the door opens.
Taking 3 damage there is not a big deal, but I am gonna try to run again.
You see a man accompanied by a shadow monster. Just as you're about to speak to him, though, the shadow swallows the man. You start to wonder if all the shadows here were humans engulfed in desire. While you are lost in thought, the desire rushes at you.
Alright, so ideally we hit level 21. They'll knock Force Impact with Laddie after this fight. If our XP is on par. So we're going to do an Elemental of Darkness here. If we didn't get the happenstance buff right now on the defense, I probably would have went for a slightly different approach on the open.
Fortune favor.
Him getting a bunch of damage like that is not ideal, but 24 times 2 is pretty... not quite enough to kill that guy, unfortunately, so the safer option is to just throw a heal down. And then we will hit another charge here. And then we're going to buff our damage. And finish them off. That's why we like the Ring of Evasion there. Good roll. We need to heal Queenie. Okay, we didn't hit 21. Or
After slaying
we
the
already are
desire,
21.
you hear a noise from the south. It sounds like a new path has opened.
Okay. So yeah, we already are 21. So we just need to get to 22 around the time that we do the boss.
Hope you win.
To head down around this way. Alright, so we'll have another desire blocking our path as we head down here. Down here.
A black shadow bars your path. As it turns its yellow eyes on you, your party readies their weapons.
Alright. Starting all poisoned is not the greatest here. Damage. I reserve some of our gems here because I would like to activate Star Veil.
Magnificent.
Also don't like that they can heal each other, which is not the greatest thing to see. Definitely why we want Star Veil.
Teamwork makes...
Oh, Aaron almost died there. That would have been very scary. Hoping for a not max roll on poison, but not really in my control. There, buddy. Hit 22. We get an extra gem in combat now from Vladdy's passive.
You find a faint humanoid stain where the shadow once was.
That is absolutely huge with us, so it's an extra gem on top of the one from the ring.
Show them what you got.
So now we can immediately do things like this, right off the bat. Immediately heal, and then run. which is a big deal. We can take advantage of random encounters now. So there's an item down here that we want to grab, which is going to be a Supreme Salve, which is a 40 heal for us. So now random encounters are actually useful to us because we can use them for a free heal and then dip. And then there's going to be a Soothe Stone here on the other side before we go to the left. Go to the right instead and grab a Soothe Stone. Soothe Stones can give us extra gems in a pinch, which are pretty handy. And plenty of times where a Soothe Stone has made or broke a run on me. Because it's 3 plus the roll, which is huge. But yeah, having basically 4 gems to start off immediately plus the 1 on their turn is a big deal. Free heal and then immediately escaping is very powerful.
A black shadow bars your path. As it turns its yellow eyes on you, your party readies their weapons.
It also just gives us much stronger openings when dealing with enemies like this, because we have a lot more options to our disposal when it comes to dealing with these enemies.
Teamwork makes...
I don't have quite enough to deal with Sarvale here. That's fine. For a double heal. I don't want to have these guys drop below 25. Safe and steady is usually the better way, so I'm just gonna pump up here, we'll come back around, and then smack him here. We can Dark Slash this guy. A good roll. And a crit.
Magnificent.
Nice D. And then we can hit with a Flame Rush. And Laddie. We got one of these. Pop that. Access to Hurricane with the damage buff here. Kind of set us up a little bit better to finish off the last one. And just play it relatively safe instead. Go for a charge. And then we can deal lightning. And very nice crit. 22 on Baron is very nice to see. So we're at the level that we want to be, and we're not even done the boss yet.
You find a faint humanoid stain where the shadow once was.
That does mean, though, that we're going to have to actually start taking encounters again, though. But, yeah, let's just double check our health and things. Good.
You can hear the desires ridiculing you.
Just gotta go north to the darkened figure up here. For the presence of the queen, you fools.
You ignore their scorn and continue forward.
Actually, Blight's a little weak right now. Gotta pop one of these. Kind of a waste, but I'd rather be safe than sorry, and then we're gonna make a safety save. I do have to do a fight now against the boss.
Within the throne room, the Queen of Woe awaits. The Queen reveals herself to be none other than Laddie. She is the undisputed ruler of this domain. Indeed, this world.
I never thought there would be any greedier than I in this land.
Her voice is husky, almost as if it had been... Her voice is husky, almost as if it had been swallowed by the stormy seas and echoes within your heads. She tells you that in the land of woe, greed is both grand and glamorous. For stealing the desires of my people, I sentence you covetous intruders to death, she decrees. The impact sends you flying. By the time you look up, you realize that the entire area is covered by a heart scar. This looks bad, Blight remarks in a trembling voice as he gets to his feet.
All right. I hope.
A shadow, larger than any you've seen before, emerges from the heart scar, summoned by the Queen's screams. The shadow roars, its voice powerful enough to shake the castle itself before lunging at you.
Alright, very beefy boss.
Come on, you got this.
Alright, 2 extra gems to start on top of this is scary for us. Go for a generate. Laddie ain't gonna do nothing, but it's for be on reserve with us. So we're going to pump. We're gonna go for... Honestly, if I can get a Hellfire off, that would be ideal. So let's roll it. Go,
Teamwork,
that's nice. Okay, this is a very bad attack to see. Hopefully he doesn't hit Baron, because he's just going to kill him on impact if that happens. But we do have him deadly poison, so that'll help us out over time. Attack.
Magnificent.
Very good roll on that deadly poison. Keep our gem stocks high. We lost our buff here, so we're gonna pump up again. For a Dark Slash.
Magnificent.
Baron survived, which is what you want to see. Okay, we're gonna go for a Starlight Veil here. Be on the safer side. Boss is weak to light damage, and it's our only light skill lead. We're gonna take advantage of it. Help a little breathing room and stabilize here. Ideally, we want to save all these elixirs. We don't have many. Him getting backup is not the greatest to see. I don't want to make sure we heal up again here, because this next attack's gonna hurt. Gonna charge, because I want to be able to double heal right after. Okay, and he dodged, which is good, because he's got an AoE coming. We're gonna want to charge here, because I want to get Star Veil back up. Yeah, we can afford to go flat here. For a flame run. Eight. All right.
Unable to maintain its shape, the gigantic shadow begins to sway. This is it, you shout, and raise your sword in sync with Laddie's magic. But the queen appears and blocks your attack before it lands. This shadow is a manifestation of Laddie's greatest doubts. The queen worries over what will happen to Laddie's heart if that shadow should disappear. The queen decides to ask you a few questions to dispel the doubts at the heart of the domain's crisis.
Answer me this. What medicine does Laddie hate most? Doesn't matter what you say here. I'm always going to tell you it's wrong.
The queen says with a laugh. How pitiful that you don't even know Laddie's likes and dislikes, she scoffs, before moving on to the next question.
Answer me this. What monster does Laddie fear most? Yeah, it doesn't really matter.
No, no, the queen exclaims with a laugh. How cold-hearted you are not to know what she fears, she chides before moving on to the next question.
Who does Laddie hate most?
You have no idea, do you? The queen scoffs. The queen's desire to eliminate you is readily apparent. You don't know if there was a correct answer among the ones she gave you. But she has proven her point. Perhaps you don't know Laddie as well as you should by now. I cannot leave Laddie's heart in your hands, she roars. That raging voice transforms into a tidal wave that rushes towards you. Swallowed by the wave, the phantom Onyx Maiden and her attendant vanish. You're pulled under the tow only seconds later. When you come to, you find yourself in a familiar spire. It seems you were expelled from the heart's domain by the Queen. You see Laddie snuggled up to Lack near the altar. You decide to go check on them. Lack lies there limply, like a stuffed animal without its filling. The self-proclaimed spirit risked its life to save you. If you had been swallowed by the wave, your consciousness may never have returned. You give Lack your heartfelt thanks for saving you. Lack trembles as it tries to speak. Laddie gazes upon the injured Lack with concern. It's coming, Lack proclaims in a faint voice. And then, everything falls quiet.
Alright, so we're approaching the end of Chapter 5 now.
An odd energy fills the spire. You place Lack upon the altar and head outside to find the source.
Alright, so time to leave the spire to see what the commotion is. So unfortunately we failed at healing the heart scar, but we'll deal with that again in a little bit. We have something else to deal with.
The sea falls eerily still, almost as if afraid of something. You realize that the strange energy you felt earlier is not only in the spire, but blankets the entire isle. Feeling a tap on your shoulder, you turn to see Laddie as pale as a sheet. She points, and when you turn to see what she's staring at, you find your field of vision filled by a monster so big that it pierces the clouds. It's raging toward you, tearing through the sea as it does. You can't believe your eyes, but you know you can't stand still. We have to evacuate everyone, you say, then make for the village.
Alright, so we have a very tough boss fight coming up, so we gotta do some prep and try to get people to leave the village so they don't all die from the upcoming boss.
So the beast to end it all has finally reared its head, the old man remarks, calm despite the impending danger. Aside from the odd crying child, nothing seems amiss in the village. Nobody seems the slightest bit bothered by the monster. Omega Village, which has been without a maiden for years, seems overly accepting of its fate. You decide to speak with the mayor to learn how you might evacuate the people. You only hope he can be swayed.
Alright, time to talk to Greeth again.
It's been ages since you've seen the mayor, and yet he averts his eyes the moment you enter. Just like the other villagers, he seems to have accepted his fate. But why? You ask him why everyone is stubbornly just waiting for everything to come to an end. Because that is this village's fate, Greeth answers simply. You ask the mayor about the giant monster. He says it is called the Isle Eater. According to the Maiden's myth, the calamitous beast has appeared since times of old to devour islands. You ask him if there is a way to evacuate the village, but he tells you there is no way off the island.
We have a boat.
You have
Just
learned
pile
nothing
everybody
from
in.
all your effort. Perhaps feeling the same, Laddie rushes to the village entrance. You ignore Grief, who tries to stop you both, and chase after Laddie. It seems unlikely that the villagers will flee the island, which leaves you with no choice but to slay the monster yourselves.
Alright, so we gotta do some prep here. So we're going to head to... So we're gonna head to the accessory shop, and we need to buy a couple very important items here.
How may I
That
help
costs
you?
us
The proprietor
10,000 gold.
inquires.
Use so. Gonna double check that I don't have anything worth selling. Don't. At this point,
Will
we're
that
gonna
be
go
all?
in here
The
and
proprietor
buy
asks.
2 water stay rings. We particularly want to buy 2 of the level 2 ones, which are pricey, but we need them for this upcoming boss to reduce damage. Buy them and equip them both to Laddie and Baron. One of the reasons why we need a lot of money. This isn't a guarantee that we won't die during this boss fight, but it does help reduce a lot of the damage. And then we need to stock up on healing items. So we're gonna want more of the heals. And then I definitely want some more elixirs. Then probably gonna want a few of these as well. Case remove status effects. Some of the bigger heals here as well. I probably. Oops. And for Omni. Right, and anything that's left over, all gravy for us. Check our health. We're gonna stop at the inn. Which we don't have. Okay. Spend one of these. Yeah, not dying to this boss is very important because it's also a very rough boss. Other than that, we're pretty much ready to go do this fight. Yeah, save. Don't need to do any of these fights because they're not worth the experience.
Fight him off.
They're all like super easy enemies. This boss is weak to lightning.
The entire island is in grave danger. You refuse to flee on your... You and Laddie board the Bon Vent and point the prow toward the Isle Eater.
All right.
The calamitous beast towers before you. Its sheer size makes you realize that there was truth to the myth. To save the village, you have no choice but to fight it here and now. You know it's reckless, but still grip your sword tightly.
We've come to help.
A light flashes in the sky, and two figures appear. The Crimson Maiden Lavia and her attendant Gladio from Heroes Dominion.
Yeah, so the only maiden and attendant that are still alive at this point are these.
They claim to have seen the monster during a trade expedition and rushed over. You were joined unexpectedly by the Crimson Maiden and her attendant. With them, you may be able to save the island from disaster. You make for the monster's head and raise your sword up to the sky.
Fortunately, we don't get to equip them before this fight, but we'll do our best here to make it through.
All right, now to rid the world of this.
Okay, adding damage is not great, especially when the boss focuses on water damage. We're gonna deal with the tentacles first, before we deal with the head. But they're also gonna buff themselves up. We're also gonna try to get as many bisecting blades out as possible without them failing. Alright, in this instance, this is where a large suit gun will come in handy. Unfortunate with the low roll there. We're going to want to lower the attack. Fails. Fortunate. The head does a lot of damage, and it's not even buffed. Oh, and yeah, remember those panaceas I bought? Yeah, they help us remove the curse. That's unfortunate.
Ouch.
Well, this is where we have the elixir. Pop that. Like fire res. We're gonna for this.
Teamwork make.
Happenstance, this is a little late there. You get the Starveil up. That's one tentacle down. Have to go for Flame Rush, and then we're gonna have to pick up Ladius ASAP. We're gonna go ahead and do that now. I don't know why I'm meant this way. This is like really slow to do it this way. Alright, so the boss will gonna have an infinite buff now. Even scarier. As long as we get these bisecting blades off, we'll be okay. But then I wouldn't. Still gotta be very scared of this boss. I'd like to debuff the boss, please. Oh. Didn't get the paralyze. Increased fire damage, good. Go ahead and heal everybody. For another bisecting blade. Okay, so far they've all hit, which is good. Just the head to deal with. Thank you.
Magnificent.
So now we can deal a little bit more damage to the boss. Okay, happenstance. I love you. Thank you. Okay, I finally failed the bisecting blade. Alright, Gladios is going to provoke the boss to increase the odds he's going to get targeted instead since he has higher defense. Pull off the aggro. We're going to have Laddie heal him. Livia is going to be doing most of the damage in this fight, as long as we can hit these bisecting blades. But we're not having good luck right now with the rolls all of a sudden. So we're going to keep provoking. Try to get some more gems stashed up here. We're gonna go for a large suit stone. A little higher than 1. Okay, you lower his defense again. Paralyze is not what I want to see right now. Thank you. Happenstance. Oops. Double heal. So we can save on items. I'll should be getting ready to do an AoE shortly. Especially as we start whittling down its health. That's unfortunate. Okay, time to generate. And we want to activate Star Veil. So we can't necessarily add any more damage, or we can't debuff its armor anymore because it's at the threshold where it's going to start using that healing move. Which is not what we want to see happening, because then the fight will take significantly longer. So we're just going to kind of keep provoked here and have Livia and Baron do the rest of the damage that we need. For an air thrust. Unfortunate. Gonna have to immediately Panacea. Good crit.
No matter how fiercely you assail the beast, it doesn't stop it from advancing toward the island. Your allies are fighting their hardest, and yet it's still not enough. A gigantic cannonball sails through the air, crushing the monster's tentacles with a muffled crunch. You see that a single ship has fired the cannonball, and upon it, Grief is at the helm, instructing the Omega Islanders to fire shot after shot at the beast.
You won't have our home. We'll slay the monster. This isn't even over yet. We can do this together.
For Laddie, the villagers shout in unison. You feel your heart warm at those words. You had thought the villagers hated Laddie and wanted her gone. So why would they help you? Regardless of the reason, you can't deny how heartened you feel. You and Laddie look at each other and nod. You grip your sword with renewed strength, determined to cut through the threat, binding the Isle to its dreaded fate.
So now we have to try to finish up this fight. But yeah, the villagers had a bit of a change of heart, which is very good, because they all thought they wanted to just die. Okay. Thank you, Happenstance.
Magnificent.
Alright, so we've only had a few bisecting blades drop out here. 23 times 2. We're gonna go for the flame rush. And crit. Nice. Good. I'm very happy we didn't die in that boss fight.
Together, you manage to slay the calamitous beast and watch as it sinks back into the sea. Once you've celebrated your victory, you and your allies turn your ships in their respective directions and sail off.
Alright, so we've saved the village.
Grief stands among the blooming flowers in the center of the village. Grief hands his daughter a book. It's the same one that you found in his house. The diary of Laddie's mother. Laddie opens it with an uneasy expression. Her eyes fill with tears as they pass over the words. Within its pages are words of love. A deep and heartfelt love that the previous maiden held for her daughter. It also contains words of anguish at having to burden her own child with the island's fate. Grief tells you that he refused to let Laddie sacrifice herself in the same way. Your eyes widen in realization. So does that mean? They knew that if Laddie were freed from being a maiden, the island would be destroyed. But all the islanders wished to spare Laddie, even if it meant losing their homes and their lives. Grief tells you that a maiden's power comes from her heart. So everyone treated her cruelly in hopes of disheartening her. I'm so sorry you had to endure that, he says, deeply apologetic.
That's a fucked up way to treat your own daughter.
It was all a lie. One that the village made Laddie believe for her own good. Laddie, now knowing the depth of love that her parents and fellow islanders had for her, jumps into her father's arms and cries.
It was so painful. It hurt so much. But I love it, everyone.
For the first time, you hear it. The voice that Laddie buried deep within her heart. A soft breeze blows through the village, like a gentle blessing upon the two of them, and carries countless petals into the sky. Laddie's innocent cries echo through the village amidst the drifting flower petals, and the ominous clouds that heralded the end give way to a bright blue sky.
All right, and that's the end of chapter 5. So chapter 6 pretty short. But yeah, Laddie's very forgiving, which is why I said she's best girl. But at the same time, it's like, that's a really fucked up way to treat your own daughter. But yeah, so Greeth abandoned her in hopes that she would leave the island and not die like her mother did, and everybody in the village treated her like dog shit, so that she couldn't become the Maiden. But all of that led to her becoming a mute and feeling very alone, very sad. But she still loves her family, her mother and father, and the rest of the villagers. And finally spoke for the first time in a very long time, since she was a child. Petals dance in the cloudless skies. I find my voice, and my love for my family kept concealed. Laddie gains memories of family. Alright, so we gotta go check up on Lack. We're gonna set up some skills now. We want stab, self-heal, tri-attack, thunder strike, and Garveil. And then for Laddie, we want charge, heal plus, thunderbolt, and we want double heal and force impact. We're gonna set up our equipment. Oh, you want Baron to have the Darkstay ring. And then we want Laddie to have the Numbstay ring. So she has a bit more speed. Back up to Lack we go. Yeah, it wasn't a good reason.
You rush to the altar, worried about Lack, only to find it lazing atop the altar and yawning.
But they saw it as the only reason to keep Laddie living, the way that her mother couldn't.
When the self-proclaimed spirit notices you, it immediately changes its tune. Oh, the pain, it groans. But it's too late. For the first time ever, Laddie calls out Lack's name and hugs it tightly, rubbing her cheek against it. Lack's expression reads of surprise, pain, and happiness from within Laddie's arms. It appears all your allies are together once again. You decide that it's time to venture back to the heart's domain and put an end to that giant shadow. But you mustn't be hasty. Approach the altar only when you're ready.
Alright, so time to head back into the heart's domain.
You turn to look at your allies and receive a stout nod from Laddie. Laddie waves her staff and chants, showing off an excellent imitation of the self-proclaimed spirit. But when she sees your slack-jawed stare, she fidgets. I wanted to try it once, she confesses. Lack, his sole chance to shine stolen, chants in a disheartened voice, and leads you all to the heart's domain.
Finally good to see Laddie in good spirit, though.
You find yourselves back in the land of Woe's throne room. Now, it's time to put an end to that shadow.
Especially after everything she's endured up to this point. Alright, so we're going to make a save here. And go back into fight.
So you've made your decision, the Queen says to Laddie in a defeated voice. I have, Laddie answers resolutely, having finally weathered the storms of her past. It seems the Queen no longer has reason to resist. You decide it's time to finish off the dying shadow beside her. The shadow's true form is the unfulfilled desire in Laddie's heart.
I will fulfill this desire with my own words.
Her part to play now over, the Queen gazes upon Laddie with a serene expression. The relics in your and Laddie's hands radiate a dazzling light, and the final scar on Laddie's heart begins to heal. With the final scar healed, Laddie's heart's domain has returned to normal at long last.
Shall you and I go for a walk?
Go on, get, Lack exclaims enthusiastically, and the both of you head off.
Alright, so we gotta pick up some items on our little walk with Laddie. So we need to go pick up items. We have the fire stay ring. Go. We're gonna get a Anastasia from and then we're gonna pick up a ring of protection too. And then next thing we're gonna do is So before leaving, though, we're gonna go and buy some equipment for Baron finally. With the money that we have. Because we haven't bought a new weapon for him since the very start of the game. Pretty wild. So, we're gonna buy the Knight's Order sword. Oops, I didn't mean to back out of that menu. The money that we have. Gonna boost our speed quite a bit. And then the next thing we're gonna do is buy the the heck did I not mark here? Yeah, I believe I marked. I don't know why I didn't fill that in, but anyways, we're buying the martial skirt. Oh, I don't have enough. That is bad. Okay. Okay. So this is what we're gonna do then. Probably gonna have to buy a. Well, I mean, the weapon's more important. So I need to do that, and then I need to stock up on some items. So, unless I can... I don't think I have enough money to buy any... I don't have anything really filling here. I can sell this that I don't need. Fortunate that we're short on money. Okay, I need these rings. What don't I need? I don't need this ring. This. Fire I don't need. But all I can get rid of, you know, the rest of the... Yeah, so I guess I'm just getting the weapon. I can't afford to really buy anything. Might be able to fix that a bit later. Other than that, I'm just gonna stock up on healing items. Especially the elixirs, because we're gonna need them. So we have leftover healing, so I don't really need more. How many? That's fine. We're a bit short of meat. I'm gonna buy a few. And I should be able to buy a couple more elixirs. Buy one. And you know what? I'm just gonna buy the. Oh, he don't have the. Ah, I don't have the rest of the payment. Fine then. We'll have more money later. If we need to do another shopping trip, we'll be able to do that once we get into the last chapter. Anyways, leave. But what we have now is going to hold us over until the very end. At least until we're ready
Before
for
your
the
eyes,
very end of the last
stretches a
chapter.
pure and peaceful domain. The leaves rustle in the breeze, and the waves gently ebb and flow, as if to show the peace that has come to Laddie's heart. Perched atop a nearby hill, Laddie beckons you over. Perhaps she wishes to give you a tour of her own heart.
Alright, so we're just gonna follow Laddie around.
You can see white birds flying around the spire in the distance. Your eyes follow the birds until eventually landing upon Laddie's smile, and you reflect on your journey. The first time you came to this place, the entire world was cloaked in black, and Laddie couldn't utter a single word.
Be great if the game just ended right here at this moment, right?
You are drawn from your thoughts when you feel Laddie tug on your sleeve. She says that there's still much more to see.
You go, Laddie.
Beautiful trees line the restored forest, and butterflies float about as you stroll through, admiring the greenery. A butterfly lands on Laddie's fingertip. As you watch her quietly rejoice, you think back on your travels. When you visited the nearby town, your feelings toward Laddie were already... While you're deep in thought, Laddie taps your shoulder. We should be getting back to Lack, she says with a smile.
Alright, so now we gotta go return to
Wow,
Lack.
you've come a long way. Would you like to go back now? You hasten back to Lack's side in the land of woe.
Thank you, Mark. Atherley. Alright, let's head back, check up on Lack.
Beneath the light of the stained glass window, you and Laddie stand at the spirit's side. Are you ready? Lack asks, and Laddie nods. In the throne room, where her desires once lurked in the shadows, Laddie bears her heart to you.
I love you.
In a trembling whisper, Laddie makes a bold confession. It appears that over the course of your journey, she has developed feelings for you. But having been born a sacrificial maiden, she suppressed those feelings, fearing they would only be a burden to you. Laddie stares down at the ground as she awaits your answer. And you decide to respond to her confession in equal earnest. She gazes up at you with wide eyes, as if disbelieving her own ears. You can see tears threatening to overflow in her eyes. A transparent light begins to overflow from Laddie's staff. It's as radiant as the glow from the Maiden's relics. According to Lack, now that her heart's domain has been restored, she can become a true maiden. With that, she can now save Omega Isle. Your journey's purpose fulfilled, you and Laddie look at each other with an ephemeral smile.
The world we made is full of light, and my heart is full of love. Laddie gained memories of love. Finally, the world is how I wished it.
There's something odd about Lack's voice. And not just that. Cotton begins to spill out from its insides as it takes the form of a human. Something's not right. When you attempt to speak to Lack, you are struck by a tremor large enough to shake the world itself. The palace begins to crumble, and Laddie is swallowed by the fissure that opens in the throne room. Your fingers graze hers as you try to grab her, but Laddie is just beyond your reach, and she tumbles into the abyss.
All right, we're on to the final chapter. So things went from up and down roller coaster of emotions with all the maidens to Laddie confessing her love for us after saving her village from the Isle Eater. to whatever's about to happen now that Lack has revealed himself. Poor Laddie and Baron, they can't just catch a break, can they?
The furious, roiling seas have swallowed all but a small strip of land, the last vestige of a drowning heart, desperate for rescue. The heart's domain is but a shadow of its former self, devastated by the awesome power of the tsunami that nearly swallowed it whole. Lack's transformation, the quake that threw you to your knees. Laddie, as the earth swallowed her. You shake your head to free yourself from the harrowing visions. Laddie. You have to find Laddie. The wind changes direction so abruptly, you can't help but feel it's telling you something, urging you to the northwest.
Alright, so we no longer have Laddie. We're gonna make our way up here.
You stop before a gash in the earth, filled with rushing, muddied water. You see no way of crossing to the other side. In an instant, a bridge appears over the surging rapids. You catch sight of a figure on the opposite side of the chasm. Is this their handiwork? A lone woman approaches you as you alight from the bridge. She bears more than a passing resemblance to Laddie. The mysterious woman merely smiles in response to your query. At last, she speaks. Her voice is soft and calm. She informs you that she is the former Maiden of Omega Isle, which makes her Laddie's mother. She studies you for a time. A sense of relief plays across her face as she whispers, "Yes, I can trust you with her." The woman begins walking, slowly enough that you believe she means for you to follow. Might she be leading you to Laddie?
Alright, so time for us to head across. We're gonna go past Burdensburg here, our way back this way.
Laddie's mother speaks of her daughter as you walk down the road. Laddie has long felt isolated, she says, having succeeded her mother, only to be driven from the village. Traveling with you, however, taught her how to open up once more. "You've saved my child, and I cannot thank you enough," she says with a warm smile. Laddie's mother stops and extends a finger northward. "Laddie cries out for your help from the spire," she says gravely. You see a towering, crooked structure in the center of the heart's domain. You begin walking toward it, praying all the while that no harm has befallen Laddie. You see a very familiar face when you arrive at the spire gate. Oh, thank goodness you've made it, Greeth says with no small amount of relief. That relief, however, is short-lived, as you take notice of countless eyes peering at you from the shadows. Laddie's parents stand between you and the shadows, urging you to press on ahead while they buy you time. They square up to face the encroaching darkness. Shoulder to shoulder, they look like the many maidens in their attendants you've met along your journey. Chest tight with sorrow, you trust them to their task and fight your way into the spire. A twisted version of the Spirit Spire looms before you, emptied of the memories of your many visits.
The music that plays here in the Spirit Spire is really unsettling with sorrow.
Of anguish as you push the heavy door open. Was that Laddie? Yes, it must have been. It's all right, Laddie. I'm here, you say in a soft, soothing voice. Laddie's gaze meets yours. Her anguished, fearful expression gives way to relief. The two of you embrace, as if trying to forget the short yet all too long time you were forced to spend apart. Laddie's tears subside, and she regains her composure. You move to punish Lack for destroying the heart's domain, but Laddie takes firm hold of your sleeve. Even after all this, she seems to trust it, to believe there is more to its situation than meets the eye. Lack awaits atop the spire. Hoping to learn why it's doing this, the two of you journey upward.
Alright, so now we have to head up. We have a lot of enemies to fight along the way. We're going to be using this to kind of grind out the money so that we have the necessary stuff to push us into the rest of the chapter. We're going to need, like I said, hopefully armor for Baron if we can afford it, and massively stock up on healing items and things, because we have quite the bit of a boss gauntlet to get ourselves through coming up. And now that Laddie has a very good flat damage skill as well, it's going to be incredibly useful. Especially now that her staff is evolved. So she has a lot more damage than she did previously. Got the corner again. Head on up.
The altar is surrounded by 4 stela, each bearing the color and likeness of their respective maiden. You reflect on the friends you've made over the course of your journey. If only they were there by your side now. As if responding to your quiet summons, light issues forth from the stela and the Maiden's relics. Laddie's memories of them live on in the heart's domain. Perhaps they can aid you in your hour of need, after all.
Alright, so we're gonna get to choose our companions to get us to the end game. So ideally we want to choose either Onyx if we want the damage output, or we take the Ivory Maiden because of the better healing. And we're going to take Ivory because of the safety. We're going to take Lock-on Crim with us after their horrible demise at the hand of the Ivory Order. And that'll give us access to, like I said, the free healing and things. But we do need to throw back on their equipment. We're going to go ahead and do that. Gemstone Ring again, and the Evasion. At least for now. And we're gonna make a save here. And we're gonna head this way. So we're gonna head south to an Evasion 2 ring. And from here forward, we're gonna take pretty much every fight we come across, because we want as much money as we can to buy up any last bit of equipment and things that we might need. But yeah, so now Laddie can deal quite a bit of damage. She can actually hold her own now, finally. She actually has more damage than Baron right now. So you have the Evasion 2 ring.
Don't hold back.
And taking advantage of the early opens now with the gems that we can get. That's not the enemy I wanted to hit, but that's okay. I don't know if you folks can hear the whispering that's going on in this song, but got a very soft melody going with it right now.
Fight him off.
So we're gonna do a generate here so we can get a heal. We will do a Starlight Veil.
Two fight is.
head along this edge here to grab another chest. That's gonna have another quality Omnisalve in it. We got a good amount of money coming in right now. Alright, and then we're going to head back up and then west. Again, we're trying to get a bunch of money, and then we're going to start running away from fights once we get a little bit further in here. Because I want to max out my entire inventory with Panacea, elixirs, and all sorts of healing items. Well as be able to afford the equipment for Baron, because since we're still lacking the armor that I would like to have at this point. We're gonna enter the second door, head south.
And fight. Fight him off.
We're going to be getting the Gemstone 2 ring while we're coming through here, which is, again, pretty important to have.
Excellent. Magnificent. Fortune favors.
Now we're actually going to heal Crim here. Want to kind of keep everybody as healthy as possible. I Ideally above
Magnificent.
25. Just because a lot of these enemies are going to have at least 25 damage, and that's before any buffs or anything like that are considered. Gonna cut around these corners, head up to go get this chest.
Fight him off.
Point, we should have enough money to at least buy the armor, but we still don't have enough money to buy up the healing items that we want. So that'll be our gemstone 2. So not only does it have stats, we get 2 gems with it. So the superior enemy. So we'll have refights with some of the previous bosses as well. Kill this guy. Not enough damage still there. Chance to get a free kill here. Status effect's not a big deal. So we need to push a couple of boulders to create a crossing.
A large boulder, fallen from one cliff or another, lies before you. You place your hands on the boulder and set your feet behind you. Laddie joins you, and the two of you push with all your might. The boulder drops into the water with a mighty splash, but it proves too small to alter the current.
We just need to go across the other side here to move the other boulder, and we're doing this so that we can reach a Heavenly Guardian armor.
And fight!
That way, instead of buying the armor for Baron, we can buy it and equip it to Laddie instead. But as you're noticing, we're now running into familiar enemies that we've already dealt with. gonna be able to start running from enemy very soon here. Laddie is very strong. Alright, so push this boulder now.
The boulder drops into the water with a mighty splash, altering the current.
Okay, so now we can over here. Guardian's armor, and then head down this way.
Fight him off.
We're gonna have a forced encounter coming up here. Once we get past the bridge. Before we get into that, we're going to do some equipment changes. Okay. Double paralysis is not ideal here. I didn't deal enough damage with thunder. That's unfortunate. Okay, that wore off. Alright, so now that we're here, we're going to open our menu, up our equipment, and we're going to put on the 9 defense armor. If we had Quinny and Blight at this point, we would just be putting on the Gemstone Ring Invasion 2. Go ahead and put on this. Hopefully we'll have Krim being able to... Also, I should probably... So that way we have Krim with higher speed, so she has a better chance to go forward. It's not the forced fight. Very much that is, so I'm going to actually run from this fight now. Should not need to do any more fights with the forced fights coming up.
Something leaps out at you from the Steela's shadow.
So the first set of enemies are going to be weak to light. We're going to start off with a forced impact. And then Baron's just going to stab. We're going to do regular attack with Lanka here. White light.
Magnificent.
Might remember these bosses from earlier. Now I have to fight a bunch of enemies like this in pairs. But for right now, it's just going to be the 2 Shadow Orbs, and then the next encounter we do will be with the 2 Shadow Towers
Fortune
from a while
favors.
ago. At this point now, we're just on a bit of a boss gauntlet. You get through the rest of the game over the next couple hours. But we still have quite a bit of fighting to do. We're just gonna finish here. I'll burn people. Or get a
Good
random
work.
encounter and then run from it instead, actually, to save it. So I'm gonna try to trigger a random encounter. So we'll do the thing that we did before. We'll get into the random encounter, throw up a heal,
And
Yep.
fight.
it just sets up us up in a better position for the forced fight coming up. Ideally, we want Baron to hit 23 so that he has access to Tempest. May or may not end up using it, but good to have. Alright, so we're gonna do a charge spell here. And then we're going to do a Starlight Veil. Set ourselves up with defense.
Teamwork make.
We're gonna jump the armor here. And then focus down the towers one by one. Good
Magnificent.
crit. Okay. Thing is good against their attacks. Regular attack here.
Magnificent.
Do... Yeah, we can throw a Thunderstorm. Nice crit.
Magnificent.
Second here to do a Healing Force. Because if they both roll the AoE, that could put us in hot water, and we want to kind of avoid that, especially with the status effects coming out. It's supposed to be a good time to use the Panacea.
Magnificent.
We have met all of the Maidens. We're approaching endgame. We're in the final chapter. We're not necessarily in the home stretch yet. But we are towards the... Probably just go... Oh yeah, it's a self-heal. I need to heal Crim. What we're going to do is a Soul Reservoir. That'll give us the regen every time, as well as a flat 20 heal, which is super nice. Still leave us some gems so the Crim can do some damage, because she doesn't have a basic attack. But yeah, we opted to go with the safer set of companions rather than Onyx, just because we have access to all of this healing, which keeps us a bit safer as we get further in.
Magnificent.
Because normally I'd be burning through my healing items, and then that'd be cutting into the money that I need to have to stock up before the very end. Enemy's almost dead. Alright, coming out of that nice and healthy. Okay, got another pair here. Alright, so it's unfortunate that they got the resist light damage. That doesn't really help us until that fades a little bit here, so what we're gonna do is just pop a reservoir. Have that active, and then just start whittling them down, because they're gonna do lots of AoE stuff to us anyways. But yeah, we can generate a lot of gems now between Laddie and Prim. Yeah, the freeze is not great, because that means she's gonna take double damage on our next hit. Crit's good. Go for this.
Magnificent.
I'll debuff him. Glad they didn't hit Laddie.
Magnificent.
So Laddie just dies there,
Ouch.
unfortunately, so we're just gonna leave her down for now. It's unfortunate, but it's not worth trying to pick her up, losing momentum, and then wasting an elixir right now. We've already killed one of the giant shadows, so we can deal with the other one now.
Magnificent.
Soul Reservoir here, just because we can't kill that turn with her anyways, just to get the extra health. And then when we pick up Laddie, we can just use one of the bigger heals that we have. She'll have 1 HP. Go in here to items, use the big heal, bring her back to basically full HP. And head up to the 5th floor. Alright, so there is an armorer here and a bunch of shops that we can use to restock on, which is what I was waiting for.
Fight him off.
Just do this fight here. So that we have a little bit of extra money in case we need it, and then we can grab armor and stock up back on items.
Fortune favors. Excellent.
Lived with 1 HP? Okay. We head this way. There's the item shop. I'm looking for the armor. Trying to just heal and dip. That's the way I need to go. Where's the armor? Over here somewhere.
Come visit any time, the woman says. She promises to prepare all of Laddie's favorite fruits.
Where are you, armor? You in this corner? Below the item shop, thank you. I always forget what the bloody armor shop is, because normally I don't have to use it at this point. But it would be nice to have better armor on Laddie. Thank you. Alright, we need to go ahead and buy the... Oh, she already has it. Okay, so the only thing left for me to do is buy a better weapon. I mean, Knight's Halberd is nice. I have plenty of money. I could, risk rolling with the Knight's Halberd. That's quite a big damage boost. I just take a hit on my speed and my defense. It's a gamble, but, I mean, damage is very helpful. Not sure if I want to sacrifice that much defense for it, because that drops my speed by half. It's honestly, I don't think worth it. I think we stick with the Knight's Order Sword. It's like generally the best. So I guess we already have everything we need for Laddie, but I need to sell off. Nah, we have 25k. We don't need to sell anything. Alright, either way, we're stocking up on items now because we need them for what's coming up. Alright, so, we need a bunch of these. One more of those. Right. How many of these do I have? I want 4. I need elixirs, please. Buy at least 7 of these. And I believe we're full on inventory, so I'm gonna have to make... Let's see what we got in here that we can throw away. Yeah, I think we'll be okay. That's where we're gonna be at this point. I mean, other than maybe... I don't know, like the only other thing that we could buy that might help us out is some soothing stones. But, don't think we're necessarily gonna need those. Alright, time to head in. Alright, so we have a huge boss gauntlet coming up.
A girl stands before the altar, gazing up at the ominous night sky through the collapsed ceiling.
Yeah, the Omnipotence seals are for the final boss specifically.
Her hand puppet, its mouth opening and closing rhythmically, turns to face you. What could have driven it to wreak havoc on the heart's domain, after it made no small effort to help you set it right? The world may be broken, but you've fixed it before. You can fix it again. You offer Lack your hand. I cannot be with you, it refuses. It wishes to tell you about the fate of this world, since you've been such good companions on this journey.
Lux Lux Metafot.
Lack's incantation calls the darkness down from the sky. In an instant, the altar is completely enshrouded. You drift in the endless dark. But then, several beings of pure light appear. This must be the distant past. Islands dot the ocean as far as the eye can see. People offer maidens as sacrifices to the spirits, who then use their own life force to protect the islands. It is a cruel bargain. But mortals and spirits alike grew tired of this horrific exchange, and one by one, the islands began sinking into the sea. Lack says it wishes to end this centuries-long saga of sacrifice. And so it found a maiden with more heart than any who had come before. Within this maiden's powerful heart, Lack sought to build a refuge, a home to which the spirits might flee, safe from the horrors of the world. The scheme it describes is hard for a mortal mind to grasp. But one thing is clear: Lack's desire to help the spirits. You are no longer needed, Lack says. It gathers an immense amount of magic power to banish you from this world. You have to protect Laddie. That is all that matters. You dart in front of her to shield her from the imminent blast.
Laddie, are you hurt? Don't let up now. We shall do the honor of saving you. Oh dear, where's my weapon? I swear it was right here.
The
Good old
friends you've
Queenie.
made on the journey leap to your side in your hour of need. I see we are destined to fight, Lack says, before escaping through a rift that opens up before the altar.
Alright, Alright, so we gotta choose our companions. Kind of, not really. I'm debating whether or not I want to buy rings. Ideally, I think I do, because we have the water rings, which will be useful, and we need to, yeah, I think I want the fire resist rings. I mean, those are the only other more important rings for me to grab at this, so I think I'm going to go grab those. I do not trust the upcoming fight without them as much, because I do not want to redo that fight. So we have the excess money, let's just go ahead and... Where's the accessory shop? Wrong shop. Oh, there isn't. Do we not have access to the accessory shop here? No. Okay, never mind then. I thought I remembered there being an accessory shop before here, but I guess I was wrong. Would have been nice to be able to buy those rings, but can't do that right now.
This battle is apt to be the final one of your journey.
Yeah, all the characters in here are illusions. Alright, in we go, I guess. We'll have to do it without the fire rings, which is fine. I've done it before without
Darkness.
them. Added safety wouldn't hurt, though.
Darkness is all around you. And within that darkness, a giant shade, as big as any island, wriggles and writhes.
Alright.
My name is Lack. And as the Spirit Sovereign, I shall see the wishes of my brethren fulfilled.
Alright, so we have to make preparations. We have set party members for this encounter. We have access to our parents. And we can't save, so keep that in mind. Just give me one sec here. Okay, so first encounter, we're going to be up against the Onyx Spirit and Black Dragon. I just want to double check that we have rings equipped here. Dark Stay Ring is going to be very nice. And we want to have... Laddie probably needs this ring swapped off. We have a Fire Sting ring too, so I guess we're throwing this on. Actually, we need the gemstone ring. Rather unfortunate. Because I can't equip the companion. Problem. I always forget that that's a thing. We're going with the Ring of Evasion here then. Alright. Here we go.
Shrouded in darkness and exuding pure malice, this dragon can be none other than the Onyx Spirit from the Maiden's myth. Bitter cries ring out from the island, consumed by the wetlands. We too understand the pain of losing your home. With the Onyx Maiden and her attendant at your side, you ready your weapons.
We cannot choose our additional party members for these fights. We just get given the maidens. So I cannot equip them prior to the fights, unfortunately. Poses a bit of a threat. Alright, so we're gonna open up with Generate. We want to pop Star Veil as soon as possible here. We're also going to go for a Hellfire and hope to get rolled a Poison.
Two fight it.
I know he resists the damage, but the important part is getting the Poison, which actively helps us deal extra damage passively. But yeah, we have a lot of bosses to get through at the moment. And these are some of the toughest fights in the game. Defense down on everybody is not great to see. Probably should Panacea, but I really don't want to on this fight right now.
Yikes.
I'd rather be using elixirs. Yeah, that deadly poison is going to help quite a bit here. So we're going to use Queenie here to pick up Lottie. And then we're going to hit everybody with a heal. The unfortunate part with having this many items is that menuing is a pain.
Magnificent.
Most of the damage that the Onyx, Maiden, and her attendant do is unfortunately resisted against this boss, which is not great, which is why having the extra damage from Hellfire is very nice because of the poison if it lands. But Queenie can also just buff our regular damage for our other skills. So, can't do anything with you, so we're just going to heal the entire party with the on the salve. Generate and go for another Hellfire. Lightning. Body's gonna pick up. Buff everybody's attack again. Maybe we'll finish this pretty quickly. It's only gonna get harder from here, though.
Magnificent.
That's fine. One boss down. Next boss.
A skeletal knight shambles forth from the shadows. The crimson spirit from the Maiden's myth, you presume. Charmed, you hear the long, deep sigh of a warrior, fated to fight beyond their time on this mortal coil. You shall be cut down by our hand, the Crimson Maiden shouts. She and the Crimson Attendant square up beside you, ready to face down this dastardly foe.
And since we got to level up off that fight, we don't need to actually heal up before this one. And as usual, Livia's gonna go for bisecting blades. We do want to lower the defense on this boss, though. The first things first, Star Veil, so we can increase our defense even further. Try to hit with the bisecting blades, and hopefully Gladio can get the debuff on the armor there, because it's 28 defense is quite a bit, but not doing very good on the rolls here. And we're gonna go over the armor.
Magnificent.
Man, come on. I really need that armor debuff. There we go. Finally landed the bisect.
Magnificent.
Be nice if we had the debuff, though. Don't want to see rolls like that. Okay, we got the debuff. Okay, everybody getting damage up is not very much what I want to see right now. I need a Star Veil to pop up now, or else we're going to die very quickly.
Teamwork make.
It'll be a little bit easier to deal damage
Magnificent.
now that he's debuffed for a few turns. That's where those fire rings would have came in handy because of the double attack he can do here. So I gotta provoke on Gladio there to draw the attention. And we're going to throw up another heal on Gladio. Good hit. This is why you should heal. Yeah, I don't think I can recover this. Might be able to. I need body to get up. Okay. Body, you're gonna have to do a double heal right now. Livia's gonna stay dead for a little bit. Still finish this fight without her. It's gonna be a little bit harder.
Magnificent.
Okay, that's not good to see. Really need that Star Veil back up. I am 1 gem short. That is unfortunate. Okay, sure, 25 flat damage is a lot. I'm gonna have to try to close it this fight. There's no way I can get Livia up without possibly dying here.
Magnificent.
Alright, defense there is good. Go Gladio. Buy me a little bit of time here. Why we have all these heals. Okay, so we're gonna have to try attack this. We could ignore the 21 defense. We're also gonna want to continuously provoke at this point. I kind of fumbled this a little bit here when I should have healed that one turn. And we got the crit. Okay. Safe. Alright, so the 2 solos are done. We're gonna go heal.
You are bathed in a warm, comforting light. Magical power issues forth from Laddie's mother, healing your wounds. Be careful, Laddie's parents implore, as they see you off to the final battle.
Okay, so we have a double boss fight now.
An enormous octopus wriggles its way
And we
out
do
of the
not get
shadows.
these Laddie
The Azure
or
Spirit, no doubt,
Baron.
just as the Maiden's myth described. And that woman, clad all in white, must be the Ivory Spirit. They wail in agony for the maidens who sacrificed their lives to protect
This one's going to
the
be a bit of a
Isles.
coin flipper.
This is our fight. The maidens square up against their opponents, giving you and Laddie the chance to move on.
All right. We need to take down boss on the left first. So we're gonna immediately fire off the Soul Reeve Reservoir. We need this regen. The only issue is that we need to get around the armor buffing. A bit of the issue here. And hope that Philia can do rolls here. We need fatal signs so we can land the deadly poison. And we're not going for the octopus yet because he's just going to keep healing and we're not going to be able to focus him down. And he's just going to heal through everything while we're dealing with 2 of them at once. I know, unfortunately, she's going to be resisting most of our damage, but there's not much we can do about that. We just need to focus as much damage on her as possible. As long as Hyde can keep hitting with the deadly poison to keep that active, we'll be good. We want to remove the water down as soon as possible, or else we will die, so we're gonna have to Panacea here. Okay, the paralyzed there is not great. Nothing I can do there. Yeah, and I would debuff the attack, but you can only have one status effect or debuff on a boss at a time, so that's why we can't necessarily do that right now with the deadly poison up.
Magnificent. Ouch.
Grim is down, which is unfortunate. I can't pick her up right yet, so I need to stabilize everybody else first. And I just want to keep on the fatal signs for now. I'll have Lana pick her up, and she deals the least amount of damage to the boss. Ooh. Okay. That was an unfortunate roll by the boss. Right. Heal. Keep with a crit heal. Right. You hit with burst. Okay, that's gonna miss. For another fatal sign. Okay, Hyde's doing good, hitting all of the fatals. Just gonna hope the octopus doesn't kill us, ignore him. But he's proving to be a bit of a pain right now. That is nasty. Ideally, it would have been nicer if we had Crim down, but not going to complain a whole lot here. Get out of this fight. Okay, what do we want to do here? Do you think I need to heal the whole party, unfortunately? Alright, gonna try to pick up Blanca. Gonna pass and heal her. I would like to get a reservoir up. Just don't want her to get frozen again. But the octopus seems to not like Blanca today. So Blanca's just gonna have to stay down, unfortunately. Good dodge. And a crit, nice. Oh. First failed roll, we still have one more turn to go through and keep Deadly Poison active. Getting extremely dicey. Hides down, that's unfortunate. Not great. Please don't do this to me. That's extremely unfortunate.
Yeah, it...
So we're just gonna have to continue here. 8:30. This would you're in. Should put me just before that fight. I gotta double check to make sure I have all my items. I'm stocked up, right? Okay, well, as good as we're gonna get. That's unfortunate. And there's no saving once I go in there, so we're gonna have to do it again.
This battle is apt to be the final one of your journey.
Yeah, so normally you can get past
And
the
within
first two
that
bosses,
darkness,
no problem.
A giant
Generally,
shade. As
it's
I shall
the
see
fight
the
where you
wishes of
have
my brethren fulfilled.
to use the set where you have to use the maidens and you can't do anything about that.
Shrouded in dark, bitter cries, we too understand the pain.
But welcome to
of
why the
losing your
estimate is
home.
what it is for this part specifically.
The Onyx Maiden and her attendant at your side. You ready your weapons.
Alright, we're gonna immediately charge. Try to get the deadly poison.
Teamwork, mate.
We want to deal damage here and then get a Star Veil up. Don't care too much what you do right now. I am probably gonna want to heal here. Regular attack. Alright, Star Veil. Okay. A hit with a lightning. Good crit.
Magnificent.
Okay, we're gonna want to prep another deadly poison. And I need both of them to be alive to be able to do this because it's a partner skill. Alright, so it's reapplied. Gonna have him kill himself. Thing I did, he lived with 1. Regular attack here. Reapply Star Veil. Oh, that would have been great if that Deadly Poison got the kill for us. Okay, on to the next ones. I'll make sure that I have the right equipment. Oh, I don't. Interesting. Yeah, checking this before this fight here. Ring. Actually. So you want to put the gemstone back on. Okay.
A skeletal knight. You hear the long, "You shall be cut down by."
Alright, hopefully we get better
the
rolls with
Crimson
the
Maiden shouts.
bisecting
She and the
and the
Crimson
debuff from
attendant
Gladios.
square up beside you, ready to face down this dastardly foe.
Alright, so generate. Get ahead here on our gems. Get at least Star Veil.
Teamwork, mate.
And a crit with it, which is nice. I want to provoke so I can give a turn to heal. I have to go over this armor, unfortunately. I don't have the debuff on yet. Got a crit, so that's good. And Via misses. Alright, so now we have a couple turns. Deal damage to the boss. The armor lowered. We're gonna Star Veil up again. Come on, Livia. Go for a double heal. Much as I don't want to be doing it.
Fortune favor.
Really hard to deal damage to this guy with 25 armor. Charge. Can go over with tri-attack.
Fortune favor.
Hey, Livia, please hit. Or not. These dice rolls are screwing me. Come on, Livia. You're letting me down right here. I need to charge so I can get another Star Veil up. Audios might go down, but it's the sacrifice I'm willing to make. Yeah, it has not been hitting lately, unfortunately. Welcome to the way the RNG and happenstance works in this game. I need to provoke. Baron's basically useless here, so I'm just gonna throw a heal over to Livia. There we go. Get the Exacxies. Okay. Alright, back to the octopus and the ivory spirit. Do I need them? Purple. Okay. Press again.
And that woman, clad all in white, they wail in agony for them. This is our fight. The Maiden.
Yeah, a lot of the characters tend to want to crit when I don't need them to be overkilling things.
A chance to move on.
And then just miss when I really need them to actually land. Alright, so same plan. I try to burn through the woman in white first as possible. Just gotta charge. Honestly, Blanca is not gonna be useful unless we pop a reservoir with her. We're just gonna generate. I want to get reservoir up this time. You need this deadly poison to land, though. Having access to Starvale right about now would be really nice, but not the characters that we're currently using.
Magnificent.
Good crit Philia. Now, Hyde, please land the deadly poison.
Excellent.
We need to go for the heal here. We have to resort to Hyde doing all the damage, then that's just what we have to do for now. At least until she goes down.
Magnificent.
I mean, yeah, you can try to free Philia, but as long as you don't kill her, that's totally fine by me. Reactivate Reservoir, because it's going to expire after this turn. This is why we have 20 Omnis Elves, because they're extremely powerful. They did not set HP to 1, so that's good. Paralyze is kind of bad. Not great. Do I really have to burn a Panacea off this? I really don't want to do that. I should have burned the Panacea. I can keep critting like this, that'll be good.
Yikes.
Odd. Yeah, going down is good. Okay. Oh boy. I really just need the fatal sign up. I do need to heal though. Grim is probably gonna die here. hit with the AoE, please. Probably just heal. AoE will kill us otherwise. Okay, that miss. Good. Bye, Grim. I really just need her to die, and then things will get significantly easier. Yep, no. That's unfortunate. And my only hope is that, we can try to get everybody back up, but I doubt that's gonna happen because the deadly poison's gonna wear off and she's just gonna heal back everything. Hanging on to dear life right now, trying to restabilize. What the mess? Actually, try to get Hyde back up here. Or he just gets paralyzed. Well, I have a reason to use a panacea now. For mine. We are getting very much rolled really badly by the boss. I cannot keep anybody alive. Oh my god, game. Please, just let the suffering end. Yep, okay. Well. Game has different plans for me, apparently.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's certainly trying very hard to make it end. Yeah, like, we could save a lot of time if things go right. But it's such a risky thing going into this boss gauntlet at the very end. And because you can't save it all during this whole bit, that makes it all that much more difficult. Just going whip. Right, so there is, oh yeah, my rings are on the other characters. Go ahead and equip them with something else for now. Alright, Laddie, I'm gonna give you the Ring of Evasion time, and then Baron the Gemstone Ring. I prefer to have Laddie dodging. Alright, and I'm gonna save here just to save a little bit of time if we have to reload. But this is pretty par on for the course of how risky this riding is.
To be the final one of your journey. Darkness. Darkness, and within that darkness,
yeah, we could start with that
giant
fight.
Shade. At my name, I shall see the wishes of my brethren fulfilled.
The easier one to knock out. So we'll just go for that fight first then.
And that woman.
So I'm not gonna go through the other ones if this fight's gonna fail.
This is our fight.
But yeah, you can do them in any
square
order.
Up against their opponents.
Ideally, you just go straight forward and plow through the other two.
To move on.
But in the interest of trying to succeed, we're gonna have to try to tackle the octopus and the ivory. And the other thing is, Happenstance isn't really cooperating with us right now, which is the unfortunate part. Happenstance is really making things a lot more difficult right now.
Magnificent.
It paralyzes time, which is good.
Excellent.
Okay. Okay, her being frozen is not great. I'm going to attempt to heal her, but I don't think it's gonna matter. If she gets tapped by anything, she's dead. Yep. Oh, she lived. Okay. I will thank the gods that we had the armor then, because she should have died. Also, what the heck? That was the wrong skill.
Magnificent.
Yeah, Soul Reservoir immediately. Alright, hide. Please reapply the poison. Or not. Okay, I am not gonna mess around. I'm just gonna Panacea here. Because last time I tried to avoid doing that, we died immediately. Well, not immediately, but very slowly. So I'm not gonna mess around with not panaceaing. Yeah, the double damage plus the heal on top of that is very evil, but not a whole lot I can do about that. He just heals so much. Reservoir, please. I'm glad they didn't target down Blanca there. Just gonna have to try to pump some more damage in here, even if she's gonna resist some of it. I'm just not dealing enough to negate most of her heal here. The extra light damage here is going to be helpful. Oh, come on. And the crit. Okay, she's down. Okay, the fight is... Okay, the fight just became infinitely easier. Ooh! Alright, Octopus is no problem at all for us. We just gotta apply poison and just go to town on him. Man, it's the luck of the draw. Like, we are not as strong as we should be. And, like, this fight isn't going to be any easier regardless of how much we level, because we're stuck with the characters at the set levels they are with the equipment. That's one of the reasons why this fight is probably the scariest in the run. On top of the fact that the gauntlet in general requires you to get through all of it without saving. Alright, so now that the poison's up, we can start stacking damage. And we'll be fine. And just Panacea whenever we see the debuff come out. Other way. Excuse me, game. I wanted to use a Panacea, please.
Magnificent.
Crits in a row. That's good
Excellent.
to see. Fine. The one that really needs to stay up out of the two is Hyde. Probably Lanka because she could ignore the armor.
Fortune favored.
Okay, made it through. Now on to the easier fights.
Shrouded in darkness, bitter cry, we too understand the pain of losing your home. With the Onyx Maiden and her attendant at your side, you ready your weapons.
Okay, we're gonna immediately degenerate here. Got a Star Veil up as soon as possible. Pop a Hellfire. Lightning. Bunch of blades here. We're gonna want to do this heal here. It's 24 defense. Probably should go for the full attack here. Get the Star Veil.
Teamwork makes...
It's a lot easier when the bosses can't self-heal a bunch of HP off you, right? But, yeah. She poses quite a bit of a threat just because of how much AoE damage she can do. Which is very annoying. Sorry that Lottie went down there, but we'll be fine.
Excellent.
Main characters that we gotta keep up is and Arbor Blight here. There we go. Get the full heal off them because of the bubble. Double check the equipment, we're fine.
A skeletal knight, you hear the long... You shall be cut down by our hand.
Livia, don't let us
Crimson
down,
Maiden
please.
shouts. She and the Crimson Attendant square up beside you, ready to face down this dastardly foe.
Lost like half an hour thing around with these guys, unfortunately. This is where a lot of the time is won or lost, is in this gauntlet. On Chapter 7.
Teamwork make...
Aside from the, skipping Chapter 3 and going straight to 4. And then going back to do it later. We want to buff here. And then start provoking. So Gladius. Alright, please start landing these, Livia. Thank you. Get another Star Veil up. Oh, not Olivia, you have to hit this, please. Yeah, come on. Hit, please. Thank you. As long as Olivia can hit this, it can be over. Thank you. Alright, heal up.
You are bathed in a warm, comforting light. Magical power issues forth from Laddie's mother, healing your wounds. Be careful, Laddie's parents implore, as they see you off to the final battle. Lack, you shout your friend's name at the spirit sovereign, though the creature no longer resembles the cuddly plushie you once knew.
I had no choice.
Its voice is so powerful that space and time seem. Your party tightens their grip on sword and staff alike. The time has come to free your friend of this curse, once and for all.
But yeah, anyways. Lack is so powerful, he's like distorting space and time by speaking. Alright, we're gonna be safe. We're gonna take Ivory Maidens with us. We do not want to attempt to debuff Lack, unfortunately. So we're gonna have to avoid doing that. Because Lack will just heal if we do that. Time to Starlight. Yeah, Lack is a very big boy.
Teamwork.
Now, technically, you can go fight Lack immediately once you come in here and skip fighting the other bosses that we did. Unfortunately, Lack will have a 9 a heal every turn on top of having an absurd damage buff and an armor buff as well. So you'll have the healing, an armor buff, and a damage buff if you don't kill all of the other bosses. So basically makes the fight basically impossible at that point. We'd have to do some major grinding in order to make the fight possible to begin with. I have attempted it. This is something that went on for hours with no avail. Also, Lack has no weaknesses. And he's gonna nullify any buffs, so you want to like try to avoid using Reservoir too much. It's actually gonna hurt us more than it'll help.
Magnificent.
But if we need to heal, we should probably be using Crim or using items. Body here to the lightning. What we have the Panaceas for. As long as we can deal more than 5 damage a turn, we'll eventually be able to burn through Lack here. But yeah, Lack has access to all of the boss's abilities as well. It's a little bit annoying. I'm gonna have to use a tri-attack here to kind of go around that armor.
Fortune favor.
Really wants Lanka dead, apparently.
Magnificent. Magnificent. Magnificent.
Okay, got a lot more armor now.
Magnificent.
That crit for 1 extra damage. Okay, go around that with this. Need to generate some gems for the tri-attack.
Magnificent.
Lightning, good. Start stocking gems again.
Fortune favor.
Oh, we have 21. And we got a crit, so that's good.
Magnificent. Magnificent. Excellent.
We're getting there. So we're gonna generate to be safe. Probably gonna have to burn gems to heal. Low on healing now. Have one heal Omnisolve left. Alright, so now he's low enough that he's gonna start buffing his damage. So now we just gotta DPS race him. Still want to try to keep heals up, but definitely want to DPS race the boy here. He's going to be doing a lot of damage now. Nice. Good crit. Okay. We're not out of the woodworks yet. We still have a bit left. But Lack is down. Oof. Alright. So we got a few things left to do, and there's a bit of a post...
You emerge victorious from the
post-story
bitter
credit
fight
stuff to
for
do
the
as well.
fate of the world. The spirits are vanquished, one and all. Lack spirals and flails through the air. Laddie catches its limp body. The benevolent spirit sovereign gave everything to do right by its fellow spirits. Utterly spent, it lets out a plaintive moan in Laddie's arms. You return from your battle with the spirits to an altar room covered in heart scars. Speechless, Lack, its voice weak and quivering, explains what has become of the heart's domain. Because of the battle, heart scars now cover this world in its entirety. There is no telling what effect this will have on Laddie in the real world. There is only one way to heal them, Lack manages to say, before its small body convulses in a coughing fit. The same way you've healed all the other heart scars you imagine. The Maiden's relic, you say. Lack nods and mutters grudging praise.
Alright, so remember all those memories we're collecting?
The dazzling light of memories of
We're gonna have
the
to start
Maiden
sacrificing.
suffuses the relic. This is the power that will heal the heart scars.
We sailed the seas and saw wondrous sights with our own adventurous Azure ally.
No doubt, the relic has also absorbed plenty of Laddie's memories of your hitherto adventures. Memories of the friendship she forged through hardship and delight as you sailed around the islands. Memories of her deep-rooted affection for her family, no matter how inelegantly they might have tried to protect her. Memories of her love for you, built over all the times, big and small, that you were there for each other throughout your journey. Friendship, family, love. Two of these three must be sacrificed in order to heal the heart scars.
Alright.
Laddie must make an awful choice with the memories she has been entrusted. You can see the determination in Laddie's eyes. Though your chest feels about to burst, you respect her wishes. Laddie smiles faintly, as if saying, "I always admired your kindness." Lack begins to float in the air. Approach the altar when you have made your choice. Laddie has made peace with her decision. Guide her to the altar.
Alright, so we're gonna start eating memories.
Have you made your choice? Lack asks. Laddie nods. She wishes to heal her heart scars. That she must heal them for the sake of the Maiden's ritual, and thus Omega Isle. Further, she is prepared to allow the spirits to take refuge within her, that they may be kept from harm. Lack falters for a moment, as though it did not expect this answer, let alone one so firm. For agreeing to let the spirits take refuge in her heart renders Laddie but a relic. Eternal, yes, but neither dead nor alive as she watches time pass before her. If this is her will, it is, she insists. From the moment she was born a maiden, she thought she would never know love. And yet it has found her, and that is enough. She turns to her companions with a solemn look on her face.
Same people that worked on the Nier OSTs also helped work on the music for this game as well. Not all of the tracks, but a good chunk of them.
Friendship, family, and love. Priceless memories that emanate from Laddie's relic. Two of the three must be sacrificed in order to heal her heart scars.
All right. Goodbye, friends.
Laddie turns to her loyal companions. Some are silent, others shed tears. There is a serene smile or two, and Laddie offers her own awkward grin. Until next time, Laddie says. Her choice of parting words must mean she doesn't believe this goodbye is forever.
Right, time to erase family.
Her father was always too strict, and her mother was always ready with a smile. But they both stand before Laddie, now with tears in their eyes. Tears, not of sorrow over parting, but of joy in aiding their daughter.
Well, you have chosen to sacrifice friendship and family. With these, the heart's domain shall be healed.
Fed by the power of Laddie's memories, the relic glows ever brighter. She steps up to the altar and raises her relic in the air. A divine light erupts from the top of the tower at the center of the heart's domain. It touches every corner of the domain. A lighthouse in the darkest of seas, guiding wayward souls to shore. The Maiden's Ritual. Laddie dreamt of it ever since she was a young girl, and now it is done. She is a maiden. Omega Isle and the spirits shall know peace. Laddie closes her eyes. Holding fast to the memories of her love. On the island saved by her hand, she shall slumber forevermore.
Alright, we're not done yet because this is the story run. There is some post stuff that we get to do for the last wrap-up of the story once these credits finish here. However, I'm going to begin doing my shoutouts as it kind of speeds through as we listen to this very sad ending track here. So anyways, this was the second game in the Voice of Cards trilogy. We could have saved like half an hour, maybe a little bit more, had we not died twice on the boss gauntlet at the end. But with the fact that we can't save and we have to do that in a one-shot, it makes it really rough. But glad we got through. That's why the estimate is what it is. There's a lot of story behind this game. There's lots of side stuff that we didn't do, but main story is done. And I hope everybody enjoyed the second part of Voice of Cards, and we'll be back on Wednesday night, or Wednesday morning, I should say, as well, for the third and final game in the trilogy, which will not be any less difficult, I will add, and a lot more RNG. But yeah, no, I do a lot of action and RPG games, sometimes both together. So if you like anything that you see, I've been playing, speedrunning, and doing Yoko Taro games for over a decade at this point. I started originally with the original Nier game, started speedrunning that, went into Automata, went into Drakengard 3, went into Drakengard 1, and then 2, and I currently hold the record for Drakengard 2. Which is sitting at just under 5 hours, which I've done in previous really long-a-thon. So, if you ever like Drakengard stuff, or a variety of other action RPGs, I generally tend to gravitate towards them. Although recently it's been a lot of shmups and rhythm gaming. I spent a lot of time writing the notes that I do for these games in particular, for all three of them. So the route is entirely handcrafted by myself for the purpose of doing runs like this. But yeah, I'm gonna let the music kind of finish out here, and then we have one last tiny bit of story before we can stop the timer and call it a wraps for now. Alright, we're not done. This is one of the games that has post-credit stuff.
Time continues its inexorable march. A gentle breeze guides waves softly to the shores of Alpha Isle, as it came to be known after it escaped certain doom. A young boy stalks carefully through the grass. He clutches a large tree branch in his hand, his eyes fixed on a monstrous shade. He has chased it here after finding it near the village and taking it upon himself to end it before it can do any harm. In one smooth motion, the boy rears back and hurls the branch. It falls harmlessly to the ground beside the monster, who flees. The monster seems to be heading toward the nearby spire.
So this might seem very familiar for those that were around at the very start. However,
All the
we're not controlling
stories say
Baron
the
anymore.
Spirit Spire was built to protect the... All the stories say the Spirit Spire was built to protect the island. It's really old, but nothing bad has happened to the island in a long time. So, it must be working?
We're gonna venture back through the spire once more.
The boy pushes the large door open and enters. He could have sworn the monster ran in here. He'll just have to keep looking. Sunlight pokes through the gaps in the crumbling stone walls. The monster is nowhere to be found. The boy scans the room again, more carefully this time, his eyes landing on an altar. Upon the altar slumbers the maiden that brought peace to Alpha Isle. At least, that's what everyone says. Beside her lies a single sword. Covered in rust as it is, it must have stayed by the maiden's side since the moment she closed her eyes. It looks nice enough, though. Maybe it belonged to the guy from the legend. Supposedly, he risked his life to protect the maiden. The boy's eyes drift from the sword to the maiden's face. He stares for a moment, captivated. He wonders if she's dreaming. If she is, it must be a good dream, because a small smile flickers across her lips.
There we go. That is the end of Voice of Cards.
There you have it. The journey of a maiden who feared herself worthless across the seas and through her own heart.
Alright, that's GG. Alright. Very happy we finished really close to estimate. That was getting very dangerous. But, yeah.
So, your long voyage has come to an end. What did you think of this tale? Oh, thank goodness.
But, yeah.
Rather,
wonderful series of games. Highly recommend playing them.
I'm so glad to hear that.
And I hope you stick around and enjoy more really, really longathon, and hopefully see you for Beasts of Burden, which arguably I do like that game a bit more than this, but it's only because of the complexity of the gameplay. But as far as the story goes, this game definitely holds a very good part of my emotions.
Oh, how I hate to think this is the end of our travels together. But I'm certain we'll meet again in the world of Voice of Cards someday. Thank you from the bottom of my heart.
But yeah, if a game's ever gonna make you cry, it's out of the Voice of Cards games. This is the one that's gonna get you, because it gets me every single time. Alright, anyways, thanks for watching. Enjoy the rest of your morning, afternoon, or night, and I will see you folks another